Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was Sparda Dragon Emperor. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the city of Kuo, the sun shone brightly as citizens enjoyed their day, chatting and laughing with one another. Among them were 5 individuals on a mission to find supplies for their new shop. The group included Sparda, who admired the vibrant atmosphere, noting that Kuo was an excellent place for a vacation. Arthur Pendragon pointed out that they needed to find some clothes for the near future, while Lu Fei Pendragon expressed her hunger and suggested they stop at a restaurant first. Pura Nikos agreed, emphasizing the need to eat before shopping. With enthusiasm, Biko urged the group to hurry along to the nearest restaurant. After finishing their meal, the group headed to a local store where they found everything they needed, albeit after the ladies took their time selecting their items. Upon returning to their base, Devil May Cry, Wyan, was greeted by a playful black cat that jumped into his arms, liking his face affectionately. The cat soon transformed into Kuroka, who embraced Wyan and purred against his chest, expressing her concern about losing him. Pyrrha, feeling slightly uncomfortable, suggested that Kuroka let go. As Kuroka and Pyrrha began to set the dining table, Wyan retreated to his room to organize his weapons. He opened a box containing Pandora, Gilgamesh, and Ebony and Ivory when he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. It was Albion, the heavenly dragon of supremacy, who was sealed within divine dividing. Albion expressed eagerness to find their next opponent, but Wyan reassured him that patience was necessary. Their bond had grown strong throughout their adventures together. The story then shifted to a flashback from Wyan's childhood. At the age of 6, while training to control Yamato in the back of Devil May Cry, he was interrupted by the sound of metal screeching. As he looked around, he was confronted by a menacing scarecrow, followed by 9 more. Knowing that this encounter was inevitable, Wyan prepared himself. He deftly dodged the first scarecrow's attack, countering with a powerful upward slash. He leaped towards it, grabbing the creature and slamming it into the ground, causing it to explode. As more scarecrows attacked, Wyan demonstrated his agility and skill, evading their strikes and retaliating with precision. However, he soon found himself overwhelmed as the remaining scarecrows surrounded him. In a moment of desperation, he vanished, using his rapid slash technique to escape their grasp. Calling forth his devil energy, he felt a surge of power within him, a mix of demonic and draconic essence. This transformation granted him a more formidable appearance, complete with white draconic wings adorned with bright blue feathers. With his newfound abilities, Wyan swiftly defeated the scarecrows, but the exertion took its toll, leaving him exhausted. He collapsed to the ground, fainting as he heard his father's voice calling out to him. In the depths of his mind, Wyan awoke in a vast, empty void, sensing a powerful presence nearby. Turning around, he saw a large western dragon of pure white, with piercing blue eyes and golden horns. The dragon introduced itself as Albion, the heavenly dragon of supremacy and the vanishing dragon, sealed away in divine dividing, which the young man wielded. He expressed his surprise at discovering that his host was not only strong but also a descendant of Sparda. Curiosity piqued, the young man inquired about divine dividing. Albion proceeded to recount the tale of a great war. After the explanation, the young man expressed a longing to be trained in controlling divine dividing, and Albion, eager to get a head start on his rival, agreed to the training. As the memories faded, the young man was brought back to the present by a knock on his door, followed by Lu Fei's voice. She informed him that dinner was ready. Grateful, he took a final glance at his organized belongings. His guitar case containing Rebellion beside his bed, Ebony and Ivory tucked under his pillow, Gilgamesh hidden in his drawer beneath his clothes, and Pandora perfectly concealed under his bed. He then made his way to the dining room, eager for a meal. The next day, he found himself contemplating his situation. According to Lady, he had to attend school alone. Arthur, Biko, and Kuroka were too old, Lu Fei was intelligent enough to manage on her own, and Pyrrha had developed anxiety around schools, which made him feel sympathetic toward her. Unfortunately, upon transferring to this area, he had not received his school uniform, so he had to wear his usual outfit. As he approached the academy, he noted its impressive appearance. Walking through the gates, he quickly realized there were far more girls than boys, which was both intriguing and daunting. As he walked, he overheard snippets of gossip from the girls around him. They were curious about his identity, speculating whether he was a new transfer student and commenting on his looks. He acknowledged that his family's charm was effective, but the attention felt overwhelming. Albion chimed in, reminding him that combined with his draconic aura, he would attract a lot of attention, even if it was unwanted. The young man shrugged off the compliment, feeling reassured that he had Yamato for protection if any conflicts arose. He sensed that the upcoming years at school would be long and eventful. After reflecting on his experiences, he considered how he might introduce himself when encountering the devils. He pondered various options, weighing whether to reveal both his heritage and sacred gear, only his gear, or just his heritage. As he continued to navigate his new life, he found himself surrounded by a growing circle of friends, including Akino Himejima, Zenobia Korda, Irina Shido, Rosweiss, Pyrrha Nikos, Kuroka Taju, Serafal, Sona Citri, Ravel Phoenix, Ophis, and Rias Gremery. Each encounter promised to add depth to his journey, filled with challenges and unexpected connections. The day began with a sense of anticipation in the classroom as the teacher announced the arrival of a new student. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, with the boys speculating about the newcomer and the girls hoping for a charming addition to their class. When the teacher invited the new student to enter, Sparda stepped into the room, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. The girls were captivated by his good looks, while the boys begrudgingly acknowledged the presence of a handsome rival. As the teacher prompted to introduce himself, he expressed his hope to make friends with everyone. Meanwhile, four girls observed him closely, intrigued by the unique energy he emanated. Rias Gremery, with her flowing red hair and teal eyes, Akino Himejima, sporting a ponytail and violet eyes, Sona Citri, a bespectacled girl with dark pink eyes, and Tsubaki Shinra, another bespectacled girl with heterochromia, sensed a mixture of demonic and draconic energy within him. Their curiosity about his intentions grew, and they were determined to uncover the truth. As the day progressed, found himself approached by Rias and her friends. They confronted him with a sense of urgency, wanting to speak with him in private. Rias assured him that he was not in trouble but simply wished to get to know him better. Agreed, and they made their way to an abandoned-looking building that, upon entering, revealed a surprisingly elegant Victorian interior adorned with lit candles. Seated on a couch, Rias began to question him about his presence in her territory. Taken aback to learn that she and her friends were devils, he inquired whether they harmed humans, to which Rias confidently replied that they did not. Sensing her sincerity, decided to share a bit about himself, explaining that he had moved to the area to expand his family's business. However, he remained tight-lipped about the specifics, leaving Rias curious about his background. Just as their conversation deepened, the door opened, and Akino along with several others entered the room. Rias suggested they introduce themselves, leading to a series of introductions that revealed the students' true identities as devils. When it was YN's turn, he introduced himself as YN Whitestone, but revealed that his true last name was Sparda. The mention of the name caused Rias and Sona to react with shock, their expressions reflecting the weight of the legacy associated with it. Rias explained that Sparda was a legendary devil known for rebelling against his ruler during a time of great conflict, a figure who had vanished while seeking freedom for the human world. Intrigued yet skeptical, they demanded proof of his lineage. In response, summoned Yamato, a weapon that left them in awe. Sona, recovering from her astonishment, asked if he had any questions, prompting to inquire about the term sacred gears, hinting at the mysteries yet to unfold in their intertwined destinies. Saji, Kiba, and Issei each revealed their sacred gears. Saji summoned a dragon head on his left hand, Kiba created a sword, and Issei displayed a striking red dragon gauntlet adorned with green gems. The sight of Issei's gauntlet sparked curiosity in Wyan, who inquired about the timeline of its awakening. Issei mentioned that he had awakened it about 5 days prior, prompting Wyan to share a significant piece of information regarding the legendary heavenly dragons. As Wyan explained the lore, they mentioned that those who wielded the heavenly dragons would become rivals. Rias and Sona listened intently, and Rias questioned the relevance of this information to her pawn. Standing up, Wyan prepared to reveal their own secret. With a dramatic flourish, Wyan summoned their own sacred gear, divine dividing, unfurling magnificent wings that captivated the attention of everyone present. Issei looked on with a mix of envy and admiration, while Rias regarded Wyan as a potential solution to her concerns. With a confident declaration, Wyan stated that from that moment on, they and Issei would be rivals, as both possessed sacred gears linked to rival heavenly dragons. The room fell silent as Issei's expression shifted to one of shock, and Rias and Asia shared his concern. The others appeared indifferent, while Kaneko wore a faint smile. Issei lamented that he had yet to fulfill his dream of becoming a HRM king, to which Wyan suggested he either pursue it quickly or abandon the idea altogether. Suddenly, Wyan's wings glowed, and Albion, the voice of the white dragon, spoke up, confirming the destined rivalry. Draig, the voice of the red dragon, acknowledged Albion's presence and noted the urgency of their situation. Albion remarked on the need for Issei to undergo intense training, as he had awakened Draig 12 years prior and preferred not to fight weak opponents. The gravity of this revelation caused concern among the group, as they realized the potential power Wyan had achieved since awakening their gear. Albion advised Draig to train Issei and strengthen him for the challenges ahead. After the exchange, Wyan's wings vanished, along with Issei's gauntlet, leaving a lingering sense of destiny in the air. Wyan expressed their hope that everyone understood the implications of their fate and promised to see them the next day. As Wyan approached the door, Rias called out, asking if they would consider joining her or Sona's peerage. Wyan found the offer intriguing but ultimately declined, expressing a preference for fighting independently and the need to understand them better before committing to any alliances. With that, Wyan exited, hoping that nothing chaotic would unfold in their absence. After Wyan left the clubroom, a heavy silence fell over the remaining members. They were all processing the shocking news about the new student, Wyan Whitestone, who was revealed to be a Sparda, a powerful demon capable of subduing the original Satan. He also possessed divine dividing, the rival sacred gear to Issei's boosted gear. Issei, in particular, was taken aback. He had thought the fallen angels were a significant threat, but now he had to contend with a rival who might one day become his enemy in a life-or-death battle. Rias, still in shock, needed a moment to think about their next steps. Akino, with a mischievous glint in her eye, expressed her longing to have her own fun with Wyan before any decisions were made, which caused the others to take a few steps back from her. Sona, ever the voice of reason, pointed out that Wyan did not seem to harbor any ulterior motives, so they should leave him be as long as he posed no harm to them or anyone else. Rias agreed, suggesting they return to their contracts for the time being. With that, Sona and her council departed, and Rias's peerage went off to fulfill their obligations, leaving Rias deep in thought about how to approach Wyan after he had rejected her offer. Meanwhile, Wyan returned home to a warm welcome. Kuroka greeted him with her usual tackle hug, while Pyrrha offered a gentler embrace, her cheeks flushed, and Lu Fei bounced with energy. After a brief exchange about his first day, Wyan excused himself to his room, feeling frustrated. He lay on his bed, reflecting on his encounter with Issei, whom he found to be a disappointing rival. Issei was more focused on his dreams of being a HRM king than on the serious battles ahead. Albion, his partner, echoed his sentiments, lamenting the lack of a worthy opponent. As Wyan contemplated their next move, he realized they could leverage Issei's connection to Rias Gremory to clear Kuroka's name and allow her to live peacefully with her sister. At dinner that evening, he gathered everyone around the table, preparing to share the news about his encounter with Issei. The atmosphere shifted as he revealed that he had met the Red Dragon Emperor, prompting wide-eyed reactions from his friends. When he described Issei's obsession with frivolous pursuits, everyone was taken aback, and Pyrrha questioned whether he was truly that bad. Wine confirmed that Issei's recent awakening of boosted gear only added to his frustration, as he had worked hard to develop his own powers. Kuroka was particularly interested to learn that Chiron was also part of Rias's peerage, her expression shifting from shock to relief at the thought of her sister's safety. After sharing the news, Wine encouraged everyone to eat, and the conversation shifted to lighter topics. As weeks passed, Wine adjusted to his new environment, interacting with both the student council and the occult research club. Sona was often busy, leaving little time for conversation, while Rias persistently tried to convince him to join her peerage despite his initial refusal. Akino's flirtatious demeanor reminded him of Kuroka, as she often leaned in close, creating an atmosphere that was both familiar and distracting. Kaneko, on the other hand, was quiet and reserved, mostly keeping to herself and her snacks, while Kiba, with his knightly charm, was a gentleman in every sense. During a sparring match, Wine discovered that Kiba, while skilled, was not on the same level as Arthur. Asia, sweet and shy, began to open up to him, and Wine hoped that she would find someone special in the future, especially once he dealt with Issei. The ongoing antics of Issei and his friends, known as the perverted trio, often left Wine shaking his head in disbelief. Despite the rivalry between the student council and the occult research club for familiars, life had settled into a routine. One day, Wine found himself summoned by Rias, curious about why she wanted to speak with him, especially since he was not a member of her club. Kiba informed him that someone wished to talk to him, leaving Wine intrigued and slightly apprehensive about what was to come. Something had been off with Gremory for the past week. As they approached the building, a strong presence was felt inside, and it was clear that they were not alone in this sensation. Upon entering, they found Rias, Akino, and a new figure who appeared to be a maid. Rias acknowledged the group's arrival, and the maid introduced herself as Graphia Lucifuge, expressing her pleasure in meeting the descendant of Sparda. The protagonist, preferring a more casual approach, requested to be called by their name instead of the formal title. Graphia then suggested that Rias should share her predicament, but Rias shook her head, indicating that she was not ready to discuss it. The atmosphere grew tense as Graphia began to reveal the truth, but before she could finish, a magic circle appeared on the floor, summoning a man with a smug demeanor. The man, identifying himself as Riser, casually approached Rias, grabbing her arm without concern. The annoyance on Rias's face hinted that the situation was about to escalate. In the ORC clubroom, Rias struggled against Riser, demanding he release her. Issei, feeling protective of Rias, expressed his discontent with Riser's behavior, identifying himself as Rias Gremory's pawn. Riser, however, seemed unimpressed and returned his attention to Rias, which only fueled Issei's frustration. Graphia, the queen of Rias, explained Riser's identity as a pureblood devil and heir to the Phoenix household, revealing that he was also engaged to Rias. Issei was taken aback by this revelation, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Akino served tea to Rias and Riser, who was behaving inappropriately. Riser complimented Akino's tea, but his gaze lingered on her, prompting Rias to stand up and firmly reject the engagement. Riser dismissed her feelings, stating that the situation was serious due to the dwindling number of pureblood devils after the last war. He insisted that her family supported the engagement, but Rias asserted her right to choose her own partner. Riser, unwilling to let go of the engagement, threatened to force Rias back to the underworld, flames erupting around him to emphasize his point. Rias was furious, but before tensions escalated further, a powerful pressure filled the room, extinguishing the flames and shocking everyone present. This pressure was directed at Riser, who was taken aback by the challenge posed by Wine, a member of Rias's peerage. Graphia intervened, warning both Riser and Wine to cease hostilities as she was there on orders from Surzex. Riser, recognizing Graphia's authority, backed down, while Wine also showed respect for her position. Graphia explained that both household heads had anticipated this conflict and agreed on a last resort, a rating game. Rias was frustrated that her personal life was being dictated by others, but she resolved to accept the challenge. Riser smirked at Rias's determination, confident in his experience with rating games. He pointed out that Rias had never participated in one and questioned her ability to compete against him. Rias, motivated by her longing for freedom, insisted she would defeat him. Riser then revealed his peerage, summoning a group of powerful women to intimidate Rias and her team. As Riser's peerage appeared, Wyan couldn't help but feel exasperated by Riser's arrogance and the quality of his companions. Issei, overwhelmed by the presence of so many appealing women, was on the verge of tears. Riser, confused by Issei's reaction, dismissed it as typical admiration from lower-class devils. Riser called forth Yubaluna, one of his peerage members, to showcase their bond, but the display was met with disgust from Rias and her team. Yn interjected with a sharp comment, suggesting Riser should find a more suitable partner. Riser, enraged by the insult, demanded that one of his peerage members teach Y a lesson. Mira, a young girl from Riser's peerage, charged at Yn with her staff. However, Yn was prepared and swiftly teleported behind her, effortlessly subduing her. With a confident demeanor, he challenged Riser, signaling that he would not back down easily. She was just one of his pawns and the weakest of them all. Riser turned to Rias with a smile, suggesting they make their upcoming game more interesting. He offered her and her peerage 10 days to prepare before the match. Rias questioned whether he was giving her a handicap, to which Riser explained that he believed she might find it beneficial. He pointed out that many high-class devils had potential but lost because they could not utilize their servants' powers effectively. He hoped that the extra time would prevent her from making the same mistakes. As Riser addressed Yn, he expressed that they should consider themselves fortunate, as he would have eliminated them instantly if they were one of Rias' servants. Yn chose to ignore him, not even glancing in his direction as Riser and his peerage departed through a magic circle. Graphia approached Yn, informing them that she would notify the household of Rias' decision. Yn felt relieved that the encounter was over. Graphia, the queen of Surzex, then invited Yn to accompany her as Surzex wished to meet them in person. This was an unexpected opportunity to clear Kuroka's name, and Yn agreed to go without hesitation. In the underworld at Gremory Castle, the light faded, revealing a well-appointed office where a man resembling an older version of Rias sat at a desk, adorned in striking armor. Recognizing him as Surzex, Yn felt a mix of anticipation and curiosity as he stood and approached. Surzex greeted Yn warmly, expressing his eagerness to meet them. He introduced himself as Surzex Lucifer and extended his hand for a shake, which Yn accepted, introducing themselves as well. Surzex then invited Yn to sit, indicating he had something important to discuss. As they settled into their seats, Graphia stood by Surzex, embodying loyalty. Surzex began by asking if Yn was aware of the situation between Rias and Riser. Yn confirmed their presence during the incident, and Graphia added that both heirs had agreed to a rating game within 10 days. Surzex then proposed that Yn train Rias and her peerage for the upcoming match. Surprised by the request, Yn inquired why they were chosen for this task. Surzex explained that he believed the training of a Sparda could significantly benefit anyone, including his sister. Yn considered this, realizing the implications of their identity as the Vanishing Dragon, and decided to negotiate terms. They presented two conditions. First, they wanted to bring their team along to assist in training Rias' peerage, which Surzex readily accepted, promising to have Graphia pick them up at 7 a.m. The second condition involved securing a full criminal clearance for a teammate, Kuroka too. Upon hearing Kuroka's name, both Surzex and Graphia looked at Yn in disbelief. Surzex explained that Kuroka was wanted for the murder of her previous MSTR due to her obsession with power. Anticipating this response, Yn produced a notebook belonging to Kuroka's former MSTR, which they had retrieved from a destroyed lab while searching for evidence to clear her name. They placed the notebook on Surzek's desk and urged him to read it. As Surzek flipped through the pages, Grafia read along, both intrigued by the contents. After a few minutes, Surzek set the notebook down, his expression indicating that he had been mistaken about Kuroka. He thanked Wyan for revealing information he should have investigated long ago and agreed to remove Kuroka from the category of stray devils. Grateful, Wyan requested a note from Surzek to inform Rias about Kuroka's situation. Surzek complied, writing a note and sealing it with his unique insignia to ensure its authenticity. Yn accepted the envelope, placing it in their jacket pocket alongside the notebook for later. Grafia then offered to teleport back, which they accepted. A magic circle appeared beneath them, and in an instant, they were transported to the front gates of Kuo Academy. The light faded, and found themselves alone, relieved that no one was around to witness their arrival. However, they realized they were late for dinner. As walked home, thoughts of how to train Rias and her peerage filled their mind. They considered having their team spar against Rias' group to identify weaknesses. Upon reaching home, opened the door to find Kuroka waiting, her expression filled with concern as she hugged them tightly. Kuroka, visibly upset, expressed her fears of being taken away. Comforted her, revealing the great news they had received from Surzek. Kuroka's eyes widened in disbelief as explained that Surzek would be removing her from the SS class stray devil title. Overjoyed, Kuroka embraced Figan, her excitement overwhelming. As she nuzzled against their team arrived, curious about the commotion. Arthur inquired about the screams, and reassured him that nothing was wrong, while secretly enjoying the moment with Kuroka. The news had just been shared that Kuroka was no longer considered a stray devil, and she was now free. Arthur expressed his delight at the announcement, while Lu Fei felt relieved for Kuroka. Biko suggested that this called for a celebration, and Pira agreed, finding the idea lovely. As the dinner party continued, the atmosphere was filled with cheerful chatter until sought everyone's attention. Once silence fell, explained that Rias Gremory, the king of their rival, was in a difficult situation. She was facing an arranged marriage and wanted to escape it. With only 10 days to prepare for a raiding game against her fiancé, Riser Phoenix, and the team were tasked with training her and her peerage. Grafia, Surzek's queen, would arrive at 7 a.m. to transport them to their training location, and instructed everyone to pack accordingly. When Lu Fei questioned the decision, explained that they needed to ensure Rias survived the encounter, as only wanted to be the one to defeat Riser. After addressing a couple more questions, encouraged everyone to return to the festivities. The next morning, woke up feeling the effects of the previous night's celebration. Glancing at the clock, noted it was nearly time to meet Grafia. Stepping out of the room, was surprised to find the dining area spotless, as if the party had never occurred. With Arthur's penchant for cleanliness, it was no surprise, but had to prepare for the day ahead. As the clock struck 7 a.m., and the team gathered at the gates of Kuo, waiting for their ride. Each member had suitcases at their sides, and carried all their devil arms. While most wore serious expressions, Pira was noticeably anxious. To comfort her, offered a supportive hug, which elicited a shy response from her. At that moment, a magic circle appeared, and Grafia stepped through. She introduced herself and encouraged everyone to settle in before Rias and her peerage arrived. After a brief exchange of names, Grafia teleported away, leaving to direct the team to prepare for their guests. An hour later, Rias and her peerage were on their way to the countryside estate. Rias was accompanied by her queen, Aquino, and Bishop, Asia. Kiba had found some herbs for dinner, while Issei struggled under the weight of his bag. Rias hoped that had not caused any trouble for her brother, knowing that Ys presence could be both a blessing and a curse. As they approached the estate, They were taken aback to find 6 individuals waiting for them, including Wine, with a guitar case. Among the newcomers was a young man in ornamental armor, a gentleman in a suit, a girl in a sorceress outfit, a woman in personalized Greek armor, and Kuroka. Rias was shocked to see Kuroka, but Wine assured her that Kuroka was no longer a stray devil and handed Rias a letter from her brother to confirm the news. As Rias read the letter, Wine noticed Issei staring at Kuroka and Pira, prompting Wine to intervene playfully. Returning to the group, Wine observed Kaniko's hostile gaze toward her sister, hoping for a resolution. Once Rias finished reading, she turned to Wine with curiosity about their purpose there. Wine explained that Rias' brother had requested Wine to train her and her peerage and introduce the team members, starting with Biko and then Arthur Pendragon. With the introductions made, the group prepared to embark on their training journey, united in their goal to help Rias overcome the challenges ahead. Arthur greeted the group with a nod. Next to him stood his younger sister, Lefay Pendragon, who offered a simple hello. The striking red-haired warrior, Pira Nikos, blushed slightly as she introduced herself. The last member of the group was Kuroka Tuju, Kaniko's older sister, who greeted everyone with a playful tone. Issei and Asia's eyes widened in surprise at the revelation of Kuroka's identity. Kaniko, however, remained reserved, explaining that she had never wanted to discuss her sister. The introductions continued, and Wine prompted Rias Gremory to introduce her team in return. Rias introduced herself as the heiress to the Gremory household, followed by her queen, Akino Himejima, her knight, Kiba Yudo, her rook, Kaniko Tuju, and her bishop, Asia Argento. Issei attempted to introduce himself as well, but Wine swiftly interrupted him, delivering a light slap that sent him to the floor. Wine dismissed Issei's complaint about the slap, insisting that it was a waste of time. After instructing everyone to change into their training outfits and meet outside, the group headed upstairs while Wine and his team made their way to the back of the building. Wine carried a guitar case containing his weapon, Rebellion, and explained that the upcoming spar was meant to assess their strengths and weaknesses. He assigned matchups: Biko against Akino, Arthur against Kiba, Kuroka against Kaniko, Lefay against Asia, Pira against Issei, and Wine against Rias. Everyone nodded in understanding, and soon after, the Gremory peerage arrived in their training outfits. Rias was curious about the next steps, and Wine informed her that they would engage in a sparring match. The reactions from his team were varied. Rias looked skeptical, Akino was excited, Kaniko's eyes widened, Kiba's expression turned serious, and both Issei and Asia appeared frightened. Wine explained that the spar was essential for learning their strengths and weaknesses, emphasizing that Asia would need to participate as well. Rias gathered her team in a huddle to strategize. She advised caution, suggesting they wait for Yn and his team to make the first move before striking. She instructed Asia to stay close to her. Once they lined up against their opponents, Yn and his team mirrored their stance. As the match began, Rias felt herself being thrown away from Asia, surprised byYn's speed. She quickly regained her footing and fired her pot at him, only to find it blocked by his sword. Despite her attempts to fire multiple blasts, Wine casually deflected them while advancing toward her. Rias was soon launched into the air, with Wine following closely behind, slashing at her and tearing her clothing. He delivered a powerful kick that sent her crashing to the ground. As she struggled to rise, she noted Wyne's calm demeanor, with Rebellion resting on his shoulder, seemingly unfazed. Before she could react, he vanished and reappeared, delivering more slashes that left her vulnerable. She felt the tip of Rebellion dangerously close to her skin, coated in a white energy before being blasted away toward her teammates. Meanwhile, Biko faced Akino, teleporting in front of her and delivering a series of strikes that left her momentarily stunned. To his surprise, Akino responded not with discomfort but with delight, suggesting she might return the favor. As she launched a lightning attack, Biko countered effortlessly, spinning his staff to deflect her assault. Akino was taken aback by his skill, But Biko seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of strikes, overwhelming her. In another match, Kiba confronted Arthur, recalling the painful memories of the Holy Sword Project and his fallen comrades. Fueled by rage, he summoned his Holy Eraser and channeled his anger into his attacks. However, his increased power came at the cost of finesse, making him predictable. Arthur easily blocked Kiba's strikes, and they found themselves locked in a deadlock of blades. Kiba fought fiercely, driven by vengeance, while Arthur maintained a calm demeanor. As the two swordsmen clashed, they exchanged blows at incredible speeds, each determined to emerge victorious. To the observers, the outcome seemed uncertain, but one of the swordsmen felt that the battle's result had already been decided. During the clash, Kiba charged at Arthur, who anticipated the move and ducked under the attack. Arthur then executed an upward sword strike, cutting across Kiba's chest towards his left shoulder. The blow knocked Kiba away, causing him to land on his back in pain. Kaneko, harboring deep resentment towards her older sister Kuroka, rushed forward with determination. Kuroka retaliated by firing energy blasts, forcing Kaneko to dodge. Despite her efforts, some blasts grazed her skin, though she remained unaware due to her defensive capabilities. When Kaneko finally reached Kuroka, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. However, the strength behind her attacks came at the cost of speed, making them predictable. Kuroka easily dodged the strikes and, after a moment, leaped away. She observed her younger sister breathing and glaring at her. Kuroka expressed her hope that Kaneko would give her a chance to explain herself, but Kaneko remained firm in her feelings of hatred. The exchange nearly shattered Kuroka's heart. After the brief conversation, Kuroka resumed her assault, forcing Kaneko to dodge more slowly due to exhaustion, resulting in more hits landing. Eventually, Kaneko was launched into the air, where 3 dark yellow magic circles formed beneath her and charged up. They unleashed powerful blasts that struck Kaneko midair, sending her crashing to the ground, bruised and unable to rise. Meanwhile, Asia, the inexperienced bishop, found herself fleeing from Lu Fei, who fired energy beams to block any escape routes. Asia attempted to evade the attacks but was caught off guard and sustained some bruises. Lu Fei, noticing Asia's beauty, complimented her, which caused Asia to blush deeply. The sorceress expressed her longing to be friends, and Asia happily agreed. However, Lu Fei soon resumed her attacks, forcing Asia to run for her life. As Asia was surrounded by glowing magic circles, she shielded her eyes from the brightness but soon felt exhausted. When the glow subsided, she fell to her hands and knees, breathing heavily. Lu Fei revealed that she had used a new technique but kept its effects a secret. Asia, curious and fatigued, accepted Lu Fei's offer to rest her head on the sorceress's lap. As she did so, Asia shared that her sacred gear, Twilight Healing, allowed her to heal anyone, including angels, fallen angels, and devils. Lu Fei was impressed by Asia's abilities. In another part of the arena, Issei was distracted by Pyrrha's presence, failing to notice a shield flying toward him until it struck his face, knocking him down. As he sat up, he saw Pyrrha charging at him. In response, he activated his boosted gear and attempted to punch her, but instead of being sent flying, she was merely knocked back a few feet, leaving him astonished. Pyrrha explained that she was human but possessed something special. Issei, undeterred, declared his intention to defeat her and add her to his HRM, dreaming of becoming the HRM king. Unfazed by his declaration, Pyrrha transformed her short sword into a rifle and began shooting. Issei barely managed to dodge the bullets, which grazed his arms and legs, causing him intense pain. Pyrrha then switched her weapon to a javelin and launched it while pulling the trigger, increasing its speed. The javelin snagged Issei by the shirt and propelled him into a tree, where he hit his head hard and lost consciousness. Observing the matches, the protagonist noted that his own fight against Rias had concluded, and he found the scene with Lu Fei and Asia quite endearing. He also saw Pyrrha dragging his unconscious rival away, realizing that he would need time to adjust to the dynamics of the situation. He decided it was time to address the flaws in their training. He called out to Kuroka and Lu Fei, asking them to heal Rias's peerage so they would be in top shape for their training. Kuroka and Lu Fei agreed, with Lu Fei reluctantly moving Asia off her lap to assist. After the healing process, the protagonist gathered his team and informed Rias that they would discuss her peerage's skills and areas for improvement. As Rias walked away to check on her team, he turned to his own. His team shared their observations from the fights. Biko noted that the Thunder Priestess seemed to enjoy both inflicting and receiving pain, relying heavily on magic rather than hand-to-hand combat. Arthur pointed out that Kiba was driven by rage, seeking to destroy all holy swords for reasons unknown. While Kiba excelled in swordsmanship and speed, he lacked the endurance to withstand hits. Kuroka mentioned that while Chiron still resented her, she had been given a chance to explain herself. Kaneko had strong defenses but struggled with speed, making her vulnerable to ranged attacks. Lu Fei remarked that Asia was not a fighter and had spent the entire spar running away, revealing her identity as a healer with the sacred gear Twilight Healing. The protagonist was surprised that Asia had not mentioned her sacred gear before, prompting him to consider whether she trusted him enough. Pyrrha concluded that Issei was blinded by his selfish dreams, lacking combat experience and easily distracted by his perverted nature. With this new information, the protagonists summarized their findings. Rias and Aquino relied heavily on their powers rather than hand-to-hand combat. Kiba had high speed but low defenses, Kaneko had strong defenses but low speed, Asia had healing abilities, and Issei struggled overall. The training regime was now clear. The plan was set: Rias would undergo physical combat training with Y, while Aquino would be trained by Biko. Kiba would focus on building resilience with Kuroka, and Arthur would work with Kaneko to improve her reaction time. Lu Fei was assigned to teach Asia how to create defensive spells and enhance her healing speed, while Pyrrha would help Issei refine his fighting skills. With everyone in agreement, they returned to the Grimoire to share the training plan. As Rias approached her servants, she noticed that some of them appeared to be in rough shape. Concerned, she asked if everyone was all right. Aquino responded in her usual playful manner, expressing a longing to endure pain longer. Kiba assured her he was fine, and Kaneko echoed the sentiment with a simple affirmation. Asia confirmed her well-being, and Issei mentioned that aside from a hard hit to his head, he was okay. Rias felt relieved that her pawn was unscathed, but she was eager to learn more about their experiences. Curious about their training, Rias inquired about what they had learned. Aquino reported that Biko had been able to block her attacks and hit with considerable force. This revelation impressed Rias, as it indicated that another individual could withstand her powerful strikes. Kiba noted that Arthur's sword was as formidable as the legend suggested, stating that even his holy eraser had no effect on Kalbrand. The thought of YN having a wielder of the legendary Holy King's sword on his team was both intimidating and intriguing. Kaneko remarked on Kuroka's enduring strength, which came as no surprise given her background as a former bishop with dangerous magical powers. Asia mentioned that Lu Fei had been gentle with her attacks, claiming she couldn't harm someone as pretty as her. Rias found this surprising. She had expected Asia to face more intense training but realized that Lu Fei might have been holding back out of respect for her bishop. Issei shared that Pyrrha had managed to remain standing after receiving a boost from him, and he was fascinated by her weapon's ability to transform between a rifle, a short sword, and a spear. The versatility of human-made weapons intrigued Rias further. From the corner of her eye, Rias noticed YN and his team approaching. Once they reached Grimoire, YN addressed everyone, expressing hope that they were all okay and announcing the start of their training. He outlined the plan once more, reiterating the roles each trainer would play. Although the group groaned at the prospect of the upcoming training, a single powerful glare from YN silenced them, and they nodded in understanding. With the plan set in motion, YN instructed everyone to follow their respective trainers as they prepared to begin. Rias stood at the center of her training ground, feeling like the queen of her own world. As the heir to the Grimoire household and wielder of the power of destruction, she believed she could shape her own destiny. However, the reality of her training was far from her lofty expectations. If she had to describe her experience in one word, it would be hell. Her muscles felt as if they were engulfed in flames, a testament to the grueling nature of her training. She had always known that YN was relentless during their sparring sessions, but this was a different level of intensity. Breathing heavily, she struggled to catch her breath, her training outfit in tatters, with rips exposing her skin and one breathed leg completely gone. Looking up, she noticed Wyan, standing nearby, arms crossed and wearing a slightly irritated expression. He had expected her to take the training seriously, viewing it as an opportunity for growth. However, the irritation on her face suggested otherwise. With a commanding tone, he announced that break time was over and they would begin again. Rias grunted in response, raising her fists into a fighting stance. Yn charged at her and she braced herself. She managed to roll out of the way of his aerial axe kick and threw a punch aimed at his head. Yn skillfully spun around her strike and landed a punch to her face. She raised her forearms to block the blow, wincing at the force behind it as she skidded backward but managed to stay on her feet. Ignoring the pain, she focused on him and rushed forward, determined to land a hit. Yet, the agile white-haired demonic dragon sidestepped her attack and countered with a spinning reverse kick that caught her off guard, sending her flying into the air. Recovering mid-flight with her wings, Rias glared at Yn. She began to channel her power of destruction in her right hand, but before she could unleash it, Yn appeared behind her, activating his divine dividing. He grabbed her hand and twisted it behind her back, bringing them both down to the ground, their wings vanishing. He reminded her that magic was off-limits during their training. Rias struggled against his grip, but the more she fought, the more pain surged through her arm. It was astonishing how a simple technique could inflict so much discomfort. When he finally released her, she rubbed her wrist and expressed her frustration. Rias questioned the necessity of close combat training, suggesting they could focus on her power of destruction instead, which she believed was the only weapon capable of defeating Riser. Yn explained that relying too heavily on her powers left her vulnerable to stronger and faster opponents. He posed a question that struck her deeply. If their previous spar had been a real fight, would she have been able to land a killing blow on him? The memory of their last encounter flooded her mind. None of her team had managed to hit Yn or his team, and he had not even used his full abilities. With a shameful look, she shook her head in response to his question. Acknowledging her understanding, Yn asked if she had anything else to say before resuming training. Rias requested a brief reprieve on the 5th day to help coach Asia and Issei in devil magic. Yn agreed, noting that Asia was already training in magic, leaving only Issei in need of instruction. As he reached into his jacket, Rias prepared herself for whatever was to come. However, her expression changed when she saw him pull out a white handgun with the word "Ivory" inscribed on the side. Before she could react, a loud bang echoed through the air, and a bullet whizzed past her head, sending a jolt of fear through her. She was taken aback, questioning his intentions. Yn calmly reassured her that he was not aiming directly at her but was instead trying to make her react faster. He continued firing at her, forcing her to dodge constantly. The bullets suddenly stopped, prompting her to look at him, only to be met with the butt of the gun striking her face. Stumbling back from the blow, she retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks, but he effortlessly evaded her attacks. In a swift counter, he kneed her in the gut, leaving her stunned. As she clutched her abdomen in pain, she looked up just in time to receive a series of rapid strikes. A right hook, a left uppercut, another right hook, and a final left uppercut that sent her crashing to the ground. Rias lay there, gasping for breath, her eyes tightly shut as she struggled to regain her composure. In his thoughts, Yn acknowledged her persistence, noting that if everyone possessed her determination, they might stand a chance in battle. However, he also recognized that everyone had different attitudes and needed to adapt accordingly. After a brief moment, he informed Rias that she would have an hour and a half to rest before continuing their training. Shocked, she questioned why he was allowing her a break. He explained that opponents would not wait for her to recover, they would seize the opportunity to strike. He urged her to rest and prepare, emphasizing that they had only completed the warm-up and that the real training was about to begin. As Rias prepared for the next phase of her training, she steeled herself for the challenges ahead, determined to improve and prove her worth. Akino found herself caught in a whirlwind of emotions during her training session with Biko. While she enjoyed the thrill of combat and the reactions of her opponents, she also felt the sting of frustration. Unlike Rias, who had fewer restrictions in her training, Akino was bound by magical circles around her wrists, crafted by the Monkey King. These circles prevented her from using her lightning powers, leaving her feeling both angry and somewhat relieved. The chance to embrace a SBMSSV role was new for her, but the pain coursing through her body was undeniable. Her clothes were tattered, her shirt reduced to mere shreds and her breaths transformed into short shorts, her skin marked with bruises and dirt. As Akino engaged in hand-to-hand combat against shadow clones of Biko, she was aware of the limitations placed on these clones, which were designed to be less powerful to avoid serious injury. Despite this, they still delivered painful blows. When the training session abruptly ended, Akino turned to Biko, confused by the sudden halt. Biko explained that they needed to discuss something important. He urged Akino to set aside her sadistic tendencies during the upcoming raiding game, a suggestion that unsettled her deeply. For Akino, her sadism was an integral part of her identity, a source of joy in battle. Biko elaborated on his reasoning, emphasizing that her energy would be better spent aiding allies rather than tormenting defeated foes. He referenced a painful memory from Yn's past, revealing that his father had lost family in a tragic attack. This revelation struck a chord with Akino, who felt a connection to Yn through their shared experiences of loss. She was moved to tears by the story, understanding the weight of losing loved ones and the importance of protecting those who remained. Biko expressed regret for sharing Yn's story, fearing the consequences of revealing such personal information. Akino reassured him that she would keep it to herself and agreed to temper her sadistic nature. With their conversation concluded, Biko summoned astral clones once more, signaling the resumption of their training. Meanwhile, Kiba Yudo was determined to prove himself as the ultimate knight. Armed with the sacred gear sword Br, he had the ability to create an endless array of blades. However, he found himself challenged by Kuroka Tuju, a former SS-class stray devil. Despite his confidence, Kiba struggled against her speed and agility, especially with the magical restraints that limited his own speed. As he fought, Kiba felt the strain on his body. He was breathing heavily, using one of his swords as a crutch to support himself. His clothes were dirted and torn, a testament to the intensity of the training. Kuroka, standing before him with an air of disappointment, questioned his commitment to the knightly code of honor. Kiba affirmed his dedication to sacrificing for his comrades, but Kuroka challenged that notion, demonstrating how real battles often required cunning and trickery. With a wave of her hand, Kuroka summoned a magic circle behind Kiba, catching him off guard with a sudden blast that sent him to his knees. Frustrated by the unexpected attack, Kiba glared at her, realizing that the harsh lessons of training were meant to prepare him for the unpredictable nature of real combat. Kuroka's words lingered in his mind, emphasizing the necessity of adaptability and strategy in the face of adversity. The training session was intense, and the stakes were high. Kiba had come to understand that in combat, opponents would never announce their attacks. It was essential to read their movements, think quickly, and act even faster. This realization had dawned on him after his encounter with Arthur, which opened his eyes to a different reality. While upholding the code of chivalry was noble, he recognized that some would abandon it to secure victory. With a nod of understanding, he decided to pose a question that had lingered in his mind since their first meeting. He inquired about Kuroka, a former SS-class stray devil, and her association with Sparda. Upon hearing his question, Kuroka paused, her magic circle dissipating as her mood shifted from curiosity to a hint of sadness. Memories of the day she met the devil hunter flooded back, causing her cat ears and tail to droop. Kiba instantly regretted his words, wishing he could take them back. Kuroka, however, reassured him that it was all right to ask. She recounted her past, explaining that 4 years ago, as a stray devil, she had been hunted by those who wished her harm. Just when she thought her time was up, Yn had appeared, defeating her attackers and saving her life. He had looked past her troubled history, treating her as a normal person and sharing his own truth as the White Dragon Emperor. He had offered her a home and a purpose, and for that, she felt an immense debt of gratitude. Kiba listened intently, filled with awe. He had heard tales of Sparda's legendary status from Bucho, and now, witnessing the current Sparda's commitment to protecting humanity deepened his respect for YN. He expressed his gratitude to Kuroka for sharing her story, even though it was difficult for her. With a light-hearted response, she suggested they return to training, reminding him of their goal to prepare for the upcoming raiding game. With renewed determination, Kiba hefted his blade and charged at Kuroka, resolved to protect the innocent just as Sparda had done in the past. Meanwhile, Kaneko Tuju found herself enveloped in darkness, unable to see anything around her. This was part of Arthur Pendragon's training regimen, designed to enhance her reaction time and combat skills. As a descendant of the legendary King Arthur, Arthur wielded the Holy King Sword Kalbrand, but during training he opted for a wooden bakken to avoid the severe effects of holy items on devils. Kaneko wore a blndfld and heavy weights on her limbs, which restricted her movements. Despite the challenges, she wore her battle scars with pride. While others in her group had torn uniforms, Kaneko only had minor rips and a few bruises. Arthur observed her training closely, noting that she seemed sluggish in her movements. He suspected her mind might be preoccupied with thoughts of Kuroka. As Kaneko stood in a fighting stance, she sensed something was amiss when no attack came. Lifting her blndfld, she saw Arthur lost in thought. Curious about his contemplation, she inquired if something was wrong. Arthur reminded her that focusing on her sister would only distract her from the training and the potential dangers around her. He urged her to prove her determination not to be part of the Phoenix household by staying focused. Kaneko nodded and resumed her stance, putting the blndfld back on. However, her thoughts wandered again, questioning what she would expect from her sister. Suddenly, a blow struck her shoulder, snapping her back to reality. Arthur reminded her to remain vigilant and sense any disturbances. She resolved to set aside her family concerns for now, focusing instead on her training and the challenges ahead. In another part of the training grounds, Asia Argento, a girl with a pure heart and a former church nun, was grappling with her new identity as a devil. Despite her transformation, she continued to pray, grateful for her first friend, Issei, who had been there for her. However, she was increasingly worried about him. Rias had informed her that when two individuals possessed boosted gear and divine dividing, they were destined to clash, and she feared for Issei's safety. Determined to protect him, Asia was learning to create a barrier to shield herself and those behind her. Her teacher, Le Fay Pendragon, the little sister of Arthur and a descendant of Morgan Le Fay, guided her through the process. Asia felt a sense of awe as she learned about Lu Fei's legendary heritage, which inspired her to exercise her own abilities for the sake of her friends. The bishop admired Lu Fei's calm demeanor, even though she bore a significant burden. Not only was her brother a descendant of King Arthur, wielding the Holy King Sword Kalbrand, but they also shared a unique connection with the Sparda descendant, known as YN. In contrast, Asia struggled to maintain her focus as she concentrated on blocking an attack from Lu Fei. She poured all her energy into her barrier, and after a moment, she felt the attack dissipate, causing her to collapse onto her hands and knees, utterly exhausted. Lu Fei, on the ball of her feet, rocked back and forth, looking at Asia with a pleasant smile. Lu Fei acknowledged Asia's progress in defensive magic, expressing her surprise at how well Asia had excelled. Asia, breathing heavily, thanked her for the compliment. Recognizing Asia's efforts, Lu Fei granted her a well-deserved 45-minute break. Grateful for the kindness, Asia lay back on the grass, closing her eyes and gasping for air. Meanwhile, Lu Fei reclined with her hands behind her head, admiring the azure sky, her hat resting beside her. After a brief recovery, Asia turned to Lu Fei, curious about someone the sorceress was working with. She asked about the reason behind Lu Fei and her brother living with YN. Intrigued by the dynamic of two powerful descendants cohabiting with the White Dragon Emperor, Asia listened intently as Lu Fei explained that YN had defeated her brother in combat. This revelation surprised Asia, who wondered just how strong Y truly was. Lu Fei reassured her that Wine would only grow stronger in the future. Asia inquired if Lu Fei had feared for her brother's life during the fight. Lu Fei admitted that she had some concerns, but Arthur had reassured her of his safety. After his defeat, Wine had helped Arthur to Kuroka and healed him. Following this, they had all gone to Devil May Cry, the family business run by Wine, where they began hunting demons together. Lu Fei shared how, during Arthur's absence, either Kuroka or Wine would keep her company, taking her out to eat, watching movies with her, helping her with magic, and comforting her when she felt sad. They had become like the siblings she had never had, and she felt immense gratitude for their presence in her life. As Lu Fei spoke, Asia noticed the sadness in her own heart, tears welling in her eyes. An orphan herself, Asia had been found by the church and had come to see them as family until she joined Rias Peerage, which had become another family to her. Recognizing their shared experiences, Asia scooted closer to Lu Fei and embraced her, surprising the sorceress. Asia expressed her happiness for Lu Fei's newfound family, sharing her own feelings of loneliness before joining Rias Peerage. Lu Fei then extended an invitation for Asia to become part of the Devil May Cry family, suggesting that it would give her an even larger family with both Rias Peerage and Wine's team combined. Overjoyed by the prospect, Asia thanked Lu Fei, who felt glad to see her friend so happy. The two girls continued to relax on the grass, with Lu Fei nestled in Asia's embrace, enjoying the remainder of their break. Meanwhile, Issei Hayadu had always dreamed of becoming the HRM king since hitting PBR2Y. Along with two friends who shared the same ambition, they formed a pact to support each other in achieving their dreams. After being turned into a devil by Rias and awakening a powerful sacred gear, he felt he was one step closer to his goal. However, the arrival of Sparda, the White Dragon Emperor and his rival, filled him with doubt about whether he would ever achieve his dream. While Issei had recently awakened boosted gear against fallen angels, had Mstred Divine dividing years ago, leaving Issei uncertain about his own strength. At that moment, Issei was kneeling in exhaustion, struggling to catch his breath. His muscles burned, and any further movement would bring him pain, all thanks to his trainer, Pyrrha Nikos. Pyrrha couldn't help but feel nostalgic as she observed the exhausted young man. Issei reminded her of John Arc in some ways. Both had been moved into combat without prior experience, but someone had been there to guide them. However, while John was innocent, Issei often let his desires overshadow his focus. As Issei attempted to rise, he saw Pyrrha charging at him with a shield bash. Thanks to a boost from his sacred gear, he managed to dodge the attack. However, as he looked back, he noticed her throwing her shield at him. He ducked instinctively, but that was exactly what Pyrrha had anticipated. With Issei distracted, she swiftly swept his legs from under him and delivered an overhead kick to his stomach. Afterward, she retrieved her shield and backed away to give him space. With a countdown, Pyrrha informed Issei that he had 15 seconds to get to his feet before she would begin firing. Realizing she was serious, Issei struggled to rise, the pain in his stomach making it difficult. Fortunately, his sacred gear provided him with another boost, allowing him to stand, albeit unsteadily. As he heard Pyrrha finish her countdown, he took off running. Pyrrha began firing at him as he fled, directing her shield into the forest while continuing her assault. After a moment, she pulled her shield back toward her, aiming for the running Issei. Fatigued and unable to react properly, Issei was struck on the left side of his head, causing him to fall to the ground, disoriented. Even from a distance, he could hear Pyrrha's laughter, which only added to his embarrassment. After resting for a few seconds, Issei needed 2 more boosts from his gear to get back on his feet. He noticed Pyrrha aiming her weapon at him again and decided to voice a question that had been bothering him since training began. Issei was filled with dread as he contemplated the implications of Pyrrha's weapon. With the assistance of Wine's father, she had managed to enchant her ammunition with a magic rune that allowed it to regenerate instantly. The thought of being relentlessly shot at for an extended PRD made Issei's heart race. His thoughts were interrupted by his partner, Draig, who urged him to flee. As bullets whizzed past him, Issei sprinted away, realizing that the next 10 days would be a grueling challenge. 5 days later, Issei had been granted the opportunity to train with the BGMI peerage in magic. Despite his efforts, he struggled to conjure even a small orb, which resembled the size of a tiny insect. In a sparring match against Kiba and Kaneko, he was swiftly defeated, showcasing just how much he still had to learn. Later, the Devil May Cry team and the BGMI peerage gathered around the dinner table, where a feast prepared by Mr. Pendragon, with help from Asia and Aquino, awaited them. The BGMI peerage was astonished by the exquisite flavors of the meal. Issei exclaimed that it was the best cooking he had ever tasted, and Rias agreed, stating that she had never enjoyed food so much in her life. Kiba praised Mr. Pendragon's culinary skills, while Asia expressed her gratitude for the delicious cuisine. Kaneko simply remarked on the delightful nature of Arthur's cooking. Arthur graciously accepted their compliments, pleased that everyone enjoyed the meal. As they continued to eat in a comfortable atmosphere, Wine decided to share an intriguing observation that would shift the mood. He pointed out the similarities between their groups, noting that both he and Rias were leaders, Aquino and Biko served as second-in-commands, Kiba and Arthur were knights, Kaneko and Kuroka acted as rooks, Lefei and Asia were bishops, and finally, Pyrrha and Issei were the pawns. Pyrrha took no offense at being categorized as a pawn, and the group fell into thoughtful silence as they considered the parallels. After a moment, Wine suggested they continue eating before the food cooled. Once everyone finished their meals, Rias turned to Arthur, expecting him to offer seconds. However, he politely declined, noting the late hour. Rias then announced their next activity. She revealed that it was time for a bath, prompting Issei to express surprise at the existence of a bath in the vicinity. Rias invited him to join, and Wine nearly choked on his drink at the unexpected offer, wondering if the BGMI peerage was truly fulfilling his dreams. Issei was ecstatic at the prospect, but Aquino's preference for Wine to join instead left him feeling dejected. To lighten the mood, Kiba suggested that Issei could join him and the other guys instead. Issei vehemently rejected the idea, insisting that he did not want to join them, finding it unappealing. The situation amused Wine, who found it hilarious that Issei was so close to experiencing his dream, only to be turned down in favor of a more traditional male bonding experience. Just then, Rias turned to Wine and asked if he would like to join them as well. In the aftermath of the previous events, Wine found himself reflecting on an unexpected invitation from Rias to join the ladies in their bath. He had initially thought that Rias had her sights set on her pawn, Issei, and wondered if this invitation was a tactic to lower his guard. However, he sensed no ill intent in her eyes. She genuinely wanted to befriend him. Accepting her invitation could mean stooping to Issei's level, something he was determined to avoid. With a polite refusal, he expressed his appreciation for the offer while standing firm in his decision. His words elicited a dramatic reaction from Issei, who shifted from anger to sadness in an instant, complete with a cartoonish rain cloud hovering above him. Meanwhile, Rias, Aquino, Kuroka, and Pyrrha appeared disappointed by his response, though Kaneko acknowledged him with a nod of gratitude, indicating a shared understanding that perversion should be curbed. As the group prepared to leave, Wine instructed Arthur to ensure Biko made it to the men's area, while Kiba was tasked with the same for Issei. Both knights complied, with Arthur grabbing Biko by the collar of his armor and Kiba doing the same with Issei, who protested in confusion about why he was being singled out. After a brief time skip, Wine found himself in a state of relaxation, the stresses of battling demons and rigorous training melting away in the soothing bath. However, Issei's intense gaze at the wall caught his attention, prompting him to deliver a sharp smack to the back of Issei's head. The response was immediate, with Issei complaining about the unexpected hit. Wine pointed out that Issei's lack of discretion in trying to see the ladies through the wall was the reason for his reprimand. Kiba humorously suggested that Issei seemed ready to get NTMT with the wall. Curious about Issei's motivations, Wine explained that he valued being a gentleman, unlike Issei, who treated women as mere objects. He warned Issei against pursuing Pyrrha, Kuroka, or Lefei, knowing that Biko and Arthur would not take kindly to such advances. As Issei felt the weight of their dark glares, he turned to Wyan, who wore a menacing expression, ready to defend his friends. Suddenly, an explosion shook the area, prompting Wyan to question its source. Kiba speculated that it came from the lady's side, leaving Wyan intrigued about what had transpired. Meanwhile, in the ladies' bath, a lively conversation unfolded among Rias, Akino, and Kuroka, who were enjoying the warm water. They were divided into two groups, with Pira, Lufei, Asia, and Kaneko on the opposite side. Kuroka expressed her delight in the bath, thanking Rias for the experience. Rias acknowledged the importance of taking time to relax. Asia, however, was enviously observing the three girls, wishing for a more pronounced figure to attract Issei's attention. Kaneko, noticing Asia's envy, addressed her feelings directly, prompting Asia to admit her disappointment about not being part of the Big Cup Club. Lu Fei reassured Asia that she was appealing just as she was, causing Asia to blush at the compliment. The conversation shifted to Wyan, with Akino inquiring about him. Kuroka described Wyan as fun to tease, noting his charming blush and well-defined physique. Akino playfully suggested that he might make a good boyfriend for her, but her comment was met with a sudden surge of jealousy from Kuroka, who insisted that Wyan was meant to be hers and that he had promised her a family. The revelation caused a flurry of reactions among the girls. Asia and Pira blushed deeply, while Lu Fei fainted from the overwhelming emotions. Rias found herself daydreaming about a future with Wyan, and Kaneko sank deeper into the water, embarrassed by her sister's bold declaration. Akino, unfazed, continued to tease, suggesting she might also want to share in the future Kuroka envisioned. In a moment of playful rivalry, Kuroka shot a magic bolt past Akino's head, causing an explosion that damaged the wall behind her, further escalating the excitement in the bath. Once again, Akino stood her ground, facing Kuroka with unwavering determination. Tension filled the air as the two sisters of Stockton prepared to unleash their powers, glaring at each other with palpable animosity. Pira, Asia, and Kaneko sensed that the situation was escalating quickly, but fortunately, Rias intervened just in time. She expressed her longing to maintain peace in her vacation home, emphasizing that she did not want to explain any damage to her family. With a firm request, she urged the two to find a way to coexist peacefully. Reluctantly, the sisters exchanged glares before agreeing to Rias's plea. The three girls sighed in relief, grateful that a potential fight had been averted. Asia expressed her relief, while Pira acknowledged the potential destruction that could have occurred. As they settled back into a calmer atmosphere, Asia noticed Kaneko's troubled demeanor and inquired about it. Kaneko revealed her concerns about Kuroka's boldness. The next morning, the group gathered in the living room. While the Occult Research Club occupied a round table, the Devil May Cry team lounged on couches provided by Rias. The heiress took the opportunity to educate Issei and Asia about supernatural history, and they listened intently. After a while, Rias decided to take a break and asked Akino to prepare refreshments. Asia volunteered to assist her, but Rias expressed her interest in learning about Asia's past as a nun. As Akino and Asia left to prepare snacks, Rias turned her attention to the draconic Cambion, who was relaxing with Pira on one side and Kuroka on the other, both girls affectionately hugging his arms. Rias pondered how they had all become so powerful and decided to ask him about it. She inquired about the training regimen that had contributed to their strength, hoping to adopt it for her own peerage. However, as Rias spoke, Wyan sensed a hint of greed in her request and felt disappointed. He understood that it was part of her nature as a devil, but he was unwilling to reveal the existence of his mobile training dimension, knowing it would give her an unfair advantage. A flashback transported Wyan to 2.5 years earlier, before Biko and Pira joined the team. He was relaxing in the DMC store, playing poker with Patty, Lufei, and Arthur while his parents were away on a mission. During the game, Kuroka surprised him by sneaking up and hugging him. She mentioned that she had discovered something during their previous visit to her former MSDR's ruined lab that could help him grow stronger for an upcoming battle against the Red Dragon. Intrigued, Wyan set aside his cards, revealing a winning hand, and expressed his eagerness to see what Kuroka had found. Arthur and Lu Fei, curious as well, joined them. After assuring Patty that they would be back soon, the four of them left the store, making their way to an alley to avoid unwanted attention. Once they were safely out of sight, Kuroka revealed a key she had hidden. She explained that her former MSTR had designed a special training dimension accessible with this key, which could accelerate their training. Demonstrating how to use it, she opened a door to a vast, empty space. As they stepped inside, they were met with a powerful force that pushed them to their knees, except for Wine, who managed to stay upright with some effort. Kuroka warned them about the intense gravity within the dimension, which would remain even as they grew stronger. She assured them that they would eventually adapt. She also explained that the room could simulate various environments for training, and with a simple command, they could engage or disengage the simulation. As Kuroka led them to a wooden door, she revealed a room filled with bunk beds, a kitchen stocked with endless ingredients, and a bathroom equipped with hygiene supplies. The Pendragon siblings and Wine felt a wave of relief wash over them, knowing they would have access to food and cleanliness during their training. Kuroka concluded by mentioning that time flowed differently in this dimension compared to the real world, setting the stage for their intense training ahead. Spending 1 year in that training dimension was equivalent to just 1 hour in the real world. This unique environment prevented aging, ensuring that everyone entered and exited at the same age. Once Kuroka finished her explanation, she observed the reactions of her friends. Lu Fei wore the biggest smile, her eyes wide with excitement. Arthur had a smirk on his face, while Wyan hid his expression behind his hair, making it difficult for Kuroka to gauge his feelings, which concerned her greatly. Kuroka approached Wyan with a hint of worry, asking if he was all right. Before she could get a response, she found herself knocked to the ground by Wyan, who hugged her tightly and nuzzled his cheek against hers. He expressed his gratitude repeatedly, excited about the potential power he could gain, feeling that his rival would seem insignificant in comparison. As he playfully petted Kuroka's cat ears, she blushed and managed to stammer out a shy acknowledgement of his thanks. Later, Wyan decided to keep a secret to himself, which disappointed Rias, who wished he would share it for the benefit of her peerage. Just then, Aquino and Asia returned with tea, and everyone gathered around to listen to Asia. She explained that for the Holy Church, there were 2 essential items an exorcist must always possess. She gestured to a bottle of water and a Bible on another table, lifting the bottle to emphasize that holy water was one of them, warning the devils present never to touch it. When Issei questioned what would happen if they did, Asia ominously stated that something terrible would occur. Rias reminded her that she was now a devil too, but Asia was uncertain about the usefulness of the holy water and promised to teach them how to make it later. She then picked up the Bible, sharing that she had read it since childhood but was currently struggling to read even a single verse without experiencing intense headaches. The group exchanged glances, concerned for her well-being. As night fell, Issei found himself restless in bed, filled with anxiety about failing Rias. Seeking solace, he took a walk to the balcony, hoping the night air would calm his racing thoughts. Upon arriving, he discovered Wyan already there, lost in his own thoughts. Just then, Rias stepped outside, prompting Issei to hide in the shadows. Wyan greeted Rias, who explained she was reviewing a plan of attack. He complimented her reading glasses, and she asked if she could join him. They leaned against the balcony railing, gazing at the night sky. Sensing turmoil within Rias, Wyan inquired about her troubles. Rias sighed and revealed that her peerage was preparing to face the Phoenix peerage, known for their formidable abilities. She explained that Riser, the head of the Phoenix family, was practically indestructible, having a winning record that was artificially inflated due to his respect for certain families. The rating game had allowed the Phoenix family to rise in power, making it seem impossible for her to win. Wyan acknowledged the unfairness of the situation, understanding that even her own family expected her to lose. When he asked her the real reason she opposed the marriage to Riser, Rias took off her glasses, revealing her vulnerability. She expressed her longing to be seen as Rias, an individual, rather than just a member of the Gremory family. She longed for someone who would love her for who she was, not her title. Listening intently, Wyan felt compelled to share his thoughts about her. He described her as a person who fiercely protects those she cares about, someone who perseveres until the end, and a kind-hearted individual who welcomes others into her family. He emphasized that her worth was defined by her actions, not her last name. Rias was taken aback by his heartfelt words, feeling a rush of emotions as her heart raced and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Noticing her reaction, Wyan asked if she was okay, to which she assured him she was. Rias felt a wave of relief wash over her as she expressed her gratitude. She walked up to the draconic Cambion and embraced him warmly. However, for Issei, the moment took a different turn. Rias wrapped her arms around Wyan's neck, sharing a kiss that shattered Issei's heart. Unable to bear the pain, he retreated to his room, where he collapsed onto his bed, burying his face in a pillow to muffle his sobs. He questioned why Rias had chosen someone else over him, feeling overwhelmed by despair. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and he cried himself to sleep. Meanwhile, Kaneko made her way to Kuroka's room, determined to seek answers about their past. She had promised herself that she would confront her older sister about the lingering questions in her mind. Upon arriving, she knocked on the door and waited. Kuroka opened the door, dressed in pajamas, clearly ready for bed. Surprised to see Kaneko, she inquired if there was something she needed. Kaneko hesitated before expressing her longing to talk. Kuroka paused, sensing the weight of the conversation ahead, and invited her sister inside. She brought a chair for Kaneko and settled on the bed. An awkward silence enveloped them until Kuroka finally broke it, asking what Kaneko wanted to discuss. Kaneko's voice was steady but filled with urgency as she asked about the day Kuroka had killed their former emporer. Kuroka had not anticipated this question, believing Kaneko would wait until after the raiding game to bring it up. The younger sister's curiosity was unexpected. Kuroka took a deep breath, recalling the painful memories. She explained that their MSTR had been obsessed with becoming the strongest devil and had resorted to experimenting on his peerage to accelerate their power growth. Tragically, most of his peerage had perished, and Kuroka had been the only one spared. When she overheard him planning to experiment on Kaneko next, she had acted to protect her sister, not out of selfishness or power, but out of love. She hoped Kaneko would understand her actions. After 10 days of intense training, the day of the raiding game arrived. Issei sat on his bed, anxiety coursing through him. He feared failing Rias and letting the ORC down, but he also felt a burning longing to confront Riser. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Asia entered, dressed in her old nun attire, which surprised Issei. She explained that she wanted to wear something comfortable for the game and asked if she could stay with him. Issei welcomed her, and she settled beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. The warmth of the moment caused Issei to blush, and they enjoyed a peaceful silence together until Asia broke it with a heartfelt request. She asked him to promise to stay with her forever and always look after her. Caught off guard, Issei understood the weight of her words. He vowed to defeat Sparda, not just to regain Rias' affection but to ensure he could be there for Asia. Just then, a red magic circle appeared in the center of his room, bearing the Gremory insignia. Issei urged Asia to prepare as it was time to go. In the ORC clubroom, everyone gathered, dressed for the occasion. The DMC crew wore their usual attire, while the ORC members donned their school uniforms, except for Aquino, who wore a red and white shrine maiden outfit. Pyrrha and Biko were catching up on some rest, with Pyrrha resting her head on Wyan's shoulder while he watched an anime on his phone. He found humor in the irony of being the strongest yet lacking popularity. Arthur and Kiba were meditating, with Kiba practicing to relieve his tension. Kaneko sat on Kuroka's lap, reading a martial arts handbook, while Lu Fei enjoyed one of Kaneko's sweets after using her charm to persuade the young Nikomata. Rias thanked everyone for coming and expressed her gratitude to Wyan and his team for their training. Wyan responded that they needed to put Riser in his place. Just then, Sona and her queen Tsubaki entered the room. Their usual stern expressions were tinged with anxiety as they noticed Kuroka. Sona questioned Rias about Kuroka's presence, to which Wyan clarified that Kuroka was no longer a stray devil, having been relieved of that title by Rias' brother. Sona acknowledged this and inquired about the others present. YN introduced his team, explaining who each member was. Sona then expressed her support for Rias, wishing her good luck against Riser. Rias appreciated the encouragement, feeling bolstered by the presence of her friends and allies as they prepared for the challenges ahead. Sona mentioned that she and Tsubaki would be watching the upcoming match. Before any further conversation could take place, the magic circle in the center of the room illuminated and activated, awakening the Monkey King. The draconic Cambion promptly shook Pyrrha awake, and soon after, Grafia emerged from the circle. Grafia announced that it was time for the raiding game to begin. She informed everyone that, in addition to the elder members of each household, Nestor Surzex would also be observing the match. Rias acknowledged that her brother would be watching the battle. Once everyone completed their preparations, the Occult Research Club stepped onto the glowing magic circle on the floor. A bright light enveloped them, temporarily blinding the onlookers. When the light faded, the ORC had vanished. Grafia then called for Mr. Sparda and his team to step onto the magic circle, which would transport them to the observation room where Emistar Surzex and the other great Satans were located. Wine agreed, leading his team forward. Sona requested a moment to speak with Wine after the raiding game concluded, to which he readily agreed. The DMC crew stepped onto the magic circle, and once again, a bright light surrounded them before fading away, revealing a room with a glass window and 10 thrones facing it. 5 of the thrones were elevated higher than the others. Surzex waved over, accompanied by 3 others. One was a man with green hair styled similarly to Y.'s late uncle, another had a completely shaven head, and a young girl bore a resemblance to Sona, suggesting a familial connection. Surzex expressed his pleasure at Y's arrival and introduced him to the other great Satans. The bald man introduced himself as Falbium Asmodeus, while the man with green hair identified himself as Ajuka Beelzebub. The young girl cheerfully introduced herself as Seraphal Leviathan, inviting Wine to call her Levitan or Saratan, and complimented his looks. Wine returned the compliment, acknowledging her beauty. Surzex then suggested they take their seats. Grafia's voice echoed through the room, likely serving as the announcer for the game. As they settled in, Wine noted that the battle area was Kuo Academy. He took a seat on the middle high throne between Surzex and Seraphal, while his team occupied the lower thrones. Grafia introduced herself as a maid of the Gremory household and the arbiter for the match between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix. She explained the rules, detailing that both teams had 15 minutes to prepare and that the match would continue until sunrise in the human world. Surzex inquired about the training progress of Rias and her peerage, to which Wine responded that they had shown persistence but had significant flaws to address. He then asked Seraphal if she was related to Sona Citri, to which she confirmed that she was Sona's older sister. As the match commenced, Wine focused on observing his rival's moves to gain an advantage. He noted that his rival was dodging attacks from twins wielding chainsaws in the gym, while Kaneko was engaged in battle with a rook. To Wine's surprise, his rival executed a peculiar move that caused the clothing of 3 girls to vanish, leaving them exposed. While Arthur shielded Lufay's eyes to protect her innocence, Biko's reaction was interrupted by a swift smack from Pyrrha, who appeared flustered. Grafia announced that Riser's rook and 3 pawns had retired, indicating that the rival could hold his own. As the combatants exited the gym, Riser's queen appeared, launching a fireball that struck Kaneko. Grafia then confirmed that Rias' rook had also retired, leaving Wine to sense Kuroka's concern for her sister. He reassured her that Kaneko was likely being healed by Sona and her peerage in the Occult Research Club room. As the match continued, Kiba managed to eliminate Riser's 3 pawns, showcasing either the effectiveness of his training or the weakness of Riser's peerage. Kiba soon encountered Wine's rival, and more of Riser's servants joined the fray, including his little sister, who was only there to cheer and not to fight, raising questions about her presence in the raiding game. The rival unlocked an ability called Transfer, which he used on Kiba, granting him a significant power boost. Kiba summoned a storm of swords that struck most of Riser's servants, though Riser's sister managed to evade the attack. Grafia announced that Riser's 2 pawns, 2 knights, and 1 bishop had retired, highlighting the effectiveness of teamwork in the ongoing battle. A body fell from the sky, and it was Aquino. Grafia announced over the speaker that Ria's queen had retired. It was hard to believe that with all her training in hand-to-hand combat and magic, she had been unable to defeat Riser's queen. It raised the question of why they trained at all if they were going to forget everything in the heat of battle. Next, Grafia reported that Ria's knight, Kiba, had also retired. It was surprising. As a knight, Kiba had speed on his side and could have easily dodged the attack. Instead, he had been stunned by the news of his queen's defeat and had stood there, caught off guard. Meanwhile, Issei, Ria's pawn, had tapped into a power boost that was unlike the boosted gear, possibly using a pawn promotion technique. While Riser's queen boasted, Issei leaped into the air and, quicker than anyone could see, punched her in the face, sending her crashing to the ground. He followed up with a powerful attack aimed at her head. Grafia's voice echoed again, announcing that Riser's queen had retired. Fueled by emotion, Issei found the strength to confront even the strongest opponents. He glanced at Ravel before turning his attention to Riser, launching a flurry of punches and finishing with his signature move, the dragon shot. The attack connected, creating a massive explosion. However, Issei collapsed, drained from the effort, believing he had defeated Riser. But Grafia's silence hinted otherwise. Emerging from the smoke, Riser appeared unscathed, brushing ash from his shoulder. He conjured a small, concentrated fireball and hurled it at Issei, who, too exhausted to dodge, was struck in the chest, suffering a severe burn. Just as Riser prepared to attack again, Rias unexpectedly tackled him, tears streaming down her face. Her selflessness was astonishing, but what she said next was even more surprising. She surrendered, declaring her resignation to save her servants. Grafia confirmed Rias' resignation, declaring Riser Phoenix the victor. The atmosphere was heavy with silence. Serzex, Rias' brother, wore a downcast expression, likely knowing this outcome was inevitable. However, he soon turned to Yn, with a renewed sense of purpose. He sought Yn's help once more to rescue his sister from the impending marriage. Yn agreed but insisted on a hefty payment up front. Serzex hesitated but ultimately accepted the terms, promising to inform Yn of the plan a week in advance. After sealing the deal with a handshake, Grafia entered the room, her demeanor suggesting she was feeling low. She informed Yn that it was time for him to return home. As they approached the magic circle, Yn noticed that most of his teammates, except for Pyrrha, were visibly upset, likely due to their students' defeats and the disappointment that followed. 2 weeks passed quickly after that fateful day. The day after the match, Yn visited Sona, who wanted to discuss business over a game of chess. They struck a deal to promote the DMC business in exchange for assistance when either she or Rias found themselves in trouble. Satisfied with the agreement, Yn accepted after putting Sona in checkmate. However, her silence puzzled him, and he left after several attempts to rouse her from her thoughts. In the following days, Devil May Cry received numerous calls regarding rogue devils needing to be dealt with, allowing them to earn a profit and help pay off some of Dante's debts. Unfortunately, the Occult Research Club was unable to take on any devil hunting missions, still recovering from their injuries. Even with Asia's healing abilities, Issei remained unconscious for the entire 2 weeks. Now, the time had come for the unfortunate wedding of Riser and Rias, which Yn planned to crash. At home, Yn relaxed while watching television, grateful for international programming. He had returned from a successful mission just 30 minutes earlier, while the others were still out hunting. As the show concluded, a silver magic circle appeared beside him, and Grafia emerged, carrying a suitcase. She informed him that it was time to go and that she had brought the money he requested. After checking the contents of the suitcase for authenticity, Yn set it down on the couch and prepared to leave. He retrieved his weapons and wrote a note explaining where he had gone, leaving it on the living room table. Returning to Grafia, he nodded in readiness. She produced a piece of paper with a magic circle on it, which would serve as his ticket back to the human world upon his success. Once the light from the magic circle faded, Wyan found himself in a grand ballroom filled with elegantly dressed devils. He noticed Akino, Kiba, Kaneko, and Sona mingling, though they appeared somewhat downcast. Surzex approached him, and Wyan expressed surprise that no one seemed to notice him. Surzex explained that he planned to reveal the return of the Sparda household during the fight with Riser, but acknowledged that Wyan would not be joining their society. Wyan affirmed that his place was in the human world, and Surzex had expected as much. The plan to disrupt the wedding was set in motion. The protagonist, known as Wyan, intended to blend into the crowd and create a scene. With a gunshot fired into the air, Wyan declared an objection to the proceedings, capturing the attention of everyone present. The atmosphere shifted as Riser, the groom in a white tuxedo, appeared on stage, addressing the gathered nobles of the underworld. He expressed gratitude for their attendance and proudly announced his engagement to Rias Gremory, the heiress of the esteemed House of Gremory. Rias, adorned in a wedding dress and veil, emerged from a magic circle, but her expression revealed her discontent. As Riser continued his speech, Wyan could no longer tolerate the dullness of the moment. The shot had effectively startled the crowd, and Riser's irritation was palpable. Rias, however, seemed surprised yet appreciative of the intervention. The protagonist criticized Riser's self-centeredness, warning that such arrogance would lead his family to ruin. Riser dismissed the concern, insisting he would never fail his family. Wyan challenged him to a fight, asserting that actions speak louder than words. Surzex, a powerful figure among the devils, unexpectedly supported Wyan, stating that the challenge was indeed worthwhile. Upon learning Wyan's lineage as the grandson of the legendary Dark Knight, Sparda, the crowd buzzed with recognition. Riser, contemplating the challenge, ultimately accepted, eager to prove his superiority. Wyan made his demands clear: the cancellation of the marriage and Rias's return to the human world, along with a promise that she would never receive marriage proposals again. Surzex agreed, and the two combatants were transported to a coliseum for their duel. As the fight commenced, Wyan showcased impressive agility, dodging Riser's fireballs and launching a series of attacks. Riser's smirk faded as he realized the strength of Wyan's abilities. The protagonist unleashed a powerful technique, a dark wave that nearly obliterated Riser, leaving only his legs standing. The onlookers, including Riser's family, were stunned by the display of power. Fully regenerated, Riser prepared for a counterattack, encasing his arm in flames to block Wyan's weapon. The two clashed fiercely, creating shockwaves that shook the arena. Although Riser sustained more injuries, he quickly healed, demonstrating the regenerative abilities of his bloodline. In a moment of strategy, Riser attempted to distract Wyan with a fire tornado, only to unleash a massive fireball, believing he had secured victory. However, as the smoke cleared, a powerful force emanated from Wyan, who had transformed into a formidable state known as Devil Trigger. Riser was momentarily frozen in shock, feeling the overwhelming power radiating from Wyan. The protagonist declared it was time to end the fight, signaling a dramatic shift in the battle's outcome. The spectators, including Rias and Surzex, watched in awe, realizing that the true extent of Wyan's abilities was about to be revealed. No holding back, Wyan charged forward with a fierce determination, launching a rapid series of attacks that pushed Riser back. With agility and precision, Wyan executed a round-trip maneuver to immobilize the Phoenix, drawing out ebony and ivory to unleash a barrage of gunfire in a stunning display of skill. The assault culminated in a decisive moment, marked by a single word and 2 bullets that signaled victory. Recalling rebellion, Wyan transitioned to Swordmaster mode and engaged Riser in a captivating dance of combat. As the dance concluded, Wyan raised the sword high, charging it with a wild surge of black and red energy. The declaration of an end to the battle echoed in the air, and darkness enveloped Riser, preventing any chance of regeneration. In the observation room, the aftermath of the attack left everyone speechless. The smoke that filled the Colosseum obscured the view, and no one could comprehend the extent of Yn's power, which had proven capable of overwhelming Riser. As the smoke dissipated, the sight revealed a severely damaged arena, with cracks running along the walls, making the structure appear fragile. Lady Phoenix expressed her shock, while Ravel anxiously searched for her brother. Serzex pointed towards a pile of ash that began to reform, revealing Riser on his hands and knees. In the arena, Yn spotted Riser and teleported to him, observing the fear in Riser's eyes. This fear served as a lesson for him. Yn urged Riser to give up, emphasizing the importance of the situation. Riser protested, insisting that the engagement was crucial for the future of the Devils, questioning Yn's concern. Yn explained that the reason for the fight was personal, stemming from the pain Riser had caused Rias. With determination, Yn drew out the pistols, charging them with demonic energy to avoid revealing his true identity. Just as he was about to pull the triggers, Riser's sister, Ravel, stepped in front of him, pleading for him not to hurt her brother any further. Seeing Ravel's tearful expression softened Yn's heart. Understanding her plea, he holstered his guns, only to be blinded by a sudden light. When the light faded, Yn found himself back in the ballroom, surrounded by applause. Rias Peerage and Sona joined in the celebration, and he even caught a glimpse of Kaneko smiling. As Rias approached, her genuine smile lit up the room. She embraced Yn tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face as she expressed her gratitude for freeing her. Yn reassured her that friends look out for each other and suggested they leave the scene. Preparing for their departure, Yn noticed Rias leaning in for a kiss. Acting quickly, he placed a hand over her mouth, surprising her. He playfully informed her that if she wanted a kiss, she would have to earn it. After a moment of pouting, he laughed and activated a magic circle beneath them, transporting them away. With that resolved, Yn hoped to return to business with his team. In the epilogue, the party atmosphere shifted dramatically when Issei burst through the doors, determination etched on his face. He declared his intention to claim Rias' virginity, only to be met with an awkward silence. Serzex questioned Issei's presence, while Grafia explained that she had sought his help during the fight but had arrived too late. Kiba informed Issei that he had missed his chance, and Aquino added that Rias had already been taken away by Yn. Kaneko called Issei a perverted idiot, and as the reality sank in, Issei fell to his knees in despair. All his efforts had been in vain, and he lamented that Yn had once again stolen a moment with Rias, expressing his frustration loudly. It had been 3 weeks since the wedding, and the dynamics within the team, the Occult Research Club, and the Student Council had shifted significantly. In the Occult Research Club room, Rias occasionally glanced at him, only to quickly avert her gaze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. It seemed that his actions had somehow won her heart. Aquino had become more flirtatious, often playfully pulling him close and whispering sweet nothings into his ear. Her playful antics were amusing, though he hoped that Kuroka and Pira would not take offense at her boldness. Kaneko had also warmed up to him, her family bond restored. She frequently asked about his experiences living with her sister and often brought him chocolate. It was a pleasant surprise when she would sit on his lap and affectionately call him Big Brother. Asia had begun visiting the Devil May Cry house regularly. She had formed a close bond with Lu Fei and was embraced by the Pendragon family. Asia viewed Lu Fei, Kuroka, and Pira as sisters, while she considered Biko, Arthur, and him as brothers. It was a comforting arrangement. Kiba had started to engage more with the members of Devil May Cry, even seeking mentorship from Arthur and him. However, he seemed distracted at times, and he noted that he would need to discuss this with Rias soon. Issei had taken on a competitive spirit, challenging him to fights, claiming it was a contest between the two heavenly dragons. It was clear to him that Issei was trying to regain the attention of the girls, which he found rather pathetic. Sona and he had grown closer, and he learned of her longing to help low-class devils in the future, which he found admirable. When he mentioned her older sister, Sona's demeanor changed, revealing her discomfort. She had also requested his help in training her and her peerage, expressing her determination to defeat the Gremory heiress in a future raiding game. Although he was initially reluctant, he eventually agreed, and his team was eager to assist in the training. They spent 10 days in rigorous practice, and by the end, the team emerged significantly stronger. Saji, like Issei, had also become competitive with him, which he found tiresome. It seemed that some individuals were too focused on viewing women as trophies rather than recognizing their humanity. This behavior was becoming all too common at school. As he prepared for the day, he found himself pinned down by Kuroka on one side and Pira on the other. While he appreciated their affection, he was not a pillow. Thankfully, they were both fully clothed, and he was determined not to let the situation lead him astray. He considered using his doppelganger technique to switch places with himself but dismissed the idea, knowing that if they sensed something was amiss, he would be in trouble. He gently asked them to let him go so he could get ready for school. They groaned in disappointment but eventually released him, much to his relief as he felt the circulation return to his arms. Kuroka questioned why he had to attend high school, to which he explained that it was his parents' idea. They believed he was too focused on fighting and needed to maintain his humanity. They decided to enroll him in the academy to help him feel more connected to his humanity. Pira and Kuroka expressed their longing to spend more time with him, which warmed his heart. He was aware that certain girls had feelings for him, and he was not oblivious to it. Approaching them, he embraced both of them, causing them to blush deeply. He reassured them of his affection, sealing his promise with a kiss for each of them. Their stunned expressions were amusing, and he laughed lightly before heading to the shower to prepare for the day. At school, he greeted Sona, Rias, Akino, and Tsubaki. Rias and Sona looked away, blushing as they waved, while Akino greeted him with a playful tone, and Tsubaki offered a more straightforward welcome. The school day passed by with a sense of mediocrity. Having been raised in a business environment, subjects like math and economics were easy for him. English was his native language, and science seemed lackluster compared to the complexities of magic, which often defied scientific principles. Despite the classes, he enjoyed moments spent with friends, considering many in the Occult Research Club and the Student Council to be close companions. When the final bell rang, students rushed to their clubs, but he packed his belongings to head home and manage his business. Fortunately, he had completed his homework during lunch and class, avoiding the need to stay with the Occult Research Club or the Student Council. Rias approached him with some last-minute news about the clubroom being cleaned, which meant the meeting would be held at Issei's house. He acknowledged her message and left, contemplating the idea of visiting Issei's home, humorously wishing for protective gear. As he walked home, he pondered the final stage of divine dividing, Diabolos dragon god. He believed that this stage should symbolize a union of demonic, draconic, and angelic traits. While he had the demonic and draconic aspects covered, he lacked a connection to the angelic side. In his mind, Albion suggested he seek Excalibur Ruler, a blade associated with Arthur. He considered the idea but realized that the sword belonged to Arthur, prompting him to think about finding a holy blade on his own. Albion agreed, suggesting they either search for one or wait for it to come to them, emphasizing the need to manage their business and debts. Upon arriving home, he was greeted with a warm hug from Lu Fei and a stammering welcome back from Pira and Kuroka, who were still flustered from the earlier kiss. Dinner was ready, and after changing into comfortable clothes, he joined his teammates at the table to enjoy the meal. Arthur's cooking was exceptional, and he appreciated it, knowing that without it, he might resort to unhealthy fast food like pizza and sundaes, which he was determined to avoid. The phone rang and he answered it, discussing a job that required payment to be delivered to his doorstep. After hanging up, he retrieved his weapons and informed his team about the package arriving later. Kuroka and Pira expressed their longing to accompany him, but he gently deterred them with affectionate gestures before heading out into the night. The target was a stray devil located in an abandoned warehouse at the edge of the neighborhood. He noted the unoriginality of devils and demons in choosing hiding spots. As he approached the location, he sensed familiar energy signatures nearby, indicating that the client had also summoned others to assist. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered the Occult Research Club. He greeted them, and they acknowledged his presence. Rias confirmed that they had also been called to deal with the stray. She organized the group, assigning Issei, Kaneko, and Kiba to enter the warehouse while she and Akino prepared for any complications outside. He decided to stay outside as a backup in case the situation escalated. As Issei and Kaneko entered, he noticed Kiba lagging behind, appearing distracted. Concerned, he approached Rias to inquire about Kiba's state. Rias was unaware of Kiba's distraction but promised to investigate and inform him later. He appreciated her willingness to help, though he playfully declined her request for a kiss, knowing she had attempted to win his affection multiple times without success. Suddenly, the rooftop of the warehouse exploded, revealing a grotesque spider-like creature that was quickly struck down by Akino's lightning. Rias approached the defeated devil, addressing it with a tone of authority, declaring it a wanted fugitive who had abandoned its emporer to pursue its own desires. For such a crime, one would deserve a severe punishment. However, before Rias could finish her thought, a black and red beam shot past her, striking the charred devil. When the beam dissipated, the devil had vanished, reduced to a pile of ash. Rias, Akino, Asia, and the others who had come to witness the attack turned their attention to Wyan, who stood with his right hand outstretched. Rias had believed she had the situation under control, but Wyan pointed out that she had taken too long with her speech. He suggested that she simply say, "jackpot," and be done with it. Akino noted that the attack was reminiscent of Rias' power of destruction, while Issei expressed surprise that Wyan had his own dragon shot, which he had unknowingly copied. The conversation was abruptly interrupted when Rias slapped Kiba, who stood with his head turned to the side, a red mark on his left cheek. Rias questioned whether he had it together, reminding him that his mistake had put everyone in danger except for Wyan. Kiba apologized, admitting that he had not been feeling well recently and requested the rest of the night off, promising to return to normal soon. Rias was initially shocked but decided not to press him further, allowing him to leave. As Kiba walked away, the rain began to fall, mirroring the somber mood. Wyan decided to pursue him, calling out to Kiba. When Kiba acknowledged him, Wyan expressed concern about Kiba's earlier actions, which had worried their teammates. Kiba responded with a cynical remark about devils being selfish creatures, to which Wyan countered that as a Cambion he could be selfless and pressed for what was troubling Kiba. Kiba looked up at the cloudy night sky, letting the rain wash over him, and a tear escaped his eye as he reflected on his past. He complimented Wyan on his carefree nature, which took Wyan by surprise. Kiba then revealed that he had been remembering important things, specifically the reason he fought. When Wyan asked if it was to protect Rias and their friends, Kiba clarified that his true motivation was to destroy the holy sword Excalibur. With this revelation, Kiba turned and walked off into the stormy night. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wyan pulled out his cell phone to call Rias while activating his divine dividing and flying home. When Rias answered, Wyan informed her of Kiba's declaration about Excalibur, prompting Rias to express her intent to confirm her suspicions before sharing more information. Upon arriving home, Wyan found the payment he had been expecting untouched. After hanging up with Rias, he closed the case and brought it to his room, where he found Kuroka and Pira asleep on his bed. He quietly placed the case on his desk, removed his jacket and shirt, and lay down between the two ladies. As he drifted off to sleep, they unconsciously snuggled closer to him. Meanwhile, in an abandoned church, two girls in priest robes occupied the space. One girl, with light brown hair styled in twin tails and violet eyes, looked around curiously. The other girl had chin-length blue hair with a dyed green fringe and dark yellow eyes, observing their surroundings. Both carried large objects wrapped in bandages, creating an unusual sight. The blue-haired girl remarked on the church's dilapidated state, while the brown-haired girl mentioned rumors of a recent disturbance involving a fallen angel and a devil. As it grew late, the blue-haired girl questioned whether they were at the correct meeting place. The brown-haired girl confidently asserted that she was right, sharing a childhood photo of herself with Issei Hayato, which hinted at a tragic reunion. In the dark streets of Kuro, Kiba wandered with his head down, haunted by memories of his bitter past. His thoughts were interrupted when a priest stumbled into view, muttering for help before collapsing lifelessly on the ground. A mysterious voice called out, revealing a young man with white hair and red eyes in clerical clothing. Kiba recognized him immediately as Fried. Fried explained that he had been hiding in the town to gain strength, as Kiba's sacred gear had been consuming his holy sword. He revealed a new weapon, a sword that began to glow with a golden light. Kiba felt a shiver run through him at the sight of the blade, recognizing its aura as that of Excalibur. Fried declared that Kiba would die for sure. Fueled by vengeance, Kiba summoned his holy eraser and prepared for battle. The two swordsmen charged at one another, initiating a fierce duel. As morning broke, Wine gathered his team to share the reason behind Kiba's distraction. The reactions were varied. Biko found it hilarious, laughing uncontrollably on the ground, while Arthur raised an eyebrow in disbelief. The girls, however, wore frowns, clearly concerned for their brother figure. Biko joked about the absurdity of destroying the holy sword Excalibur, while Arthur found the situation both crazy and endearing. Lu Fei expressed her worry, noting the danger of holy items to devils, and Kuroka agreed that it was a reckless move. Pyrrha shared her genuine concern for Kiba's safety. YN hoped they would soon find more answers. He suggested that Arthur prepare extra dishes for when he would share more information. After finishing breakfast, YN shared affectionate goodbyes with Pyrrha and Kuroka before heading to the academy. On his way, he sensed faint holy energy emanating from the outskirts of town. Unlike the tainted energy of fallen angels, this felt pure, likely from angels. In his mind, Wine communicated with Albion, who confirmed the presence of the energy but noted it was heavily insulated, possibly indicating the presence of undercover exorcists. Wine contemplated the implications of a mission from heaven but decided against warning the devils, knowing they would need to figure it out on their own. He felt a twinge of protectiveness over his business partners, prompting a chuckle from Albion. Upon arriving at the academy, Wine greeted his classmates, particularly the four girls who acknowledged him warmly. He approached Rias to discuss their next steps regarding the information they had. Rias suggested they meet at Issei's place, but Wine proposed his home instead, wanting his team to be involved. Rias agreed, though she insisted they wait until their suspicions were confirmed. Before they could continue, a familiar voice interrupted them. Wine turned to see his rival conversing with Aquino, who appeared surprised yet annoyed. Their conversation ended abruptly as they left together, prompting Rias to express her frustration. Wine teased her about the situation, noting the difference in energy levels between Issei and himself, which made Rias pout in response. The day progressed without incident, but an unexpected moment arose at the end of the school day. With the clubroom still being cleaned, Wine was packing his supplies when Rias approached him with an unusual request. She asked if she could sleep at his home that night, causing everyone around them to freeze in surprise. The atmosphere was thick with jealousy from the girls and heated glares from the boys. Wine inquired about her reasoning, and Rias simply expressed her longing to feel closer to him. The intensity of the situation escalated, with the boys' glares intensifying and the girls visibly upset. Wine suggested they leave the classroom and head home, to which Rias readily agreed. As they walked together, Wine chose a scenic route, hoping to entertain Rias, who took his hand and intertwined their fingers. As they continued, they sensed the same holy energy from earlier. Two figures in white cloaks emerged from a nearby house, prompting Rias to rush forward, calling out to Issei and Asia. The exorcists had come from Issei's home, but Wine felt reassured by Draig's presence, indicating they were safe. However, the energy felt reminiscent of Excalibur ruler, raising alarm bells in Wine's mind. He discreetly texted Arthur, instructing him to have Kuroka and Lu Fei place concealment runes on Excalibur ruler and informing him that 2 more fragments were in town. Arthur quickly responded, confirming that both girls were already working on it. Wine also mentioned that Rias would be staying at the DMC headquarters for the night, to which Arthur replied he would prepare an extra dish for their guest. After sending a final confirmation, Wine turned off his phone just as Rias returned, apologizing for her sudden departure. She explained that her peerage was like family to her, and YN empathized, expressing that his team held the same significance for him. With their understanding established, they continued their walk home, the atmosphere lightening as they shared the journey together. Knowing what usually happened, the protagonist entered first and was immediately tackled and hugged by 3 girls. Lu Fei welcomed him back warmly, while Pira and Kuroka bombarded him with rapid-fire questions filled with concern. After a brief moment, they stopped and turned their attention to Rias, who entered with an amused expression. Rias found the scene amusing and inquired if such occurrences were common. The protagonist explained that it was random at best. Pira and Kuroka then questioned Rias's presence, to which he replied that she had invited him for a sleepover at Devil May Cry, and after many rejections, he had finally accepted her offer. As he explained, the girls released him, and Lu Fei excused herself to the restroom to prepare for dinner. Kuroka and Pira remained, glaring at Rias, who met their stares with a triumphant smirk. Concerned about the potential for chaos in the house, the protagonist intervened, reminding everyone to show respect to their hosts and guests alike. Fortunately, the girls reluctantly backed off just as Arthur announced that dinner would be ready in 3 minutes and that everyone needed to wash up. They all went to their respective rooms, with Rias following the protagonist into his. He changed out of his school outfit into something more casual while Rias washed up. After freshening up, they joined the others in the dining room for dinner. During the meal, 2 distinct feelings permeated the atmosphere: hostility and awkwardness. Kuroka and Pira directed their glares at Rias, who appeared unfazed, while the tension created an uncomfortable silence for the onlookers: Biko, Arthur, Lu Fei, and the protagonist. None dared to defuse the situation, knowing that the fury of women could lead to chaos. Fortunately, dinner concluded peacefully. When it was time for bed, Arthur, Biko, and Lu Fei returned to their rooms, while Kuroka, Pira, and the protagonist headed to his room. As he removed his jacket and shirt, the girls changed into their underwear. Suddenly, Rias entered the room, shocking him with her boldness, while Kuroka and Pira glared at her once more. Rias explained that she couldn't sleep alone and decided to join him. To his surprise, she began to undress, removing her school uniform and revealing her underwear. Instead of stopping there, she continued to remove her remaining clothing, leaving her completely NDE. Being a gentleman, he averted his gaze and lay down on his bed. Rias insisted that she couldn't sleep unless she was fully NDE. Kuroka protested, calling her an XHBDNST, while Pira asserted that the protagonist belonged to both of them and that Rias wouldn't take him away. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, he felt someone jump on top of him. Opening his eyes, he found Rias winking at him, while Pira lay on his left and Kuroka on his right, hugging his arms. The girls demanded Rias get dressed, but she refused, claiming she was tired. The protagonist thought to himself that this was the blessing of being a Casanova, while a voice in his head reminded him that such situations were normal for anyone wielding dragon's sacred gears, as the dragon aura attracted females like moths to a flame. He acknowledged that his charm amplified this effect and silently pleaded for help. The next morning, he awoke to find Rias gone, feeling relieved to avoid another confrontation among the girls. He went through his usual morning routine, waking up, showering, dressing, eating breakfast, and giving goodbye kisses to Kuroka and Pira before heading to class. Upon arrival, he spotted Akino and Tsubaki and greeted them. He asked Akino about Rias and Sona's whereabouts, to which Akino explained that they were meeting with guests from the church to discuss matters. The day progressed without incident, and as school ended, the protagonist made his way to the clubroom as promised. Upon entering, he noticed everyone was present except for Kiba. Shortly after, 2 cloaked figures arrived, their hoods down, revealing 2 appealing girls. Shaking off his momentary distraction, he focused on the conversation. The blue-haired girl introduced herself as Zenobia Korda, while the orange-haired girl introduced herself as Irina Shidu. Rias inquired about the purpose of their visit, and Zenobia explained that they had come to deliver a warning. Rias, taken aback, questioned whether they were threatening her. Zenobia clarified that they were instructed to inform her not to interfere with their mission, which involved retrieving stolen Excalibur fragments. As the conversation unfolded, the protagonist's interest peaked at the mention of Excalibur fragments. He recalled that Devil May Cry possessed one fragment, but Zenovia's use of the plural suggested there were more. He remembered hearing Aquino mention that the original Excalibur had broken into 7 pieces, each forged into separate swords with unique powers. He pondered whether the other fragments were hidden in Kuo. Rias expressed her surprise at the news of the stolen Excaliburs, and Zenobia confirmed that 3 of the 6 swords in the church's possession had been taken. 2 were given to Irina and herself, while the last remained at the church. Irina cautioned Zenobia about revealing too much, but Zenobia insisted that a full explanation was necessary for understanding the situation. Rias pressed for information on who was responsible for the theft, and Zenobia revealed that it was a fallen angel named Kokabeel, one of the Grigori leaders. The protagonist noted the shock on Rias's and Aquino's faces at the mention of Kokabeel's name, realizing that this individual was likely powerful and that the church duo was embarking on a dangerous mission. He could sense that the opponents were not more powerful than Rias and Aquino, despite their Excalibur swords. Zenobia suggested that they stay out of the matter, implying that an alliance with the fallen angels might be a possibility. Rias, however, firmly declared that forming such an alliance would tarnish the name of their Mao, vowing that she, Rias Gremory, would never ally with the fallen angels. The 2 girls smiled at her passionate declaration, but Wyan was lost in thought, tuning out the conversation. With the devils as his allies, he considered the potential of gaining support from the Grigori and Heaven as well. The hunts had yielded only modest rewards, and he realized that he could secure higher payments from the other factions. For this plan to succeed, he needed to be honest and reveal his true nature at the right moment. He returned to the conversation just in time to hear Zenobia stand up alongside Irina, announcing that they would be leaving. Rias offered them something to eat, but they declined. As they approached the door, Zenobia paused in front of Asia, expressing curiosity about her identity. Asia confirmed that she was indeed Asia Argento, prompting Zenobia to comment on her surprise at seeing a witch in their midst. This remark visibly unsettled Asia, stirring memories of her past and the fear that people were coming to finish her off. Irina chimed in, recalling that Asia was the ex-nun who had been exiled for her ability to heal even devils and fallen angels, never expecting her to become a devil herself. Zenobia then posed a critical question about Asia's faith, sensing her lingering belief. Irina dismissed the notion, arguing that Asia could not still believe in their lord after becoming a devil. However, Zenobia insisted on an answer, and the atmosphere grew tense as everyone awaited Asia's response. She admitted that she had never been able to let go of her beliefs, having held onto them all her life. Zenobia acknowledged this and declared her intent to cut Asia down in the name of their lord, suggesting that it might lead to Asia's forgiveness and redemption. She unveiled the white cloth surrounding her large greatsword, the aura of Excalibur becoming palpable. Just as she grasped the handle, Wyan appeared beside her, pointing a weapon at her and asserting that she would not harm Asia. Zenobia was taken aback, questioning who he was and how he had appeared so quickly. He introduced himself as Yn and explained that he was Asia's big brother. Given her threat against his family, he felt compelled to protect her. Kiba, the Gremory knight, joined in, revealing his presence and stating that he was Zenovia's senior. The scene shifted outdoors, where the Occult Research Club, Yn, and the church duo prepared for battle. Zenobia faced off against Kiba, while Irina squared off with Yn. The church duo had discarded their white robes, revealing black, skin-tight battle suits beneath. Yn noted that their attire was not church-approved, suspecting a hidden perversion within the church. Zenobia readied her Excalibur, while Irina transformed a white ribbon from her arm into a katana, introducing it as Excalibur Mimic, capable of changing shape. Yn admired the versatility of her weapon, but Kiba suddenly chuckled, catching Zenovia's attention. He expressed gratitude for the opportunity to confront the very thing he had longed to destroy. As the battle commenced, Yn brandished his weapon and prepared for his fight with Irina. She acknowledged that they were now opponents, expressing regret that he was working for the devils, as she found him handsome. He complimented her beauty, clarifying that he was not with the devils but was fighting freely. With excitement, Irina proposed they have some fun, and they charged at each other, clashing blades. Irina took the offensive while Wine defended himself. Realizing the stalemate was unproductive, she feigned a slash to distract him and successfully struck his arm, causing him to drop his sword. Before she could capitalize on the advantage, Wine quickly repositioned himself a few feet away. Irina complimented his swordsmanship, and he returned the favor, acknowledging her skill as well. She suggested he surrender since he was disarmed, to which he revealed that he had a spare weapon. As he prepared to summon Yamato, a tremor shook the ground, causing Irina to lose her balance and to stumble. Curious, he glanced over to see Kiba knocked away, with Zenobia poised in a helm-breaker stance, declaring her Excalibur to be a mass of pure destructive power. Kiba, undeterred, vowed not to give up despite the uphill battle ahead. Wyan recognized the impressive combination of power and versatility that the two church fighters presented. Irina, eager to continue, urged Wyan to resume their duel. He summoned Yamato and adopted his Dark Slayer style once more. They charged at each other, and Wyan executed a series of attacks, but Irina managed to evade and regain her footing. Before she could prepare for another assault, Wyan teleported in front of her, unleashing a flurry of strikes that disarmed her and sent her to the ground. Crouching above her with his weapon pointed at her throat, he saw acceptance in her eyes and chose to sheath his sword, helping her to her feet afterward. He complimented her on the fight, and she expressed her enjoyment, hoping for a rematch in the future. He looked forward to it, playfully poking her nose, which made her blush. Their moment was abruptly interrupted by a cry of agony from Kiba, drawing their attention to see him on the ground with Zenobia standing over him, ready to strike. Zenobia observed the Devil Hunter's agility and versatility with his sacred gear, but noted that he lacked power and clarity, which ultimately led to his defeat. She walked away from Kiba, who was still recovering, and approached Wyan just as he finished retrieving Rebellion and securing it to his back. Zenobia confirmed that Wyan had completed his fight, and without warning, she drew her sword and held it at the Devil Hunter's throat, while he unsheathed Yamato and pointed it back at her. She warned him not to threaten a church official, to which he retorted that she should not attempt to harm his sister. With that, they both lowered their weapons, but the tension remained palpable. Zenobia challenged him to show her what he could do, and cautioned her not to be overly confident. They prepared for battle, with Zenobia gripping her blade firmly and Wyan taking an Ayajutsu stance with Yamato. The silence was broken by the sound of their weapons clashing, indicating a fierce duel. Although it seemed like a stalemate at first, Zenobia began to gain the upper hand, pushing back. Suddenly, her sword glowed, and with a swift downward slash, she forced him to skid several feet back. They charged at each other again, with Wyan launching an offensive using Yamato's combo A, while Zenobia defended herself. After the combo ended, she struck hard, leaving a deep cut across his torso. Despite the injury, Wyan remained standing and smiling, feeling invigorated by the challenge. Determined to escalate the battle, Wyan activated his devil trigger. In an instant, Zenobia felt multiple slashes across her body, even though he had not moved from his position. Unbeknownst to her, she had been struck by a judgment cut. Without giving her a moment to recover, he unleashed a series of attacks with dual combo B, leaving her breathing and her battle suit torn. Seeing her struggle, Wyan decided to finish the fight with his ultimate move, Judgment Cut End. Crimson energy enveloped him as he prepared for the final strike. In a flash, he dashed toward her and vanished, only to reappear moments later, leaving her paralyzed by the numerous crimson slashes that had marked her body. As he crouched down, several afterimages merged with him, and he sheathed his sword slowly. The audible click triggered immense pain for Zenobia, forcing her to her hands and knees as she gasped for air. Both church girls, witnessing the display of power, looked at Wyan with newfound recognition. Zenobia expressed her regret for attacking a member of his family, while Irina asked for forgiveness for not recognizing his true identity. They acknowledged him as a descendant of Sparda, a figure they revered for his sacrifice in saving humanity. Wine was taken aback by their admiration, realizing that the Order of the Sword was not the only organization that worshipped his grandfather as a deity. However, he quickly shifted his focus back to the two girls, granting them forgiveness and expressing his hope for a rematch in the future. With that, they departed, leaving Wine to turn back to the Gremry group, where he found Kiba, healed by Asia, preparing to leave. Rias called out to Kiba, warning him that his actions might label him as a stray. Kiba, however, insisted that he needed to confront his past and requested a word with Yn. The devil hunter nodded and followed him to the school gates, reassuring Rias that he would be fine. There, Kiba made a bold request for Yamato, believing that its power could help him destroy the fragments of his past. Yn declined, explaining that Kiba was clouded by hatred and would be vulnerable to surprise attacks if he acted recklessly. He advised Kiba to return when he had a clearer mind. After finishing his sentence, Yn walked back toward the group who were approaching him. Only Rias, Issei, and Asia remained, as Akino and Kaneko had already left. Rias inquired about what had transpired, and Yn informed her of Kiba's request and his refusal. She understood and suggested that they head to his house for answers. After a moment of hesitation, he agreed to let Asia and Issei accompany them. As Yn led the way, Issei followed reluctantly, still dwelling on the moment he had witnessed between Rias and his rival. He felt that going toYn's house could provide him with some advantage, although he was unsure of what that advantage might be. He dismissed the idea that Yn would receive a weapon that could be particularly effective against devils and dragons, thinking it was absurd. Little did he know how significant the revelations would be. A tense atmosphere enveloped the home of Devil May Cry. In the living room, part of the ORC and DMC gathered. Yn sat on the couch, with Kuroka on his right, Pyrrha on his left, and Lu Fei comfortably settled on his lap. Rias occupied a circular chair pulled up from near the television, facing the draconic Cambion. Arthur and Biko took seats toYn's left, while Asia and Issei occupied the couch on his right. The DMC team was surprised to see their leader invite his rival for dinner but were pleased to see Asia again. Once Yn explained the situation, they quickly understood. Dinner was lively, filled with cheerful conversations between the sisters, a heated glaring contest between Kuroka and Pyrrha against Rias, and a calm discussion among the gentlemen of DMC, who also worked to distract Issei from his wandering gaze. After dinner, they moved to the living room, where Yn began to explain the current situation. With a serious tone, he asked Rias to start explaining the problem. Rias explained that Yudo had been part of the Holy Sword Project, an initiative by the church to create artificial holy sword wielders. Unfortunately, the project had been deemed a failure, and all the child subjects were to be terminated. Yudo was the sole survivor of that horrific project. Lu Fei, Asia, and Pyrrha gasped in shock, their hands covering their mouths. Issei recoiled at the revelation of Yudo's past. Biko buried his head in his hands, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by a grimace. Arthur sat deep in thought, gripping the chair tightly. Kuroka's ears and tails drooped in sadness as she recalled her own painful past.Yn's expression hardened as he wrapped an arm around both Pyrrha and Kuroka for comfort, while they hugged him and Lu Fei. Asia finally spoke up, her voice trembling with disbelief. She expressed her incredulity, unable to fathom that such a thing could happen. Rias continued, sharing how she had found Yuto on the brink of death, his eyes cold and devoid of life. She had hoped that by turning him into her servant, he would forget his past and move on to a better life. However, he had returned to his roots, seeking vengeance for his fallen friends by destroying the Excaliburs he loathed. The somber story cast a heavy silence over the room. Everyone, except for Rias, absorbed the weight of what they had just learned. Issei and Asia struggled to comprehend how a kind-hearted person could endure such suffering, both physically and emotionally. The Devil May Cry team felt a deep sympathy for their foster brother and began to contemplate how to help him find closure and prevent him from harming himself. Fortunately, Rias broke the heavy silence, suggesting that Issei and Asia should head home since they had school the next day. Realizing how late it had become, Issei and Asia gathered their belongings. The pervert bid goodnight to Rias, while Asia hugged Lefei and said her goodbyes to everyone before leaving. Following their lead, the DMC team and Rias exchanged goodnights and retreated to their respective rooms. Sleep proved elusive as the weight of the previous night's revelations lingered in their minds. The next morning, everyone chose to act as if nothing had happened the night before, resuming their daily routines. However, Kuroka and Pira glared at Rias, who was dressed in her uniform and enjoying pancakes and bacon prepared by Arthur. Once breakfast concluded, Rias and Wine headed out, with the draconic Cambion stealing a kiss from both of his lovers, much to Rias's envy. As they walked to school, Rias clung to Y's left arm, refusing to let go. Upon arriving at school, they attracted significant attention, eliciting various reactions from their peers. Some girls gasped in disbelief, while others expressed their longing to be in Rias's place. The boys, on the other hand, reacted with jealousy and disdain, hurling insults at Yn. Despite the mixed reactions, Rias and Yn remained unfazed as they made their way to the classroom. Upon entering, they greeted their friends, but only Tsubaki responded. Sona and Akino froze at the sight of them together, with Sona displaying jealousy and Akino looking intrigued, ready to tease. Akino suggested that something must have happened between Rias and Yn the previous night, causing Rias to blush deeply, matching her hair color, while Yn wore an amused smirk. An interesting thought crossed Y's mind. He decided it was time to turn the tables on Akino, who loved to tease. He wrapped his arms around Rias's neck from behind and playfully suggested that something indeed had happened, hinting at the details while giving Rias a teasing lick behind her ear. Rias's blush deepened, and steam seemed to escape her ears, while Akino blushed lightly, her imagination running wild. Sona shook her head to dispel her own inappropriate thoughts, and Tsubaki, with a faint blush, focused on her romance novel. After a moment, Yn reminded everyone that they had classes to attend. He released Rias and took his seat at his desk, while the girls moved to their desks, albeit more slowly than usual, still caught up in the teasing and embarrassment. Meanwhile,Yn's thoughts turned to Yudo's situation. He recalled Rias's explanation about Kiba's involvement in the project that had tested children for compatibility with the Excaliburs, which had ultimately failed, leading to the termination of the children. He pondered the contradiction in Rias's words. Kiba sought to destroy the Excaliburs to avenge his fallen friends, but Rias had indicated that the true culprit was the leader of the project responsible for the children's deaths. As he contemplated this, a voice in his mind suggested they seek out the church duo for more information. Yn agreed, feeling that it was a good idea. The weekend arrived, and the day unfolded like any other, filled with whispers about Rias and Yn supposedly dating in secret. When confronted about the rumors, both Rias and Yn clarified that they were merely friends, much to the relief of many who still held on to the hope of being single and available. However, deep down, Rias secretly wished they were truly together. To emphasize their friendship, they returned to their homes separately. Upon arriving, Kuroka and Pira felt a sense of relief seeing their partner return without the Gremory heiress. Dinner at Devil May Cry was noticeably calmer, with no tension among the three girls, Kuroka, Pira, and Rias. As the meal progressed, the leader decided to address a topic from the previous night. Before they settled in for the night, Yn expressed the need to discuss Kiba, particularly his situation. The previously relaxed atmosphere shifted back to the tension of the previous evening. All present felt uncomfortable for not having shared their thoughts earlier, and they were grateful for the opportunity to address the unspoken issue. Arthur was the first to voice his opinion, stating that last night had shed light on Kiba's past. He noted that Kiba believed the Excaliburs were responsible for his friend's death, while Rias had mentioned that the children were eliminated due to the project's failure. Arthur concluded that Kiba's anger was misdirected, emphasizing that it was not the weapon that caused harm, but the person wielding it. Yn echoed Arthur's sentiment, pointing out that the true culprit was the creator of the Holy Sword Project. Biko suggested that they simply find the creator, present him to Kiba, and watch the fallout. However, Wang cautioned that they might need to restrain Kiba if he sought revenge, as the creator could be human or even an angel, and a conflict was not their goal. Lu Fei inquired about how they would locate the creator. Wang shared a plan to seek out Zenobia and Irina the following day, as both were affiliated with the church and likely had information about past projects, including the Holy Sword Project. He invited Kuroka and Pira to join him on this search, which they eagerly accepted, despite their internal conflict about sharing the time with each other. Wang assigned Biko, Arthur, and Lu Fei the task of locating the Excalibur fragments, suggesting that the leader might have stolen them for Kokabeel. He instructed them to send the location once they found it. When Lu Fei raised a concern about how to inform Kiba about their plan, Wang assured everyone that once he gathered the necessary information from Zenobia and Irina, he would arrange a meeting with Kiba to discuss everything, hoping to sway his longing for vengeance. With no further questions, he confirmed their meeting time for 11 a.m. the next day and wished everyone a good night. As the evening concluded, the gentlemen took care of the dishes while the ladies retreated to their rooms to prepare for bed. A few minutes later, the gentlemen finished cleaning and headed to their own rooms. Although Wang felt a twinge of sadness at the prospect of sleeping alone, he managed to find rest. The following day dawned bright and clear, resembling any typical Saturday. People bustled about the city, and 3 individuals set out on a mission. The draconic Cambion donned his usual battle attire, with rebellion slung over his shoulder in its guitar case. Kuroka transformed into her cat form, comfortably draped across Wang's shoulders to avoid unwanted attention. Pira, dressed casually to highlight her beauty, had her weapons and armor stored away in her hammer space, a skill taught by Wang and his parents. As they searched, Pira asked how much longer they would need to look. Wang reassured her that they were close, and Kuroka pointed out that Zenobia and Irina were just ahead. The church girls were engaged in an unusual activity, begging for money, with a crude painting displayed behind them. Zenobia lamented the reality of their situation, expressing her disdain for countries that did not share their beliefs. Irina, on the other hand, reminded her that they had lost all their money and needed to rely on the kindness of others for food. Their conversation revealed the absurdity of their predicament, as they argued over a poorly painted depiction of a saint, neither able to identify who it was. As Wang and his companions approached, they observed the scene with bemusement. When Zenobia and Irina finally noticed them, they were surprised to see Wang accompanied by 2 others. Wang offered to help them with their predicament, introducing Pira as his teammate from Devil May Cry. The church duo, intrigued and hopeful, nodded in agreement as they prepared to discuss their next steps. With that, Wang stepped closer, unwrapped Kuroka from around his neck, and presented her to the group. He introduced Kuroka Tuju as one of the last living Nikomata. The shock was evident on Zenobia and Irina's faces as they gazed at the cat, recalling the tales of the genocide of Nikomata by devils. To emphasize her presence, Kuroka waved at them with her paw and greeted them. As soon as she spoke, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area. In an instant, Kuroka was no longer in Wang's hands. Instead, she found herself cradled in Irina's arms, who was affectionately rubbing her ears and nuzzling her face against Kuroka's back. Zenobia joined in, scratching Kuroka's chin, and the Nikomata began to purr from the gentle attention. The scene was amusing to Wang and Pira, who exchanged deadpan expressions, questioning whether these 2 were truly fit for an important retrieval mission. Fortunately, the church duo snapped out of their daze when their stomachs growled loudly, reminding them of their hunger. Both girls blushed deeply, realizing how they had been acting, and quickly hid their hands behind their backs, inadvertently dropping Kuroka, who landed gracefully on her feet. They quickly apologized for their behavior, expressing their longing to move on and find something to eat. Just then, Kaneko, a grumpy Saji, and a drooling Issei, who had just been knocked down by Kaneko, appeared behind Pira and Wang. Kuroka noticed her sister and walked over, gently patting Kaneko's leg. Recognizing her older sister, Kaneko crouched down and picked Kuroka up, resting her on her shoulders. Kaneko greeted her sister warmly, and Kuroka responded with a lick of affection on Kaneko's cheek. This interaction sparked curiosity in the two pawns, but before they could voice their questions, Wine confirmed that Kaneko and her friends could join them. The more, the merrier, he said. Transitioning to the diner, the group settled into a booth, where Zenobia and Irina marveled at the Japanese cuisine laid before them. They were astonished to see the church duo devour nearly everything they had ordered. Thankfully, the diner allowed pets, so Kuroka could remain with them. It was surprising to see Kaneko, Saji, and Issei defy their MSDR's wishes to assist a friend, but it was an honorable act, and Team DMC appreciated it. YN felt grateful for the extra cash he had earned from recent hunts, knowing he would have been broke otherwise. After finishing their meals, the church duo sighed in relief, expressing their delight in the food. They acknowledged the irony of receiving aid from devils, and Irina even offered a prayer for the devil's charity, which caused a collective headache among the 4 devils present. YN sighed at Irina's thoughtlessness. Irina quickly apologized, realizing her mistake. Zenobia then inquired about the purpose of their visit. YN explained that they were interested in helping retrieve the Excaliburs. The two exorcists exchanged surprised glances, with Zenobia feeling uncertain about trusting YN, but ultimately agreeing. Zenobia emphasized the importance of keeping their identities hidden, as they did not want their higher-ups or enemies to think they were connected to devils. Irina expressed her concerns about working with a devil, but Zenobia pointed out the risks involved in their mission to retrieve the Excaliburs and confront Kokobile. They discussed the slim chances of success and the need for a backup plan, even considering the possibility of destroying the Excaliburs if necessary. Despite their doubts, YN reassured them that they would receive help from dragons, mentioning Issei's connection to Draig and his own bond with Albion. Pera, being purely human, would also be part of their team. This revelation alleviated Irina's worries, and both church members felt a surge of. Zenobia expressed her surprise at meeting the heavenly dragon emperors in a foreign land without hostility, especially with a Sparda descendant possessing the power of the white dragon. YN explained that he was a Cambion, a half-human, half-demon, which he considered fortunate. Zenobia remarked that their meeting must have been orchestrated by God, granting YN a special gift. Irina, however, found it hard to believe that they were allowed to borrow the power of a dragon, deeming it nonsense. Zenobia dismissed her concerns, insisting they should trust YN and recognize the advantage of having dragon power on their side. With a sense of determination, YN decided it was time to contact someone who would assist them. He stepped outside to call Kiba and invite him to the diner. While waiting, the Draconic Cambion and Zenobia exchanged contact information to stay connected. When Kiba arrived, he was informed about the situation concerning the Excaliburs. Despite his disdain for the exorcists, he recognized the importance of the opportunity presented to him. Kiba felt a sense of dissatisfaction when he realized that the wielders of Excalibur were granting him permission to destroy it. Zenobia remarked that if he were a stray devil, she would have swiftly eliminated him. Tension filled the air as both glared at each other, exuding a palpable killing intent. Just before either could act, the Draconic Cambion intervened, reminding them of the greater threat looming over the city. With that, Kiba and Zenobia reluctantly backed off. Kiba acknowledged the risk that Freed might seize the Excaliburs, especially since the attacks on priests were a test of his affinity with the Holy Sword. Irina, surprised, inquired if Freed Salzan was indeed present and wielding an Excalibur. The Devil May Cry team and Saji, unfamiliar with Freed, realized he was connected to Kokobile. The mention of the Excalibur, known for its speed, made Team DMC wary. Kiba revealed that he had fought Freed a few nights prior and had lost. He then asked about the leader of the Holy Sword Project. Zenobia informed him that Valper Galilei, the genocide archbishop, had been charged with heresy for that project and was now allied with the fallen angels. The mention of the project leader fueled Kiba's determination. Team Devil May Cry now awaited their other teammates to locate the Excaliburs, hoping to help Kiba find closure regarding his past. Kiba expressed that if he pursued the fallen angels, he could finally confront Valper. Zenobia agreed that it was time to begin the search. The Draconic Cambion mentioned that 3 more team members were already searching for the stolen Excaliburs and should have located them by now. Just then, his phone chimed with a message from Arthur, containing an address accessible on digital maps. Upon checking, he discovered it was located on the far outskirts of the city. Excitedly, he announced that they had found the location and urged everyone to move. The Draconic Cambion led the way, with his team, the Devils, and the church duo following closely behind. After several minutes, they approached their destination when something caught the Draconic Cambion's eye. Arthur was waving from an alleyway, accompanied by Biko and Lufei. He gestured for the others to follow and reunited with his team. Concerned, he asked if they were all right. Biko mentioned feeling a bit hungry but noted that there had been no action yet. Irina inquired if these 3 were the additional team members he had mentioned. The Draconic Cambion confirmed but stated that introductions could wait. He instructed the trio to lead the way to the location. Arthur complied, signaling for them to follow quietly. They cautiously exited the alley and approached an old mini-mansion. Arthur pointed out that they had sensed the energy of the Excaliburs emanating from that very place. The Draconic Cambion asked Lufei to confirm the energy readings. She assured him that she had scanned it multiple times and the energy remained consistent. With the confirmation, the Draconic Cambion assigned Kiba, Kaneko, Issei, and Saji to enter first and spring any hidden traps. He instructed them to call out, "Devils never cry," if they encountered trouble, prompting Irina and Zenobia to assist. If the church duo faced issues, they were to do the same, and he and his team would intervene. Everyone nodded in understanding, and with a gesture from the Draconic Cambion, the 4 devils entered the mansion cautiously. While they waited, the Draconic Cambion felt it was the right time for introductions. He introduced Biko, the descendant of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, to Zenobia and Irina. He then introduced Arthur Pendragon, the descendant of King Arthur, and finally Lufei Pendragon, the descendant of Morgana Le Fay and younger sister to Arthur. The introductions were met with polite greetings. Just as the introductions concluded, they heard the call of "Devils Never Cry" coming from the mansion. Immediately, the church duo prepared their Excaliburs and rushed toward the building to aid the devils. Meanwhile, the Devil May Cry team stood outside, watching with bored expressions. The Draconic Cambion suggested that they watch the fight through the windows, and the others agreed. They moved to the windows of the mansion and observed the confrontation. Kiba was engaged in a fierce battle with Valper Galilei, while Fried Salzen, appearing somewhat disheveled, was also present. Unfortunately, the fallen duo managed to escape by throwing smoke bombs, leaving the team unable to join the fight. Zenobia urged Irina to pursue them, but Irina hesitated, questioning what about their teammates. Zenobia insisted there was no time to waste, and they quickly took to the roof in hot pursuit. Kiba followed closely behind, leaving his devil comrades behind. The devils soon exited the mansion to regroup with Team DMC, who had been watching from the windows. Saji expressed disbelief that they had simply watched the fight unfold. Biko found the encounter interesting, while Issei questioned why they hadn't intervened. Arthur explained that they were observing their potential foes and recognizing their energy signatures. Issei concluded that at least they would be prepared for next time, but the Draconic Cambion interjected, suggesting there might not be a next time. Kaneko inquired why that was the case, and the Draconic Cambion pointed behind them. The 3 devils turned to see Rias Gremory and Sona Citri standing right behind them, with Rias wearing a malicious smile and Sona glaring darkly. Rias asked Issei and Kaneko to explain their actions, while Sona demanded an explanation from Saji. Issei turned to the Draconic Cambion, seeking his support, but he found that Team Devil May Cry had vanished without a trace. Kaneko then received a message on her phone from the team, apologizing for abandoning the devils to face their consequences and hoping for forgiveness. The Gremory Rook sent a message back, forgiving their friends and expressing gratitude for their assistance. Rias and Sona decided it was time for the others to face their consequences, while Issei and Saji pleaded for mercy. Meanwhile, The Devil May Cry team was making their way home after the events of the evening. The night was pleasant, so they opted not to use a magic circle for teleportation. Pyrrha expressed concern about leaving the others behind, questioning whether it was wise. Wyan reassured her that they were not affiliated with the Gremory group, they were their own entity. Lu Fei wondered if Zenobia and Irina would be alright, to which Wyan responded confidently that there was nothing to worry about. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice interrupted their conversation, causing everyone to turn and prepare their weapons. Wyan readied his twin guns, Biko gripped his staff, Arthur held Colbrand, Kuroka and Lu Fei summoned magic circles, and Pyrrha transformed Milo into gun form. They faced a man with blonde hair and a black patch on his back, dressed in an outfit reminiscent of Wyan's but adorned with more buckles. The man introduced himself as Azazel, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, expressing his pleasure at meeting the White Dragon Emperor in person. Arthur inquired how Azazel knew Wyan, to which Azazel explained that he had spies monitoring potential sacred gear wielders, one of whom had overheard their conversation with the church duo. However, he clarified that his purpose for approaching them was to discuss the fate of Kokobile. The Devil May Cry team was taken aback by Azazel's request. He preferred to focus on his sacred gear research and wished to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Azazel acknowledged that he relied on outside help, specifically the Devil May Cry team, to deal with Kokobile. He expressed indifference about Kokobile's fate, stating that if he survived, he would be subjected to eternal freezing. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wyan reached into his pocket and produced a Devil May Cry business card, handing it to Azazel, who accepted it. Wyan informed Azazel that if he required further assistance, he should call the number on the card and mention the password on the back. He also insisted on compensation for taking on Kokobile, proposing a fee of $100 million directly into his bank account. Azazel was taken aback by the high amount, but Wyan simply showed him a page on his phone displaying his father's mounting debt. After recovering from the shock, Azazel extended his hand, and Wyan shook it, sealing the deal. Azazel mentioned he might send part-time apprentices to collect what remained of Kokobile. With that, Azazel unfurled his 6 pairs of wings and enveloped himself in them. Moments later, he dissolved into black feathers and vanished, leaving the Devil May Cry team to ponder who would clean up the aftermath. The following evening was quiet, with the Devil May Cry team engrossed in a game of trouble in Terrorist Town, unaware of the chaos brewing at Kuo Academy. Meanwhile, the ORC was preparing to defend their school against Kokobile, who had already made his presence known by dropping off a beaten Irina at Issei's house and challenging Rias Gremory. The SC was projecting a shield around the school, but the ORC struggled to reach the Devil May Cry team for assistance. Kaneko reported that they were not responding, prompting Rias to insist on trying again, knowing they would need help if things went awry. Aquino informed Rias that she had contacted Surzex, who would arrive in about 45 minutes. Rias was shocked that Aquino had taken such action without informing her, but Aquino explained that they needed the power of the Mao to confront their formidable enemy. Rias reluctantly accepted the situation and turned to her peerage, rallying them with a speech about their duty to protect their home from Kokobile, who sought to disrupt their peaceful lives and instigate another great war. With renewed determination, Rias led her team through the barrier, ready to confront the threat head-on. Meanwhile, the Devil May Cry team was reflecting on their intense gaming session. Arthur noted the stress of blending in while hiding their true nature, and Biko suggested they get some rest. As they prepared to retire for the night, Kuroka checked her phone and discovered several missed calls and urgent messages from her sister, indicating that Kokobile had begun his attack. Alarmed, she alerted her teammates, who immediately stiffened at the news, realizing the gravity of the situation. They never anticipated that the warmonger would launch an attack so soon. Albion sensed tainted holy energy emanating from Kuo Academy, prompting concern among the group. They realized that their preoccupation with the game had caused them to overlook the warning signs. Acknowledging their oversight, they quickly prepared to head to the academy. As they gathered, vibrant lights radiated from the Devil Hunters' bodies, illuminating the night. Once the lights faded, the 5 Devil Hunters donned their battle attire, except for one who was already prepared. After retrieving his devil arms, he joined his comrades outside, where Arthur was finalizing a transportation sphere to take them to the school. With the sphere complete, they soared into the night sky. Kuroka utilized her jutsu to cloak the sphere, concealing their energy signatures to maintain the element of surprise. As they approached the school, they landed on a nearby building, ensuring they remained undetected. Arthur and Kuroka maintained their protective measures, ready for any eventuality. From their vantage point, they observed Citri and her peerage constructing a barrier around the school, likely to prevent collateral damage. Despite the barrier, they could see the chaos unfolding inside. Kokabeel, Valper, and Freed confronted the remnants of the Gremory peerage, while a giant magic circle dominated the courtyard. Kiba and Zenobia were engaged in a fierce battle against the tri-headed Cerberus hounds. Kuroka received a message from her sister, revealing that Kokabeel intended to destroy the town and that Irina had been knocked out, with her Excalibur stolen. Just then, a golden light burst forth from the protective dome of Kuo Academy, causing a sense of déjà vu among the team. As the light faded, they saw a golden magic circle hovering in front of Valper, from which a sword emerged and was handed to Freed, who prepared to attack the devils but was intercepted by Zenobia. Arthur recognized the sword as the merged form of Excalibur, a combination of 4 fragments. The team deliberated on whether to intervene, knowing that the sword would be lethal to them. They decided to observe the fight for the moment, waiting for the right opportunity to act. As they watched, Kiba picked up a blue crystal thrown by Valper, cradling it against his chest in anguish. The crystal began to glow, and ghostly figures emerged around him. The figures approached Kiba and vanished into his soul, leaving him enveloped in a golden aura. This transformation ignited a fierce determination within him as he glared at Freed. A golden portal appeared before Kiba, revealing his version of the Balance Breaker, a sword that emanated both holy and demonic energy. The team marveled at the fusion of these elements. Meanwhile, Zenobia joined Kiba, and together they prepared to face Freed. Zenobia summoned Durandal, a stubborn weapon that required a worthy wielder, and she proved her capability in combat against Freed. With Kiba's newfound strength and Zenovia's skill, they launched a coordinated attack, ultimately shattering the incomplete Excalibur. Freed, distracted and disheartened by the turn of events, fell victim to Kiba's strike, knocking him out. Just as they turned their attention to Valper, an unexpected event unfolded. Kokabeel stabbed Valper with a light spear, shocking everyone. The sight of this brutal act ignited rage among the men, while one of their companions struggled with her PTSD. Sensing her distress, one of the hunters approached her and offered comfort, helping her regain her composure. With renewed determination, they prepared to join the fray against Kokabeel. The leader instructed Arthur to elevate them above the dome, planning a strategic dive into the battle. As they descended, Kuroka and Lu Fei readied their magic to shatter the dome, while the others prepared their weapons. Once they were close enough, Kuroka and Lu Fei unleashed powerful bolts of magic, destroying the dome. The team landed with precision, using their combined strength to obliterate the magic circle that threatened the town. The Gremory peerage and Zenobia watched in astonishment at the sudden turn of events, realizing that the tide of battle had shifted. The 3 men stood and retrieved their weapons from the ground, joined by the women as they faced Kokabeel. Wine turned his head back to check on the group's status, rebellion resting on his shoulder. Rias expressed her concern, noting that they had been trying to contact him and his team for a while. Wine apologized, explaining that they had been engaged in a team exercise and urged everyone to rest while they handled the situation. Kokabeel, floating in the air with his 10 wings spread wide, demanded to know who dared to interfere. The Draconic Cambion, observing the fallen angel, questioned his identity, commenting on his appearance, which resembled a mix of a fallen angel, an elf, and a vampire. His teammates agreed, acknowledging the strange combination. Enraged by their casual demeanor and the build-up to the insult, Kokabeel summoned 5 magic circles around the Devil May Cry team, from which emerged 15 Inferno Cerberus dogs. Intrigued, Biko turned to Wyan and asked if his father had owned a Cerberus. Wyan confirmed this and checked on his team, reassured by Biko's confidence that they would be fine while he took care of Kokobile. With determination, YN approached the fallen angel as his team engaged with the Cerberus hounds. Kokobile, unimpressed, questioned YN's belief that he could stand against him. In response, YN revealed that he was more than just human, grabbing Rebellion from his back and summoning a briefcase in his left hand, known as Pandora. As YN prepared for battle, he launched Rebellion in a round trip along with Pandora in PF 422, Grief toward Kokobile. The fallen angel quickly created 2 light swords to block the incoming blades. Seizing the opportunity, YN trickstered up to Kokobile, retrieving his weapons mid-air. As he descended, he sheathed Rebellion and unleashed a volley of bullets using PF 262, Jealousy. Kokobile used his wings to shield himself from the onslaught, wincing from the impact. Once on the ground, YN fired 2 rockets using PF 013, Epidemic. Kokobile retaliated by throwing his light swords at the rockets, causing them to explode upon impact. Frustrated, YN activated PF 398, Revenge, aiming the laser turret upward and firing. Kokobile barely escaped, but 2 of his right side wings were caught in the blast, causing him to crash to the ground. Struggling to rise, he glared at YN, who responded with a confident smile. Kokobile, furious, vowed that YN would pay for his actions. In response, YN opened Pandora, transforming it into a hovering rocket turret known as PF 594, Argument. With a satisfied expression, he launched 2 volleys of missiles toward Kokobile. The fallen angel, wounded both physically and emotionally, retaliated with a barrage of light spears, destroying the missiles before they could reach him. Fueled by rage, Kokobile summoned thousands of light spears aimed at YN. In preparation for the impending attack, YN folded Pandora back into its case form. As Kokobile unleashed his assault, YN slammed the case down and opened it, releasing PF 666, Omen. The bright light from the briefcase dispelled all the light spears and temporarily stunned Kokobile. Seizing the moment, YN sucked Rebellion for Gilgamesh and charged forward. Once close enough, YN initiated a strong combo with Gilgamesh, delivering 2 powerful punches followed by a series of kicks that staggered Kokobile. The fallen angel attempted to counter with a swing of his light sword, but YN evaded with a swift maneuver, sending Kokobile back. The fallen angel regained his footing, hovering above the ground with his remaining wings. In a moment of taunting, YN struck a pose, inviting Kokobile to engage. The fallen angel, incensed, summoned 2 light swords and charged with blades crossed. YN prepared a real impact, waiting for the right moment. As Kokobile closed the distance, YN punched him in the chin and activated his devil trigger, sending Kokobile soaring into the air. Quickly teleporting above him, YN sucked back to Rebellion and attempted an aerial rave, which Kokobile managed to block. Kokobile took a moment to assess his opponent, shocked by what he saw. The figure before him embodied the essence of a demon, soaring through the air with a pair of wings. The aura emanating from YN felt familiar, reminiscent of a certain demon from the Great War who had vanished. To confirm his suspicions, Kokobile inquired about YN's identity. YN revealed himself as YN Sparda, the grandson of the legendary Dark Knight, Sparda. Kokobile's eyes widened in disbelief. He had heard tales of how Sparda had rebelled against his kind to defeat the demon Emperor Mundus. The fallen angel had always yearned for a chance to fight a descendant of Sparda, and now that opportunity had arrived. Amused, Kokobile laughed heartily, relishing the prospect of battling Sparda's kin. The members of the Gremory peerage gasped at the revelation of hidden secrets, while the Devil May Cry team exchanged intrigued glances. YN found himself curious about the implications but remained focused on the fight at hand. Kokobile declared his intent to fight without restraint, enveloped in a yellow aura that significantly increased his power. The observers felt the weight of his energy, struggling to maintain their footing. Team DMC, having dispatched the Cerberus hounds, felt the pressure of Kokobile's newfound strength but remained resolute. Undeterred, YN tightened his grip on Rebellion, bracing himself for the confrontation. Kokabeel launched an overhead strike with both light swords, and Wine raised his weapon to intercept. The force of the clash pushed him back, but both combatants broke the stalemate and continued their fierce exchange of blows. Every clash of swords caused both Yn and Kokabeel to recoil slightly, with the Cambion reacting more than the fallen angel. Kokabeel devised a cunning plan, continuing his strikes until they found themselves in another deadlock. During this struggle, the fallen angel summoned a light spear behind the draconic Cambion and sent it through his back. Caught off guard by the attack, Wine became vulnerable to Kokabeel's slashes. Unable to defend himself, he was pierced by more light spears. Once Kokabeel was satisfied with his opponent's condition, he executed a dual overhead strike with his swords, sending Wine crashing to the ground. The impact was so severe that it deactivated his devil trigger. Groaning in pain, the draconic Cambion slowly sat up, disoriented as the muffled shouts of the spectators reached his ears. He glanced down and saw Rebellion lying beside him. Grabbing the sword, he stood up just as the fallen angel floated down, frowning, with his blades vanishing but his powerful aura still surrounding him. Kokabeel expressed disappointment in Yn, questioning his abilities as the descendant of Sparda. In response, Wine remarked on his own good looks, contrasting them with Kokabeel's appearance. This insult visibly angered the fallen angel, but he quickly shifted to amusement, laughing at the situation. Kokabeel then revealed a shocking truth. During the Great War, God had been killed along with the 4 great devil kings. This revelation left everyone in stunned silence, particularly Zenobia and Asia, who trembled in disbelief at the news that their prayers had been in vain. Zenobia questioned the validity of Kokabeel's claim, while Rias vehemently denied it. Kokabeel confirmed the grim reality, explaining that since then, all 3 factions had relied on humans for survival, a secret kept hidden by their leaders. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Zenobia fell to her knees, struggling to breathe. Asia, on the verge of tears, asked if their blessings to God had been worthless. Kokabeel coldly informed her that since Michael took God's place, their prayers and blessings had indeed been for nothing. Unable to bear the weight of the news, Asia fainted, but Kaneko was there to catch her. Surprisingly, Zenobia remained conscious, though shaken. Kokabeel expressed his frustration at the war being called off without a victor and declared his intention to reignite the conflict. Before he could finish, he swiftly blocked a bullet fired from behind, turning to see Wine holstering Ebony and gripping Rebellion. The Cambion's expression was one of boredom and annoyance, surprising Kokabeel, who expected a more emotional response to the news of God's death. Wine dismissed Kokabeel's words, asserting that life continued to thrive despite God's absence, and their purpose was to protect humanity from threats like him. The Gremory Peerage and the Devil May Cry team rallied in agreement, with Zenobia feeling inspired by Y's determination, wondering if she could find similar motivation within herself. Kokabeel laughed, questioning how Yn intended to fight without his true form. Yn countered that he had not revealed his true form yet. The Gremory Peerage and Kokabeel were puzzled by this, while the Devil May Cry team smiled, recognizing that their leader was preparing to unleash his true power. With a bold declaration, Yn leaped high into the air, enveloped in a blinding white light that forced the spectators to shield their eyes from the overwhelming energy. The Gremory Peerage fell to their knees under the pressure, and even Kokabeel began to sweat. When the light faded, everyone was astonished to see Y transformed into the White Dragon Emperor. Kokabeel's shock quickly turned to amusement as he saw Yn as the stepping stone he needed to achieve his goals. However, Yn interrupted Kokabeel's thoughts, swiftly appearing behind him and delivering a powerful upward slash. This attack left a massive cut on Kokabeel's back, severing his wings and eliciting a scream of pain. As Kokabeel struggled to recover, Yn unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each one connecting and causing bones in Kokabeel's chest to crack. After a final uppercut sent Kokabeel soaring into the air, Yn followed, forming a sphere of white energy outlined in blue. When Kokabeel was within range, Yn unleashed his attack, declaring its name as a beam of energy struck Kokubile, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a burning crater. The fallen angel lay unconscious, covered in burns and stripped of his feathers. As Wine descended into the crater to collect Kokubile's body, an awe-filled silence enveloped the spectators. The Gremory peerage and Zenobia marveled at Wine's ability to defeat such a formidable foe with relative ease. Meanwhile, Issei, feeling frustrated, vowed to surpass Wine one day. Emerging from the crater, Wine remained in his balance breaker form, carrying the unconscious Kokubile under his arm, a testament to his strength and determination. As everyone approached the draconic Cambion, a voice emerged from the shadows, praising his impressive power. The source of the voice was revealed as a magic circle descended from the sky, carrying two figures. The moon above turned a striking blood red. One figure was a girl in a school uniform, adorned with a choker, her long silver hair and red eyes accentuating her smirk. The other was a woman with black hair and violet eyes, dressed formally and wielding a staff, likely the one responsible for the magic circle. The girl greeted them, expressing her disappointment that the party had ended. Her companion noted that it was unfortunate, as the silver-haired girl would have relished the opportunity to fight Kokubile. The girl confidently asserted that she would have defeated him in an instant, prompting the onlookers to exchange skeptical glances, aware that her bravado might lead to her downfall. The draconic Cambion sighed, shaking his head at her arrogance. He remarked that boasting and action were two different things and suggested that she would not last long in a fight. The girl's expression shifted from a smirk to a frown, and she angrily retorted, demanding he recognize his place. In a swift motion, she attempted a flying kick at him, but he effortlessly caught her foot, spun her around, and sent her crashing back to her companion. Undeterred, she glared at him, readying for another attack, but her companion intervened with her staff. The woman explained that they were there to collect Kokubile's body, as well as that of the stray priest, and urged the silver-haired girl to retrieve the priest's body. The draconic Cambion raised an eyebrow at this revelation, while the girl scoffed and reluctantly complied. The woman apologized for her companion's pride, which could be troublesome. In exchange for their names, the draconic Cambion agreed to overlook the earlier confrontation. The woman introduced herself as Ruby Tuju, and the silver-haired girl as Mocha Akashiya. He nodded in acknowledgement and assisted Ruby in laying Kokubile's body on the magic circle just as Mocha returned. The presence of the Devil May Cry crew, the Devils, and Zenobia left them all perplexed. When Zenobia inquired about their intentions, Ruby explained that both bodies were necessary for questioning and bid farewell, expressing hope to see them again. With that, the magic circle vanished into the night. The draconic Cambion surveyed the damage from the night's events and turned to the Gremory peerage, who were welcoming back Kiba and congratulating him on achieving Balance Breaker. He wondered who would be responsible for cleaning up the mess. Just then, Sona and her peerage arrived, assuring him that they would handle the repairs before school resumed. He advised them not to overwork themselves and turned his attention to the Gremory group, confirming their plans for the night. After exchanging goodnights with Rias, he returned to his team and nodded to Biko. The Monkey King struck the ground with his staff, creating a black portal beneath them, and they descended into it, ready to rest after the eventful night. The following day, the draconic Cambion reflected on the previous night's events. Kokubile had pushed him to use his balance breaker, a form he hadn't accessed in a while. He considered resuming his training to enhance his abilities. As he walked to school after breakfast, he felt content after sharing a moment with his two favorite girls. Upon reaching the school gate, he was surprised to see the land fully repaired, marveling at the efficiency of the Devils. He contemplated requesting a special cleanup crew for future incidents. Once in the classroom, he greeted his peers. Sona and Tsubaki returned his greeting, while Rias and Akino approached him, surprising him with warm hugs. They expressed their gratitude for his heroics the previous night, and he smiled in response. After they released him, they returned to their seats, leaving him to ponder the unexpected affection. As the day progressed, he noticed the envious stares from other students, a testament to his unique situation. After classes, he visited the Occult Research Club to check on everyone, taking a moment to freshen up in the restroom and remove the kiss marks from his cheeks. Exiting, he spotted Sona waiting for him. She informed him that there would be a guest in the clubroom, someone he would find surprising. Intrigued, he asked about the second item on her list. Sona leaned in and placed a kiss on his cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned. She blushed and thanked him for his protection of Kuo and for defeating Kokabeel. When he inquired about the final matter, she shyly expressed her longing to go on a date with him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sona Citri, typically composed and sophisticated, decided to take a bold step by asking the Draconic Cambion out on a date. The Cambion, surprised by the suddenness of the request, recalled how he had recently defeated Sona in a game of chess. Sona explained that she sought a romantic partner through chess, and since he had bested her, she considered him her fiancé. The Cambion agreed to the date, curious about the connection between chess and her proposal. Sona suggested they meet on Sunday at 1 p.m. in front of the park fountain, emphasizing the importance of punctuality. After confirming his attendance, he waved goodbye and headed toward the council room, a slight smile lingering on Sona's face as she walked away. As the Cambion made his way, he encountered Asia and Issei. Asia greeted him warmly and inquired about his day. He mentioned receiving thank-you kisses from Rias, Aquino, and Sona, which caused Issei to feel a surge of jealousy. He couldn't help but resent the attention the Cambion was getting from the girls, especially since Asia seemed to be focused on his rival. While Issei stewed in his thoughts, the Cambion contemplated ordering pizza and strawberry sundaes for dinner as a celebration. The trio soon arrived at the clubhouse, where they found Rias and Aquino standing together, Kaneko snacking, Kiba reading on the couch, and surprisingly, Zenobia in a Kuo Academy uniform. The Cambion sensed demonic energy emanating from her, which added to his surprise. Zenobia greeted him and Issei, revealing that she had decided to stay at Kuo Academy as Rias's new knight after learning of God's demise. She expressed her interest in seeing what would happen when she was near the Sparda descendant and announced her intention to join the occult research club. Despite her cutesy tone, her stoic expression made her attempts at friendliness seem awkward. The Cambion suggested that she work on her facial expressions, noting the odd combination of her demeanor and tone. Zenobia explained that she had only learned what the church taught her, making other lifestyles foreign to her. Asia offered to teach her about life, which Zenobia welcomed, even asking Asia to hit her to settle a previous misunderstanding. However, Asia, being a pacifist, quickly forgave her, and Zenobia thanked her before preparing to leave. As she reached for the door, Asia invited her to join some friends later that day, but Zenobia declined, stating she was busy. She proposed meeting next time to show her around the school. With a nod, she expressed her longing to battle both Asia and the Cambion in the future, which they looked forward to. Once she left, the Cambion received a message on his phone about a new mission, prompting him to inform his friends that he had to go. As he exited the school building, he noticed another message indicating he had received a significant sum of money, which made him smile and appreciate his life. Later that evening, after dinner, the Devil May Cry team gathered to discuss the upcoming weekend. The Cambion announced his date with Sona, eliciting mixed reactions from his teammates. Biko teased him, Arthur noted the potential addition to his list of admirers, and Lu Fei expressed her excitement about a possible new family member. The Cambion was taken aback by Arthur's mention of a list, which he kept as a precaution against any potential Yandra situations. Lu Fei's enthusiasm for expanding their family was evident, while Pira and Kuroka excused themselves to discuss something privately. The Cambion felt a sense of dread about what might unfold, especially as his teammates offered their support in a way that only heightened his anxiety. As the girls returned in their pajamas, they took him by the arms and led him to his room. Once inside, they released him, and while Kuroka locked the door and cast a silence glyph, Pira sweetly instructed him to sit on the bed. Knowing better than to resist, he complied, feeling an increasing sense of apprehension as they stood silently beside him. The tension finally broke when an agreement was reached. Kuroka and Pira decided to allow him to date Sona, but there would be a price. The Draconic Cambion felt a wave of dread wash over him. While he was relieved that he wouldn't be breaking a girl's heart and incurring the wrath of an older sister, He was anxious about what was to come. He was presented with the terms, which left him momentarily stunned. His girlfriends had surprised him with their unexpected proposition. Just as he was processing this, Albion's roar snapped him back to reality. After a few moments of contemplation, he accepted the terms. Both girls smiled at his response. The huntress sat beside him and kissed him tenderly, while Kuroka playfully began to tease him. The atmosphere shifted as they engaged in a passionate moment, their chemistry undeniable. The huntress and Kuroka began to undress each other, their movements filled with excitement and longing. As they continued to kiss, the draconic Cambion felt the heat of the moment intensify. The huntress, feeling bold, began to explore their connection further, while Kuroka playfully engaged in her own teasing. The air was thick with anticipation, and it became clear that they were all reaching a peak of excitement. In the midst of their playful exchanges, the huntress felt a rush of pleasure, while Kuroka reveled in the shared experience. The atmosphere was charged with energy as they lost themselves in the moment, each of them fully immersed in their desires. After a brief interlude, Kuroka decided to share a special moment with the huntress, offering her a taste of their shared experience. The huntress welcomed this gesture with enthusiasm, and they continued to explore their connection, enjoying the intimacy they had created. As the night progressed, Kuroka playfully posed a question about who he would choose first. He took a moment to think, knowing he cherished both girls equally. Ultimately, he made his choice, and Kuroka's excitement was palpable. The huntress, though initially disappointed, was reassured that they would have their moment together afterward. With the decision made, they shifted positions, and Kuroka took the lead. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation as they engaged in a passionate dance, each movement heightening their connection. The draconic Cambion was captivated by the experience, reveling in the sensations that enveloped them. The huntress, not wanting to be left out, found a way to join in on the fun, creating an appealing synergy between the three of them. The sounds of their shared experience filled the room, a symphony of pleasure and connection that resonated deeply. As they reached their climax, the intensity of the moment brought them all to new heights. They shared in the release, a culmination of their desires that left them breathless. Afterward, they lay together, basking in the afterglow of their shared experience. As they settled down, the draconic Cambion turned to the huntress, curious if she was ready for another round. She needed a moment to catch her breath, and he patiently waited, reflecting on the unforgettable night they had shared. Receiving a nod from the huntress, he positioned himself above her, gently rubbing the tip of his rod at her entrance. He looked into her eyes, seeking reassurance about their next step. She expressed her longing for him to be gentle and to kiss her as they moved forward. With a smile filled with affection, he nodded and lowered his head to connect their lips. Moments later, he entered her slowly, and she gasped, feeling the intensity of the moment as she experienced a significant milestone in their relationship. The sensation was overwhelming, and she breathed, adjusting to the feeling of their connection. As they shared this NTMT moment, he took his time, kissing his way down to her left BRST, eliciting soft sounds of pleasure from her. The atmosphere grew more charged as another presence joined them, adding to the shared experience. After a brief moment, she tapped both of their heads to signal that she was ready for more. He propped himself up beside her and began to move slowly, their rhythm building as she responded to his every motion. She found something to hold on to, gripping the other person's head as they continued to explore this new territory together. The sensations intensified, and he felt the warmth and tightness surrounding him, prompting him to increase his pace. Her reactions grew louder, filled with pleasure as they reached new heights of joy together. She wrapped her arms around the other person, pulling them closer, fully immersed in the moment. As they approached their limits, she expressed her excitement, and he echoed her feelings, both caught in the throes of passion. After a moment of shared bliss, they disengaged, lying side by side, breathing and basking in the afterglow. The atmosphere shifted as they discussed the possibility of another round, but he reminded them of his responsibilities the next day. They exchanged sweet words of affection before cuddling under a blanket, allowing sleep to take them. As the days passed, life returned to its usual rhythm. On Wednesday, he received an invitation from Rias for a pool party scheduled for Saturday. The days leading up to the event were filled with excitement as everyone prepared by finding their swimsuits. Arthur took charge of organizing lunch, planning to grill hamburgers for the gathering. When the day of the party arrived, the Devil May Cry team arrived at the location, eager to start the festivities. They found the Occult Research Club already present, dressed in their PE gear and busy cleaning the pool. Curious about the situation, he inquired if they had missed something. Kiba explained that they were almost finished cleaning the pool, which hadn't been used in a while. Rias clarified that they took on the task to repay the student council for their help during a recent incident. Once the pool was ready, both groups set up their beach chairs and picnic tables. After changing into their swim gear, Kiba approached him with a request to fight alongside him to protect humanity. Surprised but pleased, he extended his hand, agreeing to welcome Kiba into their crew. The camaraderie among the group grew stronger as they celebrated this new alliance. As they left the changing room, they were greeted by the sight of the girls in their swimsuits, each one a vision of beauty. He complimented them, especially Kuroka and Pira, causing them to blush with delight. Rias then asked Issei to teach Asia how to swim, which elicited a humorous reaction from him. She also requested Kuroka to teach Kaneko, who was eager to learn. Kuroka happily agreed, leading her sister to the pool for her lesson. While the others enjoyed swimming, Kuroka patiently guided Kaneko through the basics. Their bond strengthened as they shared this time together, filled with affection and encouragement. Soon, he and Biko returned with a collection of inflatable floats and toys to enhance the party atmosphere. They tossed everything into the pool, igniting a wave of excitement as everyone rushed to grab the floating items, ready to enjoy the day to its fullest. The Monkey King dove into the water, heading straight for the banana float. Meanwhile, Arthur and Kiba grabbed water noodles and started sparring playfully in the pool. Asia, Lefei, Kuroka, and Aquino formed two teams for a beach ball match, while the others chose various floats to relax on. After about 20 minutes, most of the group decided to leave the water for a drier setting. Arthur began grilling patties for lunch, while Pira, Kuroka, Aquino, and Rias lounged in their chairs, soaking up the sun. Kaneko, Lefei, and Asia rested after their earlier pool activities, and Biko had fallen asleep on the banana float. Kuroka called out for assistance, asking for sunscreen to be applied to both her and Pira. Pira expressed her agreement, and they both eagerly laid down, ready for the application. The Draconic Cambion, utilizing his doppelganger ability, created a clone to help with the task. As he worked on Kuroka, his clone attended to Pira, applying the sunscreen carefully. Initially, the girls reacted to the cool cream, but soon they relaxed and enjoyed the sensation. As he applied the sunscreen, the girls let out soft sounds of enjoyment, which caught the attention of Rias, Aquino, and Issei, who were curious about the scene unfolding before them. Rias expressed her surprise at the sight of two of him, and he confirmed that it was indeed one of his abilities. Aquino teased him, impressed by his skills. Once he finished applying sunscreen to their backs, Kuroka and Pira turned over, inadvertently sandwiching him between them. The situation drew the ire of the onlooking pervert, who was visibly frustrated. Kuroka and Pira demanded that Rias and Aquino let go of him, asserting their claim. Rias and Aquino playfully protested, expressing their longing for sunscreen application as well, which led to a light-hearted tug-of-war over him. Just then, Kiba arrived to announce that lunch would be ready in 10 minutes, prompting the girls to release their hold on him and blush in embarrassment. They went to wake the others who had fallen asleep, while the Draconic Cambion splashed water on Biko to rouse him. After washing their hands, he noticed a flash of blue in the shed and decided to investigate. Inside, he found Zenobia, who was adjusting to wearing a bikini for the first time. She expressed her longing to talk to him privately, revealing her wish to have children together. The request left him momentarily speechless, and he asked her to repeat it. Zenobia explained her background and how her upbringing in the church had led her to suppress her desires. However, after becoming a devil and seeking guidance from Rias, she felt liberated to pursue her happiness. She believed that having children with him would fulfill that longing. He asked her why she chose him specifically, to which she responded that she found him attractive and believed he would provide strong genes for their potential children. Despite her enthusiasm, he gently reminded her that they needed to discuss this with Kuroka and Pira, as he was in a relationship with them. He assured her that he would not abandon any children they might have. Zenobia smiled brightly, appreciating his understanding. They shared a warm hug, and he reassured her that he would always be there for their children. As they prepared to join the others for lunch, her stomach rumbled in anticipation, causing her to blush. He chuckled softly and waved for her to follow him. As they rejoined the group, Zenobia received questions about her absence from the pool and compliments from the other girls. Arthur distributed burgers, ensuring everyone had enough to eat. After everyone settled down and offered a prayer, they eagerly took their first bites, enjoying the delicious meal together. Everyone expressed their delight as they savored the exquisite flavors of the cooked patty, warm buns, and fresh vegetables. Zenobia, who was experiencing the king's cuisine for the first time, let out a joyful squeal as she enjoyed her burger. The descendant of the king nodded in appreciation while taking a bite of his own burger. The group spent time chatting, and Zenobia had a private conversation with Kuroka and Pira about her aspirations. The two girls considered her dreams and decided to welcome her into their circle, but not without a price from the draconic Cambion. When the time came to leave, everyone packed their belongings or returned them to their hammer space and began to head out. Rias called out to the draconic Cambion and his team as they walked away, inquiring if they would be going to the clubroom. The draconic Cambion replied that he had something important to do the next day, revealing it was a date with Sona. The mention of the student council president elicited various reactions from the ORC. Some were shocked, while others offered encouragement. Unfazed, the draconic Cambion waved goodbye as he and his team departed. Moments later, a scream echoed from the school pool. As they walked, Kuroka and Pira flanked the devil hunter, both smiling. They informed him that they had spoken with Zenobia and reached an agreement. She would become his lover. They added that after his date with Sona, the three of them would spend the night together. The draconic Cambion smiled, embracing both girls and kissing them on the cheek, expressing his acceptance of the arrangement. The next day, the draconic Cambion prepared for his date with Sona. Dressed in a black polo shirt and blue jeans, he applied a touch of cologne before checking himself in the mirror and stepping out of his room. In the living room, his entire team was present, offering words of encouragement. His lovers joined him, kissing his cheeks and whispering sweet words of affection. After exchanging goodbyes, he headed out to meet Sona. Arriving 15 minutes early, he decided to watch some anime on YouTube while waiting. As he relaxed, he conversed with his inner dragon, reflecting on the importance of enjoying life and looking forward to the future. When the dragon reminded him that Sona would be arriving soon, he closed the app and stood by the fountain to wait. When Sona arrived, he was momentarily taken aback by her beauty in a lovely dress. He complimented her, and she blushed in response. They held hands as they walked to a restaurant, where the draconic Cambion had planned a lovely lunch. Sona admitted she hadn't planned anything for their date, but he reassured her that he had it all figured out. They would enjoy lunch first and then shop for gifts for her peerage. As they walked hand in hand to the restaurant, they found a table by the window, allowing them to admire the city. After ordering their meals, they engaged in conversation about their dreams for the future. The draconic Cambion envisioned establishing devil hunting agencies worldwide to protect humanity, while Sona aspired to run a school for low-class devils interested in participating in raiding games. He promised to support her dream, which brought a smile to her face. After finishing their meals and splitting the bill, they visited several shops to buy gifts for Sona's peerage. The draconic Cambion secretly purchased a special gift for Sona. As dusk approached, they completed their shopping and he paid for all the gifts. They then made their way to Sona's two-story home, where she invited him inside. After dropping off the gifts, they settled down for dinner, which Sona had prepared herself. During a meal, Sona posed an important question about the upcoming school event. She inquired if Y remembered that Friday marked the open house, where parents could observe their children's school activities. YN confirmed this and mentioned that he had invited his parents to Japan for the occasion, believing their presence would enhance the event. Sona expressed hope that the gathering would be peaceful and free from chaos, to which Wine reassured her that his father only caused trouble when dealing with demons, not in public settings. Sona lamented that her own parents would not attend, as they were occupied in the underworld, and Wine felt it was unfair that she could meet his parents while he could not meet hers. They both agreed that perhaps another time would be better. After finishing their meal, Wine prepared to leave and expressed his enjoyment of the date. He presented Sona with a jewelry case, which she opened to reveal a stunning gift that left her speechless. She closed the case and embraced Wine, gratitude evident on her face. He returned the gesture warmly and wished her a good night, giving her a gentle kiss on the cheek. Sona, momentarily stunned, regained her composure and watched him leave, clutching the gift close to her chest, her smile unwavering. As she returned inside to settle in for the night, Wine walked home, greeted affectionately by his team, who were curious about his date. He eagerly shared the details of his day with Sona, and his friends listened with amused smiles. Just as the leader was about to comment, a cute yawn from Lu Fei reminded everyone of the late hour, prompting them to wish each other good night and head to their rooms. Meanwhile, the love trio locked their door and cast a silence glyph, ensuring their privacy. The night was peaceful, except for the sounds coming from the bedroom, which hinted at a more NTMT atmosphere. The next day, Wine walked to school with a smile, feeling relaxed and free from the stress of his duties. In a good mood, he greeted Sona and, in a gentlemanly manner, gently took her hand and kissed the back of it. This unexpected gesture left the students around them in shock, especially Sona, who blushed deeply. Yn then took his seat and waited for class to begin, wishing for the time to pass quickly. As the day progressed, the open house arrived, a day meant for parents to engage with their children's school life. Yn expressed his gratitude to his parents for coming, with Dante commenting on the importance of taking breaks from demon hunting, while Trish looked forward to seeing how many girls would be dating her son. Yn reassured her that they could meet one of his friends right away. As the Sparda family walked through the school, they attracted many curious glances from students and parents alike. Some fathers even earned reprimands from their wives for their reactions. Yn quickened his pace to reach his classroom, with his parents keeping up. Upon entering, he introduced them to his friends, starting with Rias Gremory, followed by Akino Himejima, and Tsubaki Shinra. Finally, he hugged Sona from behind, introducing her as his girlfriend, which made her blush even more. Trish and Dante welcomed the girls warmly, with Dante expressing pride in his son's ability to make wonderful friends and find an appealing girlfriend. Yn felt fortunate and nuzzled against Sona, who leaned into the affection with a content smile. Their classmates observed the scene with silent smiles, and soon the teacher arrived, prompting the students to take their seats while the parents settled at the back of the classroom. Throughout the lessons, parents whispered among themselves and took pictures of their children. Grafia and Surzex arrived shortly after class began, with Surzex filming Rias. Noticing someone resembling Rias, the Sparda couple engaged in small talk with them. After a series of awkward lessons, lunch arrived, and many students went out with their parents. The student council presidents ensured that no mischief occurred at the school. As Yn turned to check on his parents, he saw them chatting with Surzex, who was dressed in a business suit. Rias suggested checking on the others, inviting Yn and his parents to join them, but he pointed out that they seemed busy with someone else, leaving Rias curious about who that might be. Following the direction indicated, the Gremory heiress wore a shocked expression as she stood up to confront her brother and his wife. Surzex greeted her warmly, expressing his delight at seeing her. Rias, feeling a mix of embarrassment and surprise, quickly exited the room, with Akino following closely behind. Amused, Yn approached his parents for a moment. He acknowledged that they had met Surzex and Grafia, and his father remarked on the interesting nature of the couple. Surzex then turned his attention to Yn, inquiring about his well-being. Yn responded positively, asking about Surzex's workload, to which Surzex lamented the endless paperwork he had to deal with, jokingly mentioning that Grafia kept adding to it. Grafia playfully tugged at her husband's cheek, prompting him to yelp in mock pain before she released him, allowing him to sigh in relief. Graphia suggested they head out for lunch, and Surzex agreed. Before they left, Wyan took a moment to transfer some money to his mother, which surprised her when she received the notification. Wyan explained that he had made some business connections during his time there to help with his father's debt. Grateful, Trish thanked him, and Dante encouraged Wyan to take care of himself as they set off in search of a pizza shop. The four adults departed, with Trish giving her son a kiss on the cheek and Dante offering a fist bump. With a smile, Wyan set out to find Rias and Aquino. After some searching, he discovered them conversing with Asia and Issei. As Wyan greeted them, Aquino inquired about his parents. He informed them that they were having lunch with Rias' brother. Just as he was about to continue, something caught his attention. His eyes widened as he noticed a peculiar statue in Issei's hands, which was a rather inappropriate depiction of Asia. Wyan expressed his disbelief and asked Issei where he had obtained it. Issei sheepishly admitted to having made it, prompting Wyan to cover his face in frustration, letting out a long sigh of disappointment directed at his rival. Before Issei could respond, the group heard commotion from outside the gymnasium. They turned to see a group of boys rushing in, excitedly discussing a real-life magical girl. Intrigued, they followed the noise, but not before Issei set down the statue. As they approached the gym, cheers and the sound of cameras filled the air. Upon entering, they found a crowd of boys surrounding a stage, cheering and taking photos, some even waving money in excitement. On stage, they spotted Seraphal Leviathan, who was reveling in the attention. However, Saji, a member of the student council, stepped in to restore order, insisting that the behavior was inappropriate for school property. The crowd reluctantly dispersed, and Saji turned his focus to Seraphal, who was now looking for her younger sister. Seraphal spotted Sona, her younger sister, and rushed over to her, eager to catch up and inquire about her life, particularly her love life. Sona appeared overwhelmed by her sister's enthusiasm, while Saji approached Wyan and commented on the day's events. Wyan explained who Seraphal was, revealing her status as one of the four Devil Kings and Sona's sister, which surprised the others. Rias noted that their personalities were quite different from what one might expect given their familial connection. Aquino suggested they go say hello, and the group made their way over to the Citri sisters. Seraphal greeted Rias warmly and then turned her attention to Wyan, her eyes lighting up with joy as she rushed to hug him. They shared a moment of affection, and Seraphal expressed how much she had missed him. When she learned that Wyan and Sona were in a relationship, Sona's face drained of color, realizing that her sister would want all the details about her life. Unable to handle the pressure, Sona fled the scene with Seraphal in pursuit. The group shared a laugh at the amusing situation, with Saji noting that he had never seen Sona so flustered before. As the school day came to an end, Saji and Aquino departed for their homes, leaving Wyan, Rias, and a few others behind. They were making their way to the entrance when they heard Dante calling out to them. Turning to see him along with Trish, Surzex, Graphia, and three unfamiliar faces, they prepared to greet the newcomers. The draconic Cambion pondered his identity until Rias provided clarity. She called out to him, revealing her familial connection to Surzex. The Cambion reflected on the resemblance, curious about the source of Rias's beauty. Rias moved briskly toward the adults, with the others trailing behind. Issei and Asia, however, diverted their attention to two newcomers engaged in conversation. Both newcomers had brown hair, which made their connection to the group apparent. Dante greeted the newcomers with a casual inquiry about their day, to which the Cambion responded that it had been quite entertaining. Trish then asked about the identities of the new arrivals, and the Cambion introduced Asia Argento as the blonde and Issei Haidu as the brown-haired boy. He paused for a moment, gesturing for his parents to come closer, and whispered additional information about Issei being the Red Dragon Emperor. The revelation surprised his parents, but they quickly masked their astonishment with smiles. Trish expressed her confidence in her son's abilities, assuring everyone that he could defeat any Red Dragon Emperor. Dante echoed her sentiment, noting the rigorous training their son had undergone since awakening his sacred gear. The Cambion expressed his gratitude to his parents for their support. Footsteps approached, drawing the Sparda family's attention to the Gremory family as they walked toward them. Xioticus Gremory introduced himself and mentioned that he had heard much about the Cambion from his children. The Cambion hoped the discussions had been positive, and Xioticus confirmed that they were. He suggested they converse while walking, and the Cambion offered to lead them to his home, eager for his friends to meet Xioticus. After arriving home, the Cambion received warm welcomes from his family, and Xioticus was introduced to the team. They gathered in the living room to watch a recording of Rias from Surzex. The video showcased Rias answering a question correctly, prompting laughter from everyone, except for Graphia, who displayed disappointment, and Rias, who hid her face in embarrassment. Overwhelmed, Rias fled to the Cambion's room. Concerned, the Cambion decided to check on her. He found Rias curled up on his bed, hugging a pillow. He closed the door quietly and took a seat in a nearby chair. He asked if she was okay, and Rias, muffled by the pillow, questioned why her brother behaved that way. The Cambion explained that Surzex expressed his love in his own unique manner, just as everyone has their own way of showing affection. Curiosity piqued, Rias sat up and inquired about how the Cambion's parents expressed their love. He shared fond memories of his mother's hugs and kisses and his father's sharing of pizza and strawberry sundaes, despite their mother's occasional scolding for their dietary choices. Rias found humor in the story, laughing at the thought of such trivial matters. Their laughter created a light atmosphere, and Rias asked if he was glad to have moved and met her and Sona. The Cambion reflected on his previous life, filled with demon hunting and adventures with his team, and concluded that meeting Rias and Sona had made his life more vibrant and enjoyable. Before they could continue their conversation, a knock interrupted them. The Cambion welcomed the visitor to enter, revealing Surzex. He informed Rias that it was time to unseal her other bishop. Rias was taken aback, and the Cambion expressed interest in the revelation, curious about Asia's bishop companion. Rias explained that the bishop's power had been too great for her to manage, leading to its sealing. Surzex reassured her that with her peerage, she might be ready to handle it, and he requested that the Cambion and his team accompany her for support. The Cambion agreed, eager to discover who the other bishop was, and Rias suggested they could proceed the following day. Excitement filled the air as they anticipated the next steps. The next day, the ORC and DMC teams gathered outside a room sealed with chains and tape. Despite the barriers, a faint power emanated from within, hinting at the strength contained inside. Rias instructed Kiba and Aquino to remove the tape, and Kuroka curiously questioned how a locked bishop could make contracts. Rias explained that they utilized online contracting, noting that this bishop had the highest earnings among her peerage family. The Cambion listened intently, intrigued by the unfolding events. Once the magic seals dissipated from the door, Rias unlocked it and opened it, revealing a room that echoed with a scream. The Devil May Cry team, along with Zenobia, Asia, and Issei, were startled by the sudden noise. After a moment of shock, they turned to see a coffin in the back of the room. A voice from within the coffin expressed fear and confusion about what was happening. Rias approached the coffin and opened it, prompting a desperate plea from its occupant, who did not want to leave. As the coffin opened, the group got a good look at Asia's bishop companion. The bishop had lighter blonde hair and pink eyes, dressed in a female school uniform. However, the experienced members of the Devil May Cry team quickly recognized that appearances could be deceiving. Issei, excited by the sight of another blonde, reacted enthusiastically, which elicited laughter from the devil hunting team. This laughter caught Issei's attention, and he inquired about what was so amusing. One of the team members pointed out that Issei was oblivious to the situation. The realization struck that they had inadvertently created a new problem. Issei had developed a crush on someone who was actually a boy. At that moment, the laughter erupted from Ryan's team. Kuroka and Biko were on the floor, laughing uncontrollably, while Arthur chuckled in a gentlemanly manner. Pura and Lufei struggled to contain their laughter, covering their mouths. Some members of the Occult Research Club were equally affected. Kiba laughed heartily, Kaneko giggled, and Rias and Aquino leaned on each other for support. Meanwhile, Asia and Zenobia remained puzzled, having been sheltered during their youth. Issei, shocked by the revelation, questioned how he could possibly be bisexual. The response pointed to his earlier admiration for the boy in the coffin. As the realization set in, Issei's mind momentarily shut down, and the group took a moment to catch their breath from the laughter. When he finally regained his composure, he turned to the bishop in disbelief, struggling to accept the truth. Rias confirmed that the bishop, Gaspar Vladi, was indeed male, despite his appearance. She explained that before becoming a devil, Gaspar was half human and half vampire. The revelation surprised the Devil May Cry team, Asia, Zenobia, and Issei. Biko expressed intrigue at the mention of a vampire, while Arthur found it fascinating. However, Issei was more concerned about Gaspar's choice of clothing. Gaspar timidly explained that he wore girls' clothes because he found them cute, prompting Le Fay to agree with him. Overwhelmed by the attention, Gaspar shrunk back, unsure of how to respond to the many new faces. Rias took the opportunity to introduce everyone, starting with her new servants, Issei, Zenobia, and Asia. She then encouraged the others to introduce themselves. YN introduced himself as a business partner of Rias and Sona, followed by Biko, Arthur, Kuroka, Le Fay, and Pira, each sharing their names. Gaspar, feeling overwhelmed, expressed his discomfort at the large group. Rias reassured him that he would feel better once they got outside, but Gaspar insisted he liked it where he was. Issei, however, was determined to follow Rias's orders and tried to take Gaspar by the arm. Just as he reached out, an energy emanated from Gaspar, causing the environment to turn gray and freezing everyone except YN, Biko, Arthur, Kuroka, and Le Fay. Curious about the situation, they observed Gaspar curled up in a corner, who wondered how they were unaffected. They explained that they were simply strong enough to resist his power. Gaspar lamented that his ability was uncontrollable and had a mind of its own. YN reassured him that they could help him learn to control it. Le Fay encouraged Gaspar to accept their help, and with a gentle approach, she crouched down, using her most persuasive weapon, her puppy eyes. Gaspar blushed at her cuteness and considered that with the support of these 5 individuals, he might find a way to manage his powers. Gaspar agreed to try and focus on desiring time to pass, hoping that his sacred gear would respond. After a few moments of concentration, the world regained its color, and those who had been frozen looked around in confusion. YN explained that they had experienced a time stop due to Gaspar's abilities. Issei was astonished to learn that Gaspar could stop time, while Biko humorously referred to it as having the Ze Warudo ability. Rias clarified that Gaspar's sacred gear was called Forbidden Baler View, known as the evil eye that can stop time. After recovering from the experience, the 2 teams gathered in the clubroom. Rias sat behind her desk, while Aquino and Kiba sat on the couch with Gaspar in the middle. YN, Pira, and Kuroka faced them, with Kaneko on Kuroka's lap and Le Fay on Pira's. The rest stood behind them. Rias explained that Gaspar had been locked away by Surzex Lucifer's orders because he could not control his powers, and it was interesting to note that he was unconsciously growing stronger, potentially reaching balance breaker level. YN expressed uncertainty about how to feel about Gaspar's sacred gear evolving on its own. Suddenly, when everyone blinked, Gaspar vanished from his seat, leaving behind only the sound of rustling. As everyone turned towards the corner of the room, they noticed a cardboard box shaking. Inside, Gaspar's muffled voice pleaded for privacy, expressing his dislike for attention. Le Fay, curious about his discomfort, approached the box and crouched down, suggesting that he should join them on the couch instead. Gaspar insisted that he enjoyed the confinement, prompting Le Fay to frown but sit beside the box without objection. Aquino checked the time and informed Rias that it was time for their meeting. Rias agreed and stood up to join Aquino as she prepared a teleportation circle. Rias asked the group if they could trust them to help Gaspar while they were away, to which the members of the Occult Research Club responded affirmatively. However, the Devil May Cry team remained silent, with one member suggesting that they needed some form of payment for their assistance. Rias assured them that she would provide payment upon their return. Another member of the team asked if they could leave to handle some hunting business, and the others nodded in agreement, eager to earn some money. One member decided to stay behind to help Gasper, while Lu Fei expressed her longing to remain as well, wanting to assist. With the decision made, the 4 members of the hunting team left to pursue their business. Rias and Aquino prepared to teleport, and Rias invited Kiba to join them, as her brother wanted to see Kiba's balance breaker. Kiba agreed and vanished with the 2 girls, leaving a moment of silence in their wake. One member of the group suggested a training method, opening the floor for ideas. Zenobia quickly volunteered to implement her own approach first, confident in its effectiveness. However, after a few minutes of watching, it became clear that her method was not beneficial for Gasper, who was visibly distressed. YN called for Zenobia to stop, prompting her to halt her pursuit. Gasper collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Lu Fei rushed over to offer him a water bottle, which he gratefully accepted. YN explained that Zenovia's method was not suitable for Gasper, who was meant to provide support rather than fight on the front lines. Zenobia acknowledged this and dismissed her weapon. YN decided it was time to introduce his own training method but paused to look towards the trees, seemingly addressing someone unseen. The group was puzzled until Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels, stepped forward, dressed in a kimono. The devils reacted defensively, but Azazel requested that they lower their weapons, stating that he preferred not to fight. He expressed interest in seeing their sacred gears but was disappointed to learn that one of their members was absent. Azazel then pointed out that Gasper possessed a unique sacred gear that could be dangerous under the wrong circumstances. He suggested that they connect it to another member's ability to help manage Gasper's power during training. The revelation that Gasper might need to drink blood to control his abilities shocked everyone, and Gasper vehemently protested, expressing his aversion to blood. Azazel concluded his input, leaving the next steps for them to decide. YN thanked him for his assistance, and Azazel wished them all a good evening before departing. The Gremory pawn called out, curious about the identity of the fallen angel leader. Azazel paused briefly, revealing that he kept his identity a secret because he sought entertainment in his life. With that, he continued his journey into the night, leaving a silence that was soon broken by Zenobia, who expressed her realization about Azazel's identity. YN confirmed her observation, noting that he was indeed an eccentric man. Inside the gym, preparations were underway for Gasper's training regimen. The objective was for Gasper to freeze a moving object in midair and maintain that state for as long as possible. A fellow student was tasked with tossing volleyballs into the air repeatedly for practice. Gasper stood at one side of the net, while the student in a P uniform stood on a box on the opposite side. Asia and Zenobia watched from behind Issei, while Saji, Lu Fei, Kaneko, and YN observed from the sidelines. Lu Fei had connected Gasper to his sacred gear, and YN hovered above, ready to intervene if necessary. As the training began, Issei threw a volleyball into the air, and Gasper focused intently on it. However, when he attempted to activate his sacred gear, nothing happened, and the ball landed in Issei's hands. After several unsuccessful attempts, Gasper's expression turned to one of defeat. He expressed his frustration, feeling incapable of using his powers. Lu Fei reassured him that everyone has their struggles, while YN encouraged Gasper to visualize the ball freezing in place, just as he had done earlier. With renewed determination, Gasper prepared himself for another attempt. After a few moments, he signaled for the ball to be thrown again. This time, as the ball soared into the air, it turned gray and froze mid-flight, showcasing Gasper's growing concentration and control. The onlookers erupted in cheers, celebrating his success, but Gasper remained focused, undistracted by the applause. Lu Fei approached him to offer encouragement, but her gestures startled him, breaking his concentration. The volleyball regained its color and fell, striking Issei on the head, prompting Asia to rush to his side. YN reminded Gasper that he had discovered the key to activating his powers and that they needed to repeat the process to solidify his control. The rest of the day was spent with Gasper practicing his abilities. By the following Sunday, he was able to activate his powers without difficulty. The after-school training focused on freezing multiple targets, which proved challenging. However, after 2 weeks of practice, Gasper successfully managed to freeze several objects in his line of sight. One of the most challenging aspects of his training involved activating his powers under pressure. Volleyballs were thrown at him while he was tasked with stopping them. Although he managed to halt a few, others struck human-shaped dummies nearby. On Wednesday, after another training session, Wine was preparing to head home when Aquino approached him near the gates. She requested his company at the shrine, mentioning that someone wanted to meet him. After notifying his team about his potential delay, Wine followed Aquino to her well-maintained shrine. Upon arrival, he noticed the absence of others and grew curious about the meeting. Aquino confirmed that the person waiting for him was already present. Suddenly, a golden light descended from the sky, revealing a figure with 5 sets of golden wings. As the light dimmed, it unveiled a man with long blonde hair, clad in holy robes beneath a set of armor. He introduced himself as Michael, an archangel, and expressed his pleasure in meeting Yn. Aquino suggested inviting them both inside for tea, and they agreed. After a brief moment of silence, Aquino returned with refreshments, and the conversation began. Michael posed a question to Yn about his motivations for fighting. Yn explained that he fought to gain strength, ensuring the safety of those he loved and extending his protection to humanity, just as his grandfather and father had done. Michael expressed his admiration for Yn's motives and revealed that he had a gift for him. Standing up, he summoned a lesser golden light that surrounded a floating sword. He presented Ascalon, a holy dragon slayer blade, to Yn. Stunned by the significance of the gift, Yn marveled at the opportunity to wield such a powerful weapon. Michael explained that he was inspired by Yn's grandfather's past actions and wanted to assist him in protecting humanity. Yn approached the blade, grasping its handle as the light vanished. He practiced a few swings, familiarizing himself with the weapon's weight and balance. Turning to Michael, he expressed his gratitude, vowing not to waste the gift. Michael responded warmly, pleased to have been of assistance. Before parting, Yn handed Michael a business card, inviting him to reach out if he ever needed help beyond his expectations, with a password noted on the back. Michael thanked him for the gesture, and their meeting concluded on a positive note. After the encounter with Michael and the Ascalon sword, the Sparda grandson dismissed the weapon into his hammerspace. Aquino and Yn settled at the table to enjoy some tea. A brief silence enveloped the room before Yn expressed curiosity about what Aquino wanted to discuss. Aquino began to speak about a certain topic, recalling the fight with Kokabeel and his mention of her being the daughter of Barrakiel. Yn acknowledged that he remembered but had not given it much thought. He inquired if Barrakiel was connected to her in any way. Aquino nodded, her expression somber, revealing an internal conflict in her eyes. After a moment, she shared her story. She explained that she was born to the fallen angel leader Barrakiel and a human woman. Her mother had once tended to a shrine in their country and had saved Barrakiel from injuries, leading to Aquino's Biarch. As she spoke, she stood up, turned, and extended her wings. One wing resembled that of a devil, while the other was that of a fallen angel. Yn raised an eyebrow at the sight, and Aquino drew her left wing closer, stroking it with a hint of disdain. She expressed her deep dislike for the mark of the fallen angel, recounting how she had met Rias and transformed into a devil. Aquino felt tainted since Biarch, burdened by her dual heritage. Yn, standing a few feet away, urged her to look at him. He raised his hand and flicked her forehead gently, surprising her. He then reassured her that she was not disgusting but rather a appealing and caring person. He emphasized that one's wings do not define them, rather, it is their actions that shape who they are. Aquino's eyes began to well with tears as she embraced Yn in a hug. He was initially taken aback but soon returned the gesture, feeling a sense of warmth. Aquino thanked him for the reality check, and he assured her it was his pleasure. She requested to stay in the embrace for a while longer, and Yn agreed, allowing them both to enjoy the calm atmosphere. Eventually, Aquino broke the hug and smiled at him, expressing gratitude for listening to her. Yn promised to be there for her whenever she needed help. As he prepared to leave, Aquino called out to him, grabbing his arm. She moved in close and kissed his cheek before stepping back to wish him good night. He smiled and returned the gesture, leaving her with a blush as she went inside to prepare for the night. On his way home, Wayne received a call from Rias. Intrigued, he answered. Rias informed him that her brother wanted him and his team to attend a peace summit in 2 weeks as representatives of humanity. Wayne asked for details about the summit, including the attendees and location. Rias explained that leaders from the Devil, Fallen Angel, and Angel factions would gather at Quo Academy. He agreed to discuss it with his team and promised to provide an answer the following day. After hanging up, Wayne arrived home and shared the news with his team during dinner. He announced that they were invited to represent humanity at the summit. When Arthur inquired about the meeting's start time, Wayne confirmed it would begin at 8 p.m. With no further questions, the meeting was adjourned and everyone went to bed. The next day, Wayne informed Rias that he and his team would attend the summit. In the days leading up to the important meeting, Wayne focused on training Gasper under pressure. Progress was made, albeit slowly, as they prepared for the challenges ahead. He managed to stop most of the threats, but still missed a few. The day before the important meeting, training paused so everyone could rest and prepare for the big event. The members of Devil May Cry were readying themselves for a potential fight, aware that the gathering of leaders from 3 major factions could attract enemies. While the gentlemen and Pyrrha cleaned their weapons, Lefay and Kuroka practiced the magic they intended to use. With everyone prepared, they went to bed early, anticipating the next day. After the usual school activities, Wayne returned home to prepare for the meeting that evening. Once at home, he changed into his hunter outfit and joined his team for dinner. After a hearty meal, the group gathered their weapons and teleported to the academy. Upon arrival, they noticed numerous angels, fallen angels, and devils hovering above the building. Entering the structure, they made their way to the meeting room. Inside, they observed the occupants. Near the door against the wall stood Sona and Tsubaki. In front of them were Surzex and Serafal, dressed in business attire rather than their usual outfits, seated around a large table. Opposite them, near a massive window, sat Michael in his holy armor, accompanied by his representative, Irina, who appeared well since her last visit. Finally, Azazel sat alone across from the devils. The Draconic Cambion decided to initiate conversation to break the tense silence. He greeted everyone and inquired about their well-being. Sona and Tsubaki responded positively, as did Surzex and Serafal. Wayne confirmed that his team was also doing well. Michael expressed that he was having a pleasant day, while Irina mentioned she was all right after recent events. Azazel, however, expressed his boredom and longing to return to researching sacred gears and creating new ones. Wayne found this interesting and asked Surzex about the proposal for his team to represent humanity. Surzex explained that to achieve worldwide peace, all factions needed to agree, including humans. He proposed that Wayne and his team serve as the bridge connecting humanity and the supernatural world, if they accepted. The Draconic Cambion considered this carefully. His father had established Devil May Cry to protect humanity from being hunted, and he and his team had continued that legacy. They could assist any sacred gear wielders they encountered in navigating the supernatural world. Turning to his teammates for confirmation, he saw them all nodding in agreement. They accepted the proposition. Surzex welcomed their acceptance and invited them to take a seat. Wayne chose an empty chair across from Michael and settled in, remarking on the comfort of the chair. He then inquired about Azazel's SLS. Azazel explained that his apprentices had completed their training the previous day and had returned to their school, Yokai Academy. A few moments later, the doors opened and the last group entered. Rias, Aquino, and Kiba greeted everyone in the room, while Asia, Zenobia, and Issei took a moment to survey their surroundings. Upon spotting Irina, Zenobia called out to her, but Irina turned away. Surzex noted that everyone was present and introduced his sister Rias and her team, who had fought against Kokabil during the attack. Michael commended everyone for their efforts, while Azazel apologized for the actions of one of his generals. Once everyone was settled, the meeting for peace commenced. Rias and Sona recounted the events of Kokabil's attack, with Rias concluding her summary and Sona wholeheartedly supporting her account. Surzex thanked them for their contributions, and Serafal proudly acknowledged her sister's diligence. Surzex then asked Azazel if he had anything to add. Azazel remarked that Kokabeel had acted on his own, prompting Michael to question whether the events had sparked any interest. Azazel confirmed that it had, as he had sent his apprentices to subdue Kokabeel, who had been frozen in the deepest parts of Tartarus. Surzex pointed out that the main issue was Kokabeel's motivations for reigniting the war. Azazel agreed, explaining that the pause in hostilities had not sat well with Kokabeel, who desired perpetual conflict. However, Azazel had no interest in war. Serafal referred to the seeds of discontent, to which Azazel questioned whether they were also present in their factions. Surzex urged everyone to return to the main subject, and Azazel complied, emphasizing that this was the reason for their gathering. A heavy silence fell over the room as everyone absorbed Azazel's words. The Draconic Cambion broke the silence, affirming their purpose for being there. Azazel noted that the three-way deadlock was causing more harm than good, and Michael reminded everyone that 2 war generals, God, and the Devil Kings had been killed in battle. The mention of the fallen biblical god caused Asia, Irina, and Zenobia to frown, as the news still stung despite being familiar. Azazel pointed out that the 4 of them would be responsible for maintaining the balance of power, while the 2 dragon emperors present could disrupt it. He expressed a longing to hear their thoughts. The attention shifted to the 2 emperors, and Wine spoke first, expressing a longing to expand the Devil May Cry business with his team and protect everyone in the world, advocating for peace. Azazel turned to Issei, asking for his thoughts. Issei hesitated, and Azazel jokingly suggested that if peace prevailed, Issei could start a family with the ones he loved. Issei enthusiastically declared his longing for peace and to have many children with Rias, causing an unsettling silence to envelop the room. Everyone face-bombed, except for Asia, who blushed at the thought. YN interjected, reminding Issei that only 1 dragon emperor could exist per generation, implying that he might not live long enough to fulfill his dreams. Issei vehemently denied this, prompting YN to challenge him about what he would be without the boosted gear. Issei fell silent, unable to respond to the Draconic Cambion's assertion. The hunters smirked at the silence, while Rias, feeling a sense of pity, reached out and patted her pawn on the shoulder. The atmosphere shifted suddenly as a power surge rippled through the air, turning the world gray and affecting Aquino, Asia, Sona, and Tsubaki, while the others remained untouched. Biko remarked on the world freezing once again, and Arthur confirmed the observation. Azazel noted that the leaders were too powerful to be affected, and the same applied to Devil May Cry. The sword wielders, Irina and Zenobia, were protected by their blades, while Kiba had his balance breaker sword ready. The Draconic Cambion expressed disappointment that the pervert was safe due to the dragon's power, mentioning that those in contact with it were also unharmed. Rias, who still had her hand on the pervert's shoulder, remained unaffected. She confidently stated that she could always rely on her teammates for protection. Pyrrha then pointed out the presence of uninvited guests, as a massive magic circle appeared above the school, summoning magicians who began attacking the frozen troops. Zenobia questioned how the intruders had broken in, but Surzex insisted that it was more important to stop the assault before they lost any more troops. The Draconic Cambion speculated that the intruders might be using Gasper's gear. Rias realized that Kaneko had also been captured, prompting Kuroka to react fiercely. Surzex ordered Rias to free them, and Issei volunteered to accompany her, along with Kuroka. Rias initiated a teleportation circle, and after receiving 2 bracelets from Azazel, the group vanished in an instant. Weeks passed since the peace meeting summit, and life returned to its usual rhythm. The students eagerly anticipated the summer vacation, planning trips to the beach, while the Devils and the Devil May Cry team had different plans. Rias confirmed that they would be taking a trip to the underworld, prompting Biko to inquire about the occasion. On the last day of school, the Devils gathered in the student council room to discuss their summer plans, joined by the Devil Hunters. Sona explained that an event would be held in the underworld, attended by the other 2 factions, including Odin and other Asgardians. Arthur found this intriguing, while Lu Fei asked if Thor would be present. The mention of the Asgardian god of thunder caused the DMC members to smirk, leaving the devils puzzled. The anticipation of a chance to answer a question from a movie excited them. Asia and Pyrrha inquired about the departure date for the underworld, but before Sona could respond, Azazel announced that they would leave in 5 days, with the event scheduled for 4 weeks later. During this time, Sona's and Ria's peerages would engage in training until 3 days before the event. The devil groups were taken aback by the mention of training, and before they could voice their thoughts, the Draconic Cambions spoke up, asking about their plans. Azazel acknowledged the efforts of the DMC team and offered them a vacation, leaving the decision to join the training up to them. The members agreed with their leader's sentiment. Azazel then turned his attention back to the devils, asking Kiba how long he could sustain his balance breaker. Kiba replied that he could maintain it for about an hour, prompting Azazel to suggest a regimen to strengthen his body for better endurance. Issei admitted that he could only last 10 seconds in balance breaker, having sacrificed his left arm to achieve it. Azazel expressed concern over this and indicated that Issei would need to start from scratch to improve. When he asked the Draconic Cambion how long he could maintain his balance breaker, the response was surprising: 6 months. The revelation left everyone, except the DMC crew, in shock, as they contemplated the intense training that had led to such a remarkable duration. Azazel laughed heartily, proclaiming that the Draconic Cambion would become the strongest White Dragon Emperor in history. The group agreed to dismiss the meeting and prepare for their upcoming journey. As they packed their belongings, Arthur approached his leader with a question about bringing Excalibur. Ruler on vacation, expressing concern about leaving it unguarded at home. The Draconic Cambion agreed, suggesting that Arthur might have an opportunity to use it during their trip. As the day of travel arrived, the Gremry Peerage, Azazel, and the Devil May Cry team gathered at a secret location, but the Citri Peerage was notably absent. Issei wondered about Sona and her group, and Rias explained that they had taken a different train. The Draconic Cambion suggested visiting Sona's home in the future, while Lu Fei expressed her longing to see Sarah again. Just then, the sound of an approaching train filled the air, growing louder until a fancy red and black train emerged from the tunnel and came to a stop. Everyone collected their belongings and boarded the train, handing their items to the attendants before taking their seats. The ORC traveled by car, followed closely by Azazel and the Devil May Cry team in another vehicle. After a brief journey, the train began its descent toward the underworld. To pass the time, the group engaged in light conversation until the conductor made an announcement, indicating their arrival was imminent. Azazel informed everyone that they were almost there, prompting curiosity about what awaited them in the underworld. He assured them that they would soon find out. As the train approached its destination, a dazzling white light enveloped them, gradually revealing the vast and intricate society of the underworld beneath the flying locomotive. The newcomers gazed in awe at the breathtaking scenery, only to be interrupted by Azazel, who announced that he needed to retrieve Rias from the other car for a surprise test. The devil hunters exchanged puzzled glances but nodded in understanding as Azazel left the car. Moments later, he returned with Rias, explaining that her peerage members would soon be teleported to Tannen's location for their test. Kuroka expressed concern about the rapid pace of the test against a Dragon King, but Azazel reassured them that Tannen would assist with the training regimen. Rias, having faced numerous challenges, was eager to accept any help offered. As the group prepared to watch, a flash of light signaled the teleportation of Rias' peerage to a cliff overlooking a canyon. They witnessed the remaining members struggling against the formidable dragon, Tannen, who towered over them. Pyrrha recognized Tannen, while Biko expressed a longing to engage in battle with the Dragon King. Arthur reminded everyone they were there for a vacation, not sparring, but Biko's curiosity about fighting a Dragon King remained. The Draconic Cambion recorded the one-sided battle on his phone, while the others watched in anticipation. Azazel eventually decided to intervene, signaling the fighters to halt. The reincarnated devils turned to see the spectators, with Issei expressing relief at Ria's presence. Azazel explained that the test was designed for Tannen to assess the situation, prompting Tannen to comment on the work ahead of them. Curious about the newcomers, Tannen inquired about their identities. Azazel introduced the members of the Devil May Cry team, and Tannen noted their intriguing backgrounds, recognizing them as descendants of legendary figures. When Azazel revealed that one of them was the current White Dragon Emperor, Tannen's demeanor shifted. He acknowledged YN and engaged in a brief exchange, confirming his identity and expressing interest in a future challenge. With their conversation concluded, Tannen took flight, and the group was teleported back to the train, continuing their journey. Upon reaching the station, they disembarked and followed Azazel to a temporary hotel featuring a hot spring. Everyone settled in, eager to unwind. Kiba expressed his relief at the opportunity to relax, while Issei encouraged Gasper to join them in the water. Gasper hesitated, preferring to stay at the edge. Issei attempted to coax him out, but Gasper retreated into the changing room, leaving Issei frustrated. The others, wary of the potential chaos, covered their eyes as they anticipated trouble. Just then, 3 wooden buckets flew from the women's bath, striking Issei and knocking him down. The unexpected turn of events drew laughter from the group, with Kaneko receiving praise for her aim. Azazel doubled over with laughter, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. After a restful night at the hot spring, the group was rejuvenated and ready for their stay at the Gremory estate. Upon arriving at Ria's family home, they took a moment to appreciate their surroundings before entering the mansion, where a welcome party awaited them. In a grand hallway, a line of butlers stood to the left, while a line of maids occupied the opposite side. At the center stood a young boy, appearing younger than his age, dressed in an aristocratic outfit that bore a resemblance to Rias. The butlers and maids welcomed Rias and her guests with polite bows. Rias greeted her nephew, Milikas, who expressed his happiness at seeing her again and inquired about her well-being. The young Gremory approached Rias for a hug, which she warmly returned, patting him on the head before they broke apart to exchange smiles. Milikas mentioned noticing some unfamiliar faces accompanying Rias, prompting her to introduce her peerage members: Issei Haidu, her pawn; Asia Argento, her second bishop; and Zenobia Quarta, her second knight. Each member greeted Milikas with polite gestures. Rias explained that the other 6 individuals were guests staying for vacation and encouraged everyone to introduce themselves. One by one, the members of Devil May Cry presented themselves to Milikas, who bowed once more in greeting. Just then, Le Fay approached him, her eyes filled with admiration, and playfully ruffled his hair. Milikas, slightly embarrassed, requested that she ask for permission before patting his head again, to which Le Fay happily agreed. Regaining his composure, Milikas led everyone to the dining room, where the maids and butlers began moving the guests' luggage to their assigned rooms. Upon entering the dining hall, they were greeted by Ria's father, Ziaticus, and her mother, Venelana. Ziaticus welcomed Rias and the guests, and Rias returned the greeting, introducing her mother to Issei and another guest, who expressed surprise at Venelana's beauty. Venelana graciously acknowledged the compliment, and the conversation turned to tales of the guests, with her expressing curiosity about their adventures. As everyone settled at the large dining table, Ziaticus initiated a discussion with the Devil May Cry team about their work in devil hunting. The team explained their origins and motivations, emphasizing their longing to protect the innocent. Venelana expressed admiration for their honorable intentions. As dinner progressed, Ziaticus inquired about the financial challenges faced by the team, particularly regarding a significant debt. The members of Devil May Cry collectively sighed at the mention of the debt, leaving the Gremory family puzzled. When Ziaticus pressed for details, one of the team members revealed the staggering amount, which shocked Ziaticus so much that he nearly spilled his drink. The revelation left him momentarily paralyzed in disbelief, prompting concern from Venelana and the others. After the commotion, the team returned to their meals, and one of them remarked on the delicious food, breaking the silence that had fallen over the table. Following an eventful dinner, Rias and Venelana informed the guests that Ziaticus had fainted from shock, but would recover after a good night's rest. With their worries eased, everyone retired for the evening, though 2 members of the group found themselves in a more NTMT setting. The next day, the Occult Research Club departed for training while the Devil May Cry team remained in their rooms, either enjoying the comfort of their beds or recovering from the previous night's activities. Eventually, They awoke between 9 and 10 a.m., ready to start their vacation. As they prepared to explore a nearby town, they were intercepted by Azazel, who greeted them with a smile and crossed arms, commenting on their late start. The team explained their excitement for the adventure ahead, and Azazel mentioned he would return to oversee training. The fallen angel departed towards the mansion, while the Devil Hunter crew resumed their journey into a nearby town. As they roamed around, they took in their surroundings, searching for anything that might catch their interest. One notable sight was a television advertisement featuring Seraphal Leviathan, which sparked a conversation among the group. They commented on her star status and the outfit she wore, speculating about her appeal to children and the possibility of acting as a career option for Lu Fei. Lu Fei expressed her interest in exploring more income opportunities beyond demon hunting, and the group agreed to facilitate a meeting between her and Seraphal in the future. Their conversation came to an end as they entered a super mall. The team explored several clothing stores, purchasing a variety of outfits. The ladies ended up with significantly more clothing than the gentlemen. They decided to split into 3 groups for further exploration. The Pendragon siblings browsed bookstores, acquiring light novels, mangas, and manhwas for themselves and the team. Another pair focused on buying console games, while the Nekashu and the Huntress visited a lingerie store to select some enticing pieces. They reunited at noon and headed to the food court for lunch, temporarily storing their purchases in subspaces. Their good looks attracted the attention of many passers-by. After lunch, they exited the mall to explore the town further, noting down locations of interest for future visits. As evening approached, they returned to the Gremory Manor, where they handed over their purchases to the staff before heading to the dining room. Upon arrival, they encountered most of the ORC, who appeared drained but not as much as during their training sessions. The dinner consisted mainly of conversations between Devil May Cry and the Gremory parents, while the ORC remained quiet and ate slowly. As time passed, a routine began to form. The ORC continued their training, while the Devil Hunters enjoyed their vacation. They went shopping for souvenirs, tried out various restaurants for lunch, and had both girls and guys' nights out at nightclubs they discovered. However, after 2 weeks of entertainment, boredom set in, prompting them to seek out the training dimension for combat exercises. While 5 members practiced new moves, spells, and team techniques, Wyan trained with Ascalon. He experimented with dual-wielding it alongside Rebellion and Yamato, becoming accustomed to this combat style. He also focused on temporarily fusing Ascalon with Divine Dividing to unleash holy and dragon-slaying attacks. Albion, amused, commented on Wyan's ambition to create a second subspecies balance breaker, similar to the first one he had developed, but with a new element. With Arthur's assistance, it took about 11 months to create this new subspecies. The next step for Wyan was to familiarize himself with it and extend its duration to match the first subspecies. He engaged in sparring matches with everyone except Kuroka to test their new moves and team attacks, a process that lasted for 9 months. Once training concluded, they cleaned up the area and themselves before returning to reality. With a few hours to spare before dinner, the team visited a tailor shop to find custom suits and dresses for an upcoming party. Back at home, Wyan called Seraphal to arrange a meeting between her and Lu Fei regarding her show. Seraphal expressed her excitement about having new guests and promised to find an opening for the meeting. With that settled, the team returned for dinner. The last few days were spent watching anime, reading webtoons, catching up with the ORC after their training, and preparing for the upcoming event. On the night of the event, everyone dressed up. While the ORC wore their school uniforms, the Devil Hunters opted for stylish and flexible suits and dresses, ready for any potential surprises. After arming themselves with weapons and making final checks on their outfits, the Hunters met up with the ORC to head to the event. Together, they made their way to the venue, where unexpected moments awaited them. Upon arriving at the event hall, they were greeted by 2 guards who instructed them to wait for their announcement. Moments later, the doors opened, and the Gremory group entered first, followed closely by the Devil Hunters. Inside, they found a lavishly decorated space with white tables and a buffet for those feeling hungry. Many guests in suits and dresses eyed the Devil Hunters with interest, but the hunter's aura caused them to back off. With introductions completed, the party commenced. YN and Biko quickly made their way to the buffet table, while the Pendragon siblings engaged in light conversation with the Citri sisters, occasionally embarrassing the younger sibling. The Nekashu duo caught up with the Gremory and Citri peerages, eager to hear about everyone's recent activities. While enjoying a strawberry sundae at the buffet table, YN felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he recognized a familiar face, Ravel Phoenix, the only daughter of the Phoenix family. She introduced herself and expressed her pleasure in seeing him again, prompting YN to remind her to call him by his name rather than Mr. Sparda. Ravel sighed, acknowledging her identity as the younger sister of Mr. Pride. The night was filled with an air of reconciliation as Ravel approached the Devil Hunter to convey her brother's apologies and to ease any lingering tension between them. To her surprise, the Devil Hunter responded with understanding, indicating that he held no grudges against her or her brother. Ravel was taken aback by his forgiveness, which was unexpected in her quest for a fresh start. She then expressed her family's interest in establishing a business partnership with him, to which he readily agreed. He handed her 3 business cards, instructing her to give 2 to her parents and keep the last one, which contained his contact information. In return, Ravel presented him with a vial of Phoenix tears as a gesture of gratitude, and he appreciated her thoughtful gift before they parted ways. After Ravel left, the Devil Hunter resumed enjoying his dessert. Soon he and his companions were approached by 2 representatives from Asgard. One was an elderly man with a long beard and a monocle, while the other was a striking woman with long white hair, dressed in a business suit. The old man introduced himself as Odin, the Allfather, and the woman as Rosweiss. Odin noted the unique composition of the Devil Hunters team, remarking on their fame and the attention they attracted. His comment about Rosweiss being the eternal version Valkyrie embarrassed her, leading her to drop to her knees in distress, covering her face to muffle her sobs. The Devil Hunter, witnessing her sorrow, knelt beside her and offered comfort, assuring her that everything would be all right. He explained that those who mocked her were likely jealous of her beauty. Intrigued by his words, Rosweiss looked up, her expression shifting from despair to surprise as she processed his compliment. The Devil Hunter continued to reassure her, suggesting that she would make a wonderful girlfriend. This unexpected praise left her speechless, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Realizing he might have gone too far, he suggested they grab some drinks, helping her to her feet as they walked away, while their companions observed with amused expressions. Odin expressed admiration for the Devil Hunter's way with words, prompting Biko to mention that he was updating a list of potential candidates for their boss's HR. Odin inquired about this list, and Biko explained that it included girls who were part of or could potentially join their boss's HR. Although Biko wished for a girlfriend, he was content focusing on himself for the time being. Suddenly, an explosion echoed through the hall, drawing everyone's attention as a figure flew through the air and crashed into a table. While some rushed to assist, others continued their conversations as if nothing had happened. Odin and Biko shared a laugh at the chaos, reveling in the unpredictability of their supernatural lives. As they toasted to health and happiness, the Devil Hunter and Rosweiss engaged in light-hearted conversation, with Rosweiss smiling and laughing for the first time in a while. She expressed her enjoyment of their interaction and considered taking more breaks to embrace laughter in her life. The Devil Hunter handed her one of his business cards, which flattered her, and she accepted it with delight. However, their pleasant moment was interrupted by a sudden surge of energy in the center of the hall. A magical circle appeared, and from it emerged a striking man with long light blue hair and a confident smirk, dressed in an ornate silver robe. Rosweiss gasped in surprise, recognizing him as Loki, the trickster god, leaving the Devil Hunter to ponder the implications of his arrival. In a moment of unexpected tension, Odin approached Loki, demanding an explanation for his actions. Loki, feeling restless with the tranquility of peace, expressed his longing to embrace chaos and initiate Ragnarok. The All-Father was incredulous, questioning Loki's willingness to unleash such destruction for mere boredom. Undeterred, Loki called forth a giant wolf from a magic circle, its grayish-blue fur and imposing yellow horns striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Among them, Rosweiss recognized the beast as Fenrir. With a commanding presence, Loki ordered Fenrir to attack Odin. The massive wolf lunged, but was intercepted by Biko, who struck it back with a powerful staff. Enraged, Loki demanded to know who dared to thwart his plans. In that moment of fury, a demonic rune appeared beneath him, trapping Loki and Fenrir in a pyramid of green triangles that vanished into thin air. Ajuka, observing the situation, noted that the containment would not last long and suggested they needed someone to hold Loki at bay until they could seal him properly. The Devil Hunters saw this as an opportunity to test their skills against a god, and one of them proposed that their team take on the challenge. Ajuka hesitated, reminding them of Loki's formidable power and their supposed vacation, but the team was eager for action. Rias and Sona, both leaders of their respective peerages, insisted on joining the fight, expressing their readiness to showcase their training. Surzex and Serafal, the higher-ups, reluctantly agreed, emphasizing the importance of returning safely. Irina sought permission to join as well, which was granted by Lord Michael. Rosweiss, determined not to stand idly by, also volunteered to fight. Odin cautioned everyone to prepare adequately before engaging in battle. The initial excitement waned as they realized the need for proper preparations. Greyfia went to gather supplies for the mission, while Odin departed to retrieve Mjolnir. Some members took the opportunity to prepare themselves, discussing strategies to counter Loki and Fenrir. When Greyfia returned with Phoenix Tears, the group assigned roles and backup plans in case of unforeseen circumstances. With their preparations complete and armed with Phoenix Tears, they stood united, determination etched on their faces. Ajuka wished them luck before casting a teleportation spell that transported them to Loki's location. As the light faded, they found themselves in a rocky landscape dominated by a glowing pyramid. They spread out, weapons and magic at the ready, as the prison began to crack, growing louder with each passing moment until it shattered, sending glass shards raining down. The group unleashed their attacks on Loki and Fenrir, but their efforts only seemed to irritate the trickster god. In response, Loki summoned his grandchildren, Skoll and Hati, along with the Midgard serpent, to confront the challengers. The teams quickly shifted their focus, with the Gremry peerage, accompanied by Irina, engaging Fenrir's sons, while Devil May Cry faced Loki himself. The Sitri peerage, alongside Rosweiss, took on the serpent. From above, Loki watched with a smirk, finding the chaos entertaining. However, he was interrupted by a booming voice announcing the arrival of the White Dragon Emperor, who descended upon Loki with a fierce attack. Loki, caught off guard, was struck down, groaning in pain as he struggled to rise. His anger transformed into delight upon recognizing his opponent, anticipating a legendary battle. In his eagerness, Loki failed to notice the approach of Yn, who charged toward him with a clenched fist. Just as he was about to strike, Loki vanished, leaving frustrated. Sensing the buildup of magical energy, Yn prepared his own attack. Both combatants unleashed their powers simultaneously, resulting in a fierce beam struggle. While Loki focused on overpowering Yn, the latter cleverly utilized a doppelganger to slip past the attacks and close in. With a swift motion, Yn summoned his sword and executed a powerful slash, catching Loki off guard. The trickster god felt a sudden weakening pain, but managed to evade further damage by vanishing once again, leaving Yn surrounded by illusions of Loki. Determined, Yn soared into the sky, launching a devastating attack that obliterated most of the illusions and altered the battlefield. As the fight raged on, the other groups continued to hold their ground against Loki's creations, each member focused on their roles in the unfolding chaos. The Sitri group, along with Rosweiss, skillfully alternated between offense and defense as they confronted the massive serpent. Gradually, they began to wear it down, utilizing Saji's absorption line and various Black Dragon sacred gears to siphon its power. Tsubaki's Mirror Alice reflected any dangerous magical attacks back at the creature, further aiding their efforts. Meanwhile, the Gremry group, accompanied by Irina, faced a challenging battle against the Sons of Fenrir. Their strategy of attacking one at a time faltered against the fierce synergy of Skoll and Hattie. To adapt, they split into 3 teams. Kiba, Kaneko, and Aquino focused on Skoll, while Zenobia, Irina, and Rias engaged Hattie. Issei, Asia, and Gasper remained on standby, prepared to assist either group if needed. The Devil May Cry group found themselves faring better against Fenrir, exchanging long-range magical spells and swift melee attacks. The God-Eater Wolf struggled to mount an effective counterattack due to the relentless pressure from the hunters. As Fenrir weakened, they executed their plan with precision. Pyrrha soared through the air, using her polarity to shield bash the wolf, disorienting it. Kuroka followed suit, unleashing fire blasts to pin it down while Lu Fei prepared a spell reminiscent of one she had used on Asia earlier. After a brief moment, Kuroka ceased her attacks, allowing Lu Fei to activate her spell. Golden magic circles enveloped the stunned wolf, glowing brightly as the spell began to drain Fenrir's stamina at an alarming rate. Midway through the incantation, the wolf started to regain its senses and realized what was happening. Before it could react, Biko descended, enlarging his staff to 3 times Fenrir's size and pinning the creature to the ground. As the spell continued to sap Fenrir's energy, the wolf's struggles diminished. After several minutes, Lu Fei concluded the spell, leaving Fenrir exhausted and vulnerable. Arthur approached the weakened wolf, unsheathing Excalibur ruler. He stabbed the blade into Fenrir's brain, ensuring complete control over the creature. Returning to the main confrontation, Loki opted for a more personal approach against the White Dragon Emperor. The trickster god donned battle armor and wielded 2 daggers, launching an attack. However, with a warning from Albion, Y halted his assault, turned, and blocked Loki's strike with rebellion. Thus began an aerial battle between the 2 combatants. They soared through the skies, clashing weapons in close quarters and exchanging magical blasts from a distance. At times, Wine gained the upper hand by dividing Loki's power, catching the trickster off guard during their blade clashes. Frustrated by the lack of progress, Loki summoned multiple clones of himself, attempting to overwhelm the Devil Hunter. Faced with numerous Lokis, Wine summoned Ascalon in his left hand and engaged the clones. He skillfully cut down many illusions, yet more continued to appear. With no other option, Wine conjured a doppelganger clad in the same white armor and wielding identical weapons, joining the fray to slice through the fakes in search of the real Loki. Meanwhile, the genuine Loki observed his opponent from a hidden vantage point, intrigued by their abilities. The more he watched the White Dragon Emperor showcase his skills, the more his longing for a fight intensified. Despite the injuries he sustained, Loki felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Loki contemplated the prowess of the vanishing dragon, acknowledging that he exceeded his expectations. He decided it was time to get serious before he faced defeat, especially with Ragnarok approaching. Discarding his daggers for his personal sword, Levitine, he dropped his invisibility spell and charged at Wyan. Having dealt with the last illusion, Wyan was caught off guard by Loki's blazing sword, barely managing to evade the attack. The Dragon Emperor engaged the trickster god once more, teaming up with his doppelganger. Despite facing 4 blades, Loki held his ground, even pushing the vanishing dragon back with the assistance of his clones, which ultimately destroyed the doppelganger. Feeling the pressure, Y realized he needed to employ a trick of his own. He summoned the stolen energy from Loki, enveloping himself in it as he curled up and shielded his body with his wings. He then unleashed the energy in a powerful repulse, dispelling the illusions and knocking the real Loki away. This created an opening not just in the sky, but also on the ground. Fenrir charged toward his father, leaping with jaws wide open. Instinctively, Loki evaded the attack, bewildered by his son's sudden aggression. He questioned why Fenrir was attacking him, his creator. Biko, standing on his flying nimbus with a confident smile, declared that Fenrir no longer belonged to Loki. Loki, shocked, turned to Biko, who then swung his staff at the trickster god's head, sending him spiraling toward the ground. Loki was intercepted by a barrage of spells from the peerage kings, bishops, and devil hunters. He hung momentarily in the air before sensing an incoming attack, blocking it with his sword. Loki locked blades with Arthur, only to be pushed back into a relentless onslaught of slashes from the Gremory Knights, Citri Knights, and Irina. In unison, the knights executed an overhead swing, forcing Loki to land on solid ground. He was immediately overwhelmed by the Rooks, Valkyrie, and Spartan. The Rooks hurled giant boulders at him, following closely behind with their attacks. The trickster god cut through the rocks, but this created an opening for punches to land on his face. Meanwhile, Pyrrha took aim, assisted by Rosweis enhancement magic. The Rooks concluded their combo with a synchronized nutcracker maneuver before retreating as the Spartan unleashed multiple magic scattershots, raising clouds of dust and debris. As the dust settled, everyone surrounded Loki, weapons and magic at the ready. However, Y noticed something crashing in the distance and flew away to investigate. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a battered Loki, his armor chipped and dirted, with cuts and bruises marking his face. Breathing heavily, he surveyed his surroundings, his expression gradually morphing into one of rage. He demanded to know how they had all survived. The creations of the trickster god should have been more than enough to handle the situation. Kuroka observed the aftermath and pointed out the state of the creations, which left the trickster god in disbelief. Before him lay the Dragon King, battered and bruised, with deep scratches marring its body and its face nearly unrecognizable. The two wolves fared even worse, their bodies torn apart, with their heads missing. Rage consumed Loki as he took in the sight. In a fit of anger, he declared that he would take matters into his own hands. The warning from Biko prompted everyone to retreat as Loki gripped his sword and plunged it into the ground, causing a massive explosion. The group took to the skies, launching magical attacks at him, but Loki was quick to retaliate, dodging and firing back. Some managed to evade his strikes while others closed in for melee combat. Loki, sensing the incoming attacks, summoned a short sword to defend himself. He engaged in fierce sword fights with both devils and humans, landing blows while also sustaining injuries. Meanwhile, the long-range fighters provided support, firing shots when openings appeared, enhancing their allies, and healing them as needed. Eventually, Loki unleashed a fiery attack with his magma blade, forcing everyone to retreat. He proclaimed his superiority, asserting that they were beneath him, when suddenly, Fenrir leaped into action. The wolf clamped down on Loki's leg, dragging him to the ground and shaking him violently. In a desperate attempt to escape, Loki stabbed Fenrir in the nose with his sword. Once freed, he staggered to his feet, feeling dizzy and weak, and glared at his enemies, who were now laughing at his misfortune. Despite his condition, Loki questioned if there were any more surprises in store for him. At that moment, he turned to face the armored Dragon Emperor, who was wielding Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. With a sigh, Loki braced himself as the Dragon Emperor swung the hammer upward, striking Loki's chin and sending him flying into the air. Regaining his composure mid-flight, Loki charged at his opponent, readying his weapon for a counterattack. The two clashed in the air, creating explosions of fire and lightning. However, Loki's earlier injuries weighed him down, and he struggled to keep up. In a critical moment, his sword was knocked from his grasp, leaving him vulnerable. The Dragon Emperor seized the opportunity, swinging Mjolnir and breaking Loki's arms, rendering them useless. Overwhelmed by pain, Loki screamed as he fell to the ground, unable to rise. He looked up to see the Dragon Emperor descending, Mjolnir crackling with energy. The Dragon Emperor raised the hammer to the sky, calling down lightning to charge it for a devastating blow. Loki tried to speak, but no words came out. The last thing he saw was the hammer descending toward him, accompanied by the words of his opponent before everything faded to black. After the battle, the Dragon Emperor reflected on the challenge Loki and his summons had presented. Wielding Mjolnir had been an exhilarating experience, and he felt a sense of relief as he dragged Loki back to his friends and family. Along the way, he dismissed his powers and noticed Fenrir in the distance, happily being petted by some of the others. As he approached, he saw his companions either sitting or lying down, chatting and recovering with vials of phoenix tears. They greeted him with waves, and he returned the gesture, raising Mjolnir with a smile. Rosweis hurried over, ready to restrain Loki. The Dragon Emperor lifted the unconscious god, and she quickly secured him with Asgardian HNDCFFS before taking him over her shoulder. Once everything was settled, he joined his team and set Mjolnir down beside him, eager to hear about their experiences during the battle. They shared their excitement, with Biko expressing enthusiasm and Lu Fei mentioning their new fluffy companion. Kuroka chimed in, expressing her longing for a pet dog. However, amidst the chatter, the Dragon Emperor noticed Pyrrha's silence. Concerned, he looked at her and saw a nostalgic smile on her face. He reached out and patted her head, bringing her back to the moment. She turned to him, her appealing emerald eyes filled with warmth. When he asked if she was okay, she explained that she had been reminded of her old friend's pet corgi named Zwei. Intrigued, the Dragon Emperor encouraged her to share more about this unusual pet. Pyrrha recounted how Zwei had arrived in a cylindrical package rather than a traditional pet carrier, a story that seemed almost unbelievable. As she spoke, the atmosphere shifted, and everyone around them listened in shock. The Dragon Emperor turned back to Pyrrha, questioning the truth of her tale, especially since she had mentioned there was little magic in her world. Pyrrha confirmed that magic was nearly non-existent, save for a few individuals. The group remained captivated by her story, intrigued by the peculiarities of her past. If one thought the male moment was strange, the incident involving Zwei was even more astonishing. It was reported that Zwei had been used as a fireball and had managed to knock down a paladin and a mech. For a brief moment, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, their minds racing with questions. Even Albion seemed taken aback by the event. Attempts to reach out mentally for his thoughts yielded no response, which was surprising for a dragon who had lived for centuries. Biko inquired whether Zwei possessed an aura similar to that of the Spartan, to which Pyrrha admitted she had not checked or asked about it. Arthur expressed his disappointment at not having that information. Sir Wyan confirmed that Mjolnir was indeed beside him, indicating that they could finally address the question posed by Captain America. Biko eagerly anticipated the conclusion of a bet, while Kiba, confused, asked what bet they were discussing. Arthur explained that in the movie Avengers: Age of Ultron, Captain America had wondered what would happen if Mjolnir were placed in an elevator. Biko and Kuroka had wagered on the elevator not moving, while the Pendragon siblings had bet on it moving. Sir Wyan and Pyrrha had opted out for their own reasons, with Sir Wyan preferring to settle his father's debts instead of accruing more, and Pyrrha expressing her dislike for gambling. Rossweiss interrupted, informing everyone that she had contacted the faction leaders to prepare for their return. With only 3 minutes left, they all stood up, stretching to loosen their muscles. Sir Wyan picked up the hammer, and Arthur called for Fenrir to shrink down to his normal wolf size, hiding away his horns. Lu Fei, standing beside her brother, began to pet Fenrir, scratching his chin. The wolf responded with a happy whine and wagged his tail, attracting the attention of others who had not yet had the chance to pamper him. Soon after, Ajuka's teleportation circle appeared beneath them, enveloping them in a brilliant light. As the light faded, they were greeted by the smiling faces of faction leaders and a stoic maid. Serafal rushed toward Sona, embracing her in a hug, which Sona surprisingly returned. The other leaders approached, engaging in conversation about the recent events. Michael pulled aside Arthur and Irina, likely discussing an Excalibur fragment and congratulating Irina on her hard work. Surzex doted on Rias for her performance, much to her and Graphia's annoyance. Azazel took the opportunity to speak with Kiba, Asia, Gasper, Issei, Saji, and Tsubaki, complimenting them on their battles and offering future advice. The rest of the group surrounded Pyrrha, eager to learn about her origins and what her world was like. Odin approached Sir Wyan with a smirk, accompanied by Rossweiss. He remarked on the impressive display Sir Wyan had put on during the battle. Sir Wyan was surprised to learn that they had been observed the entire time. Odin expressed his longing to establish a partnership between Asgard and Devil May Cry, to which Sir Wyan readily agreed, providing his business card and mentioning a fee for assistance in the future. Odin hesitated momentarily at the mention of payment but ultimately accepted the card. His gaze shifted to Mjolnir, and he inquired if Sir Wyan would be handing it over. Sir Wyan replied that he needed to find a building with an elevator first to settle the bet, inviting Odin to join him in this endeavor. After the battle against Loki, Odin signed the treaty, officially joining the alliance. Once the formalities were complete, he and Rosweiss departed for Asgard, taking Loki with them. The other leaders suggested that the attack group return to the human world to rest after the recent events. As they boarded the devil train back to the human world, the atmosphere was mixed. The Gremory and Citri groups were relaxed, enjoying peaceful conversations, while the mood among the Devil May Cry group was more somber. Biko and Kuroka were in tears, seeking comfort in each other, while the Pendragon siblings sat nearby, reading books with smiles on their faces. Sörnfein observed the scene, shaking his head, with Pyrrha asleep on his shoulder and Fenrir resting on her lap. Biko lamented that the money should have been theirs, expressing frustration over the outcome of the bet. Kuroka echoed his sentiments, questioning how they could have been wrong. Arthur pointed out that it was logical to think the hammer would have broken the elevator if it were truly heavy. Lu Fei's explanation prompted Biko and Kuroka to reflect on their bet, leading them to reconsider their initial thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Biko began to see Lu Fei's point, while Kuroka questioned the reason for the bet in the first place. Sir, why? Reminded them to be cautious with their money. As they prepared for their return home, Sir Wine announced that they would take one more week to rest and gather supplies for Fenrir, who would serve as both a guard dog and hunting companion. After Fenrir's assimilation, they would resume their usual activities. Weeks passed since the battle against Loki, and life for the supernatural community had settled into a routine. Many were relaxing at home, some nursing sore muscles, while others managed to recover quickly and tackle their summer homework. Meanwhile, the members of Devil May Cry were busy. After ensuring Fenrir was well-adjusted, they quickly sought part-time jobs and hunted demons to earn money. Arthur found success as a sous chef at a restaurant that served patrons from other worlds on Saturdays. The team grew increasingly curious about meeting more individuals from different realms, especially after their encounter with Pyrrha and the revelation of the multiverse's existence. After some discussion and planning, and with permission from the owner, DMC decided to have a group lunch on Saturday. When the day arrived, the 5 members made their way to Arthur's workplace. Upon reaching their destination, Wyan retrieved the spare key Arthur had given him and unlocked the door. A soft ringing of a bell accompanied their entrance, along with a cheerful voice welcoming them. Inside, they were greeted not just by the decor but by the diverse array of customers. Elves, beastmen, and dwarves, some dressed in medieval attire, sat around happily enjoying their meals. 2 waitresses were serving the patrons. One who had welcomed them was a blonde girl with jade-colored eyes and goat horns, dressed in a black and white maid outfit. The other was a raven-haired figure in all-black maid attire, maintaining a stoic expression. The blonde waitress asked if they were all together, and Wang confirmed that they were, inquiring about available seats. The waitress introduced herself as Aletta and led the group to a set of empty tables on the left side, where they settled down. Lu Fei and Biko sat across from each other, with Kuroka on Lu Fei's right and Pyrrha on Biko's left. Wyan moved a table to connect with the others, taking a seat beside Kuroka. The team fell silent for a moment, observing the other customers and processing the fact that fantasy beings were visiting their world. Pyrrha expressed disbelief that such beings could visit without other factions discovering the place. Biko noted that he could only sense magic from a few individuals, particularly the black-haired elf waitress. Lu Fei commented on the waitress's beauty and wondered how she maintained her silky hair, doubting that medieval times had access to modern hair care products. Kuroka admitted to feeling jealous of the waitress's hair. The leader of the group chuckled lightly at his teammates' comments while also pondering how people in medieval times managed their hair. Meanwhile, Albion was silently analyzing the energy signature of the elf waitress. As they did so, Aletta and the other waitress arrived with glasses of water, several pitchers, and menus for the group. With the girl nearby, the vanishing dragon sensed her energy, which intrigued him. He discreetly shared his findings with YN, who maintained a neutral expression despite his surprise. Aletta informed them that the menus and water came with free refills and encouraged them to call her or her friend Kuro, when they were ready to order. Kuro, using telepathy instead of verbal communication, advised them to take their time if they were uncertain. The entire group jumped in surprise at this unexpected form of communication. Once the waitresses left to attend to other customers, the hunters took a moment to drink their water and calm their racing hearts. Biko remarked on the surprise of hearing someone communicate telepathically, while Lu Fei suggested they should consider using telepathy themselves, as calling or texting would take too long. Kuroka raised a concern about potential anti-magic areas and what they would do in such situations. Wine suggested they put the conversation on hold for now and clarified that Kuro was not an elf. Biko was curious about Kuro's true nature, and Wine revealed that Albion had sensed she was a dragon. The group fell silent, their expressions unchanged as they turned their gazes toward the poker-faced dragon waitress, who stood still against the wall. After a few moments of contemplation, they resumed perusing their menus. They barely reacted when the door opened, until a soft voice asked if it was all right to sit with them. The group lowered their menus to see an appealing woman with white hair and blue eyes, dressed in a long red gown. After a brief moment of silence, YN welcomed her to join them. The woman smiled and took a seat across from him, intrigued by the new faces. With a longing to connect, she initiated small talk. She inquired if it was their first time at the restaurant, to which Pira confirmed that it was indeed a first for all of them. The woman noted their unique clothing and asked where they were from. Lu Fei suggested they introduce themselves first. The woman introduced herself as Adelheid, and Lion followed suit, sharing his name along with Biko, Kuroka, and Pira. Upon hearing Lu Fei's last name, Adelheid expressed surprise, realizing that she was related to Mr. Arthur. Lu Fei confirmed that Arthur was her older brother, prompting Adelheid to express her wish for siblings of her own. Kuroka, surprised, asked if she was an only child. Adelheid confirmed this but mentioned that she made up for it with friends she met at the restaurant. Wyan commended her positive outlook. Biko, pondering something, sought the group's opinions on whether Wyan and Adelheid could pass as siblings. The DMC members raised their eyebrows in intrigue, observing the similarities between the Dragon Emperor and the otherworldly princess. Wyan agreed that they indeed resembled each other, and Adelheid noted how some people could look alike without being related. Wyan remarked on the oddity of coincidences. Adelheid, slightly confused, asked about Y's name, to which he explained that Biko had referenced a quote from a different name. She then returned to her original question about their origins, and Pira clarified that they all came from Japan, just like the restaurant. Adelheid was astonished to learn they were from another world, her curiosity piqued. Just as she was about to ask more questions, her stomach growled loudly, demanding food. The group couldn't help but chuckle at the timing, while Adelheid covered her blushing face with her hands. Sensing her embarrassment, Wyan reached out and comfortingly patted her head. Realizing they had spent too much time talking, he suggested it was time to place their orders. The group decided it was finally time to order their food. A chorus of agreement resonated among the teammates, and the princess nodded in response, her face still covered. Wyan signaled to Kuro, who made her way over to their table. By the time she arrived, Adelheid had uncovered her face, revealing slightly flushed cheeks. Kuro asked if everyone was ready to order, and each member placed their requests. Wyan chose the daily special, Biko opted for a mixed fruit crepe, Kuroka requested carpaccio, Lu Fei asked for spaghetti with meat sauce, Pira selected a hamburger steak, and Adelheid decided on a chocolate parfait. Kuro acknowledged their orders and collected the menus before heading to the kitchen. As the princess took a moment to drink water and prepare herself, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She took a deep breath, ready to engage with her new friends. Adelheid expressed her apologies for her earlier embarrassment and then inquired about Japan. Wyan assured her that it would be a lengthy explanation, and the team began sharing the wonders of Earth with her. The more they spoke, the more captivated Adelheid became, especially when they showed her their phones, which sparked awe at the technological differences between their worlds. Their animated discussion continued for several minutes, engrossing everyone until the aroma of food brought them back to reality. They turned to see the waitresses and Arthur approaching with trays of food, distributing the meals to their respective customers. Kuro announced the arrival of the spaghetti and mixed fruit crepe, while Aletta delivered the carpaccio and hamburger steak. Arthur presented Adelheid with her chocolate parfait and wine, with a minced meat cutlet, wishing them all an enjoyable meal. Without hesitation, the snow-haired princess dove into her dish, her smile reflecting her delight. The others followed suit, savoring the explosion of flavors that filled their mouths, eliciting muffled sighs of pleasure. They soon found themselves pacing their eating to fully appreciate their lunches, contemplating what other dishes they might try on their next visit. As they reached the halfway point of their meals, Adelheid finished her water after enjoying her parfait and watched the hunters relish their food, unable to suppress a giggle at their expressions. She remarked on how good the food was, and the hunters responded with nods and thumbs up. Adelheid then suggested that Yn add sauce and lemon to his cutlet for an enhanced flavor. Intrigued, he followed her advice and took a bite of the second cutlet, locking eyes with Adelheid, who awaited his reaction. He acknowledged that the addition of lemon and sauce made a significant difference in taste. Adelheid, curious about his choice of words, asked him to clarify what he meant by hit, leading to a discussion about unfamiliar terms and flavors. Their conversation flowed so naturally that they decided to order seconds, choosing dishes that the others had enjoyed. 30 minutes later, the group had finished their meals and discussions. Adelheid bid farewell to her new friends, paying for her 2 meals and leaving a generous tip. Shortly after, the remaining group departed from the restaurant, also leaving full payments and tips for the waitstaff. After their first visit, the group established a tradition of dining at Nicoya every Saturday, or if that was not possible, Arthur would prepare a random Nicoya dish for dinner. Everyone was content with this arrangement. On one Sunday, Yn found himself on a grocery run, as the group had finished the food in the fridge. Unfortunately, Arthur, Lefay, Pira, and Kuroka were unavailable for various reasons, so Biko and Y decided to play rock-paper-scissors to determine who would go. Although lost, he was not bothered. He looked forward to enjoying a pleasant day. However, his tranquility was interrupted when a tap on his shoulder drew his attention. Turning around, he encountered a young woman with long raven hair and amethyst eyes, dressed in a red dress with white sleeves. Initially unsure of her identity, he soon sensed her aura and recognized her. When school resumed after summer break, the atmosphere among the students was a mix of cheerfulness, anguish, and indifference. Rumors circulated about a new student arriving that day. Yn, known as the Vanishing Dragon, paid little attention to the gossip as he walked through the halls. Suddenly, he felt a presence behind him and turned to find a familiar face smiling at him, a finger playfully touching his cheek. Irina greeted him with enthusiasm, expressing her surprise at seeing him. They exchanged pleasantries, and although Irina was eager to catch up, she mentioned needing to prepare for her first day. They agreed to talk after school. After parting ways, Yn continued to his classroom. Upon entering, he spotted Sona and Tsubaki and greeted them. He asked Sona about the transfer student he had just met, and she explained that the student's guardian had noticed her homesickness and allowed her to return to reconnect with her roots. Yn understood why Irina seemed so excited. Sona advised him to take his seat as the professor would arrive shortly. He complied and settled in. The school day passed without incident, and after classes, Yn met Irina on the roof, away from prying eyes. Although he could have chosen the ORC clubroom or the SC room, he preferred the change of scenery. Irina admired the view, and agreed, appreciating the opportunity to be up there. They began to catch up, and Irina shared that during the break, Lord Michael had developed a system to help repopulate heaven, similar to the Devil's. It was called the Brave Saints, using playing cards instead of chess pieces. Yn noted the change in her aura, and Irina confirmed that she was now Lord Michael's Ace of Spades, demonstrating her new status with a symbol that appeared on her hand. A moment later, a halo and a pair of snow-white wings appeared, captivating Yn with Irina's newfound beauty. Irina had transformed into an actual angel, and the sight left Y in awe. The compliment made Irina blush and smile, clearly pleased with the admiration. Irina expressed her longing to join Devil May Cry, inquiring if they were hiring. Wyan assured her that they were always looking for new members, though an interview would be necessary before she could officially join. Irina agreed to this arrangement. Before they could continue their conversation, Wyan's phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he read a text from Biko that caused his eyes to widen. He quickly turned his attention back to Irina, apologizing for the abrupt end to their discussion. He explained that Biko had informed him that Rosweiss had arrived at the house looking distressed and requested his presence. Irina's concern grew as she asked what had happened. Wyan suggested they find out together, and without wasting any time, the angel and demon duo rushed out of the academy, making their way to Devil May Cry. Upon entering the home, they found the other devil hunters gathered in the living room, where a teary-eyed Rosweiss was clutching a glass of water. Wyan and Irina approached her slowly, taking a seat on either side. Irina asked Rosweiss if she was okay, to which Rosweiss responded with a hesitant affirmation. Wyan pressed for details about what had transpired. Biko explained that Rosweiss had arrived in tears, seeking refuge, while Pyrrha added that they had asked her what was wrong, but she had only requested water. Lu Fei gently prompted Rosweiss to share her story when she felt ready. After a moment of silence, Rosweiss began to recount her day. Earlier, she had been skirting the All-Father through town when she stepped away to use the restroom. Upon her return, she discovered he had vanished. Panic set in as she frantically searched for him throughout the city. At 3 o'clock, a raven appeared, carrying a message that bore the All-Father's presence. Rosweiss paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. She recounted the message, which shattered her world. The All-Father had decided to grant her vacation time, stating that she had been too uptight and encouraging her to loosen up. He had relieved her of her Valkyrie duties permanently, wishing her well in her new life and even suggesting she find a boyfriend. The realization that her lifelong dedication had been discarded left her feeling abandoned and heartbroken. Tears welled in her eyes, but she fought to hold them back. Sensing her distress, Fenrir, the wolf, approached and gently nuzzled her chin. Overwhelmed by the affection, Rosweiss embraced him, allowing her emotions to flow freely. Lu Fei leaned in to hug her while Irina comforted her with gentle strokes on her head. The other devil hunters exchanged glances, silently communicating before nodding in agreement. Arthur stood up to retrieve something. As Rosweiss' sobs subsided to sniffles, she released Fenrir from her embrace. Arthur returned with a box of tissues and a pitcher of water. Rosweiss took some tissues to clean her face while Arthur refilled her glass. She apologized for her emotional outburst, to which Irina reassured her that it was better to express feelings rather than bottle them up. Rosweiss expressed her concern about being homeless due to the All-Father's decision and asked the members of Devil May Cry for assistance. Without hesitation, they welcomed her to stay with them. The swift acceptance took Rosweiss by surprise, but she felt a warmth in their kindness. Grateful, she bowed her head with a smile, thanking them for their support. Fenrir, eager to show affection, leaned up and playfully liked Rosweiss' face, prompting her to giggle. She returned the gesture with scratches behind the ear, and the others smiled at the heartwarming scene, some even capturing it on their devices. After a few moments, Fenrir trotted away, allowing Rosweiss to clean her face with more tissues before inquiring about her sleeping arrangements. When she asked where she would be sleeping, Pyrrha and Kuroka eagerly offered their room, mentioning that they had been spending a lot of time in Wyan's room, which had practically become their own. They assured Rosweiss that she could use some of their clothes and mentioned plans to go shopping for new ones the following day. Grateful for their generosity, Rosweiss expressed her hunger and asked if they could have dinner soon. Arthur volunteered to start preparations, instructing everyone else to clean up and set the table. Eager for food, the group dispersed to tidy up. Pyrrha and Kuroka helped Rosweiss settle into her new room and provided her with comfortable attire. In the end, she wore a violet hoodie and black sweatpants. Once dinner was ready, everyone gathered around the table to feast and converse. While some discussed plans for future outings, Rosweiss observed the lively atmosphere with a relaxed smile, feeling more at ease than ever. Noticing her silence, Wyan decided to engage her in the conversation by asking about her hobbies, which startled Rosweiss from her thoughts. An embarrassed blush colored Rosweiss' cheeks as she cleared her throat. She often vented her feelings by writing in a personal journal, which she had hidden in her pocket dimension to prevent her former sisters from discovering it. Now, she considered swapping it out for a new one to catalog all the new experiences she would gain moving forward. Pyrrha found the idea lovely, while Lu Fei inquired if Rosweiss and Irina would be interested in traveling to other worlds. Rosweiss felt mixed about the idea, but Irina expressed her fascination with the thought of journeying to different realms. Lu Fei shared that people from another world visited a restaurant where her brother worked. Rosweiss found it intriguing that the supernatural had not sensed this phenomenon. Arthur explained that the door connecting to the other world only opened on Saturdays, with the magic contained within Nicoya. He believed it would be acceptable for Rosweiss to exchange information about otherworldly magic with other residents, as magicians would be fascinated by new magical theories. As the night continued with laughter and friendly banter, everyone finished dinner and prepared for bed. Irina shared that she was staying across from Devil May Cry, making visits more convenient. After bidding goodnight, everyone drifted off to dreamland. Weeks passed, and Rosweiss' integration into Devil May Cry progressed smoothly. During hunts, she quickly adapted to the team's synergy and found herself enjoying the thrill of trash-talking her prey, a behavior she had previously resisted. By the third week, she began job hunting to unwind from the fighting. After a few days, she secured a position as a civics teacher at Kuo Academy. Her job search was also influenced by learning about Yin's father's debt, which kept her up all night as she tried to manage her mental overload. Irina joined Devil May Cry and integrated well, spending time with everyone equally while also dedicating time to training. Some days were spent in sword training with Arthur and Yin, while other days involved magical lessons from Rosweiss and Lu Fei, both eager to share their knowledge. Life for the supernatural residents had never been smoother, but tranquility was soon disrupted by a troubling event involving a certain nun. Rias expressed her frustration over a persistent individual named Diodora, who had approached Asia with a proposal that she had refused. Despite being surprised by the sudden offer, Asia recognized him as the devil she had healed, which had led to her excommunication. Diodora, undeterred, began sending numerous offerings to sway her mind, all of which were promptly destroyed. Yin inquired about the nature of the offerings, wondering if any contained money, but Rias confirmed that none had so far. Asia expressed her discomfort with the situation, preferring to stay with Rias and her friends rather than with a stranger. Yin reassured her that if things became overwhelming, she could reach out to him, the girls, or Kiba for support. Asia questioned why he excluded Issei from the list of potential helpers, to which Yin explained that he believed Issei was too weak to assist. Asia, while understanding his reasoning, wished for everyone she cared about to get along. Rias then interrupted, having found some money among the offerings. Yin was intrigued when he saw that it was devil's currency and asked Rias if she could exchange it for US dollars. She agreed to arrange the exchange, and Yin decided to head home for the night, bidding goodnight to Rias and Asia. Upon returning home and sitting down for dinner, the team discussed the idea of a trip to Kyoto. Pyrrha suggested it was time to expand the Devil May Cry business and establish connections with the Yukai faction. Kuroka expressed her longing to reconnect with Lady Yasaka. Yin agreed that a trip to Kyoto sounded good and asked if there were any other topics to discuss. Suddenly, an unknown voice interrupted, causing everyone to freeze. They turned to see a little girl with black hair and gray eyes, dressed in a revealing Gothic Lolita outfit, sitting at the end of the table. What worried them most was the absence of any detectable magic or aura from her. With caution, Arthur broke the silence by asking for her name. The girl introduced herself as Ophis and requested their help with something. Upon hearing her name, a chill ran down everyone's spine. They were relieved they had not underestimated the infinite dragon god, as doing so could have resulted in dire consequences. Lu Fei asked what assistance Ophis needed, and she explained that she wished to reclaim her silence from Baka Red. Rosweiss clarified that she meant Great Red, to which Ophis simply repeated her term, Baka Red. Baka Red was known for his loudness, a nickname that stuck with him. Biko inquired about what Ophis would offer in exchange for their agreement. Ophis promised to empower them if they accepted her request. The group fell into a contemplative silence, weighing the implications of the infinite dragon god's proposal. They were all preoccupied with their own responsibilities and felt too weak to challenge a dragon god. After a moment of shared understanding, Wyan made their decision clear. Unfortunately, they would have to decline Ophis' request. The team was busy dealing with Wyan's father's substantial debt, and Arthur pointed out that training to confront Great Red would require an immense amount of time. Biko expressed regret but confirmed that they were not in a position to accept the offer, suggesting that perhaps they could revisit the idea later. Ophis listened quietly, her expression unreadable as she processed their refusal. Though slightly disappointed, she respected their decision and expressed hope that they might reconsider in the future. Wyan mentioned that if they found themselves with free time, they might think about it again. With that, Ophis vanished in an instant, leaving the group to exhale deeply in relief. They took a moment to calm their racing hearts before discussing the encounter. Kuroka expressed disbelief at what had just occurred, while Arthur marveled at the unexpected visit from the Ouroboros dragon. Biko pondered whether they should feel fortunate or unfortunate about the encounter, and Rosweiss suggested it was a bit of both. Pyrrha noted how the dragon god's presence had been so subtle, and Lu Fei remarked on the significance of Ophis being among the strongest beings in existence. As the hunters continued their discussion, the White Dragon Emperor found himself lost in thought about Ophis' request. His logical and empathetic nature prioritized settling the enormous debt, but the thrill of surpassing the dragon gods was a tempting prospect that lingered in his mind. He wondered why there couldn't be a White Dragon God Emperor alongside the existing Red Dragon God Emperor. Just then, a thought crossed his mind, and he found himself voicing a longing to see Great Red. The room fell silent again as everyone turned to him in shock at his unexpected declaration. Biko questioned him about his statement, while Lu Fei was curious about the origin of this new idea. Wyan explained that it stemmed from Ophis' recent visit. Kuroka was alarmed, reminding him that they had just escaped a tense situation with the infinite dragon god and questioned why he would pursue another dragon god after they had all agreed against it. Wyan clarified that he simply wanted to scout Great Red, believing that witnessing a dragon god's power firsthand would be more convincing than mere hearsay. He suggested that if anyone was concerned, they could join him on this reconnaissance mission to keep him grounded. Arthur acknowledged that with Wyan's impulsive nature, it would be wise for the entire team to accompany him. Rosweiss insisted that they could not allow another leader to act recklessly, and Pyrrha and Kuroka quickly agreed to join him. Lu Fei also expressed her willingness to support this adventurous idea, and Biko affirmed their commitment to stick together. Feeling grateful for his team's loyalty, Wyan thanked them for their support and apologized for leading them into this mental adventure. Arthur reassured him that such ideas often turned out to be enjoyable, and Pyrrha asked when they would set out. Wyan proposed that they plan for their days off when everyone would be free, and they began discussing their schedules to find a suitable day. After some deliberation, they agreed to embark on their journey in 2 weeks. Satisfied with their plan, the devil hunters finished their dinner and retired for the night. A week later, excitement filled the air at Devil May Cry as the team prepared for their upcoming trip. However, their plans were interrupted when Rias and Sona arrived unexpectedly to discuss an important matter. They explained their concerns regarding Diodora and expressed a longing to hire the team for security during an upcoming match against Rias. The Devil Hunters were conflicted. While they wanted to protect Asia from potential harm, they had also committed to scouting Great Red on the same day. Sensing the tension, Wyan suggested they take a moment to discuss the situation privately. The heiresses agreed, and Wyan led his team into a soundproof room to deliberate. The White Dragon Emperor acknowledged the complexity of their predicament. They had limited days off, making rescheduling difficult, but leaving Asia vulnerable was not an option. After some contemplation, he proposed splitting the team into 2 groups. Pyrrha, Lu Fei, Rosweiss, and Kuroka would handle security, ensuring Asia's safety, while he and the others would proceed with their original plan. The team accepted their roles, ready to face the challenges ahead. Arthur, Biko, and Ryan took on the responsibility of searching for Great Red in the dimensional gap. Rosweiss expressed her concern about splitting the group during such a critical time, especially with the dangerous task ahead. Arthur reassured her with a calm demeanor, stating that the three of them could handle any situation that might arise. He added that if they encountered Great Red in a bad situation, they would not hesitate to retreat. Rosweiss, unable to argue against his confidence, contemplated the orders before agreeing to follow them, insisting that the three of them keep their promise to return unharmed. After affirming their promise, Le Fay removed the runes, and the group returned to the living room to discuss their plans. Wyan informed everyone that the ladies of DMC would accept the security offer, but the men had other commitments. Sona questioned why only the women would participate and inquired about Fenrir's role. Biko explained that their task could not be rescheduled, while Arthur assured everyone that Fenrir would stay behind to guard the house, as they could not risk losing any belongings. Rias expressed her willingness to accept whatever help they could get, and Sona agreed, prompting a discussion about payment. After some negotiation, they settled on a fee of $60 million, shaking hands on the agreement before the ladies departed. The gentlemen then headed off to bed. A week later, the anticipated day arrived, and the members of Devil May Cry gathered in the living room, eager for their missions to begin. They awaited Sona's arrival, as she would come to pick up the hired security. When the doorbell rang, Wyan went to check and returned with Sona. She greeted everyone and asked if the ladies were ready. With their affirmative response, Sona declared it was time to leave. The lady devil hunters stood up to depart, exchanging hugs with the gentlemen and giving Fenrir affectionate pats. Kuroka and Pyrrha shared brief kisses with Wyan before stepping away, and Sona leaned in to kiss his cheek, wishing him luck with their endeavors. After the ladies vanished in a magic circle, the gentleman patted Fenrir, reminding him to protect the house and assuring him that food and water were prepared in case he got hungry. Fenrir barked in response and settled down on the couch. The trio then moved into the hallway, where Arthur drew Caliban and slashed downward, creating a golden portal that revealed an abyss of ever-changing colors. Arthur stepped through first, forming a spherical platform around himself and making room for the others. Wyan followed, then Biko. Once they were all on the platform, the rift closed, leaving them floating in the golden sphere. As they traversed the colorful expanse, Wyan remarked on the vibrant surroundings, which were surprisingly pleasant to the eyes. Arthur agreed that the colors would not hinder their progress and suggested they set off. As they moved forward, the gentlemen kept their eyes peeled for any sign of the Dragon of Dreams. Eventually, Biko broke the silence by asking if they ever wondered what universes they would like to visit. He clarified that he meant worlds from books, movies, or anime. Arthur mentioned his interest in visiting the worlds of One Piece and Fate, while Wyan expressed a longing to explore Bleach and Hyun's dojo. Biko found their choices intriguing and asked for their reasons. Arthur explained that he wanted to improve his swordsmanship under the guidance of Mihawk and Shanks in One Piece, and to learn combat techniques from the various servants in Fate. Wyan shared his wish to learn Kido and acquire a Zanpakuto in Bleach, while also wanting to train under the weapon MSTR in Hyun's dojo. Biko then mentioned his interest in the god of high school, where he could fight against his MSTR's counterpart and learn unique martial arts. Arthur noted that the swordless technique looked enticing, while Wyan found renewal taekwondo appealing. Biko elaborated on his reasoning for bringing up other universes, suggesting that if Pyrrha could come to their world, they could also explore beyond their dimensions through the dimensional gap. Arthur mused that with more training, he could make such travels a reality with Caliban. The thought of realizing their wishes brought smiles to their faces, but as they contemplated the risks, their expressions turned serious. They collectively decided that universe traveling might be too dangerous, considering the possibility of encountering stronger worlds that could leave them stranded. As silence fell over them once more, Biko, sitting cross-legged with his staff behind his head, voiced a concerning thought. He worried about the possibility of Great Red not being in the dimensional gap at that moment, suggesting it could have moved elsewhere. Wyan acknowledged the concern but decided they would continue searching for another hour before reuniting with the ladies if they found nothing. Suddenly, Wyan felt a brief spike of energy that seemed familiar, even though Biko and Arthur did not sense it. After a moment of contemplation, he reached a conclusion. Something had happened to the scrub. Biko, curious, inquired about the situation. The leader decided on a change of plans, instructing Arthur to reroute their course to the underworld. Concerned, Biko asked if something had happened to the ladies, while Arthur wondered if they were dealing with a person. Their attention was drawn to a floating body, prompting Arthur to accelerate their sphere to reach the individual in time. Wyan carefully retrieved the person, revealing a battered Asia Argento in his arms. The trio expressed their shock at seeing her in such a state. Arthur quickly urged Biko to start healing her, while he handed his jacket to Wyan to cover her modesty. The White Dragon Emperor gently laid the jacket over the unconscious nun, and Biko worked swiftly to heal her. After a few moments, he confirmed that she had only minor bruises and cuts, with no damage to her soul. Arthur questioned why she was there, but Wyan insisted they had no time to waste and urged Arthur to head to the underworld. Arthur complied, and they soon arrived at their destination. As they stepped through a rift created by Arthur, they were greeted by the sight of an exhausted Gremory peerage receiving treatment from the DMC ladies. Concerned for their well-being, Wyan asked if they were all right. Rias acknowledged their safety but was surprised to see why they're questioning why he had come. He explained that they had encountered an issue that required their immediate attention. Biko pointed out a large bipedal red dragon in the distance, recognizing its familiar aura. Wyan confirmed it was indeed the dragon and noted that it appeared to be in an incomplete transformation. Aquino inquired about the form, and Wyan explained that the Juggernaut drive was a dangerous state triggered by extreme emotional turmoil. He elaborated that the only ways to stop it were to overpower and kill the wielder or allow it to exhaust its life force. Arthur reminded them that time was of the essence for the dragon's life. As the last to exit the rift, he carried the unconscious Asia in a bridal style, prompting shock and relief from the exhausted group, who rushed to her side. Arthur reassured them that they had successfully rescued her on their way in. Biko remarked on Asia's luck, stating that any delay could have resulted in permanent damage. Wyan then inquired if the scrub had raged when Asia vanished, to which Rias confirmed. With the situation clarified, Wyan expressed his intent to confront the dragon, assuring Rias that it would be too dangerous for anyone else to assist. He was determined to enjoy the fight. The draconic Cambion leaped into the air, enveloped in a white light that soon revealed his balance breaker form. Without hesitation, he soared toward the bipedal dragon. Albion, his partner, inquired if he would use a specific form, to which Wyan affirmed his intention to demonstrate their supremacy. As he halted midair, he spread his arms, summoning an endless torrent of white aura around him. He began to chant, declaring his awakening as the White Dragon Emperor, ready to embrace his potential and conquer the dream. With a powerful declaration, he activated the Juggernaut drive, transforming his armor from pure white to dark silver, with gems and energy feathers shifting to dark amethyst. The blinding light faded, revealing a form befitting a heavenly dragon. Resuming his flight, Wyan approached the raging dragon, which retaliated by firing a red beam from its mouth. The White Dragon Emperor effortlessly countered the attack with a blast of his own. As the dragon closed in for close-quarters combat, it struck first, but Wyan formed an energy dragon claw to parry its attack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with Wyan using Divide to weaken the dragon with each strike. As the battle intensified, Wyan managed to land a hit on the dragon's lower abdomen, stunning it momentarily. He continued to strike various points, cracking the dragon's armor further before delivering an uppercut that sent it soaring. Following this, he executed a powerful move that sent the beast crashing to the ground. As Wyan descended, he sensed a surge of power building up from the dragon. He readied himself, emitting a bright glow from his wings as he formed an energy sphere in front of his hands. Below, the dust settled to reveal the dragon, its armor in pieces, preparing a counterattack. Albion assisted by dividing and empowering YN as they both unleashed their attacks. Simultaneously, a clash of emerald and amethyst-tinted silver beams ensued, initially at a stalemate. However, the silver beam gradually gained the upper hand, pushing back the dragon's attack until it exploded upon impact, scattering armor fragments everywhere and leaving the dragon in its unconscious form. With the battle concluded, YN floated down with a satisfied smirk. He approached the defeated Issei, crouching beside him and rubbing his hands together for emphasis. With a swift motion he smacked both sides of Issei's head, waking him up. YN informed him that he had a beating to take, prompting Issei to express his confusion about being slapped awake. YN simply pointed out that the others had witnessed the entire spectacle, directing Issei's attention to the flying group approaching them. The Gremry peerage and the devil hunters surrounded the dragon emperors, primarily checking on YN. They had just witnessed an intense battle, and the atmosphere was charged with curiosity and concern. Biko expressed his enjoyment of the fight, while Arthur remarked on its visual spectacle. Issei, still in shock, demanded to know what had transpired. Kiba explained that after Asia had vanished, YN had entered Juggernaut Drive, consumed by rage, and had obliterated the enemy. Fortunately, YN had arrived just in time to bring him back to his senses. Kaneko reassured Issei that Asia was safe, having been rescued by their allies. She pointed to the sleeping nun, who was being watched over by Kuroka and Lufei. Soon after, Asia awoke, feeling well-rested. Zenobia rushed to her side, overwhelmed with emotion, apologizing for not being able to protect her. Asia comforted her, assuring her that she had done her best. Aquino then inquired about the reason for the three men's presence in the dimensional gap. Before anyone could respond, a massive rift opened in the sky, revealing a colossal red dragon soaring through the dark expanse. Its impressive horns and four wings were striking, but it was the absence of any presence that truly captured everyone's attention. The Gremry peerage looked on with a mix of curiosity and fear, while the devil hunters stared in awe. YN explained that they had traveled through the dimensional gap in search of the dragon. When Asia asked what it was, YN revealed that it was the true red dragon god emperor, Great Red, and they had sought it to gauge its power. Zenobia expressed concern that they were not planning to fight Great Red, to which Lufei reassured her that they were not reckless enough to engage it immediately. Pyrrha added that they still had to deal with the considerable debt owed to YN's father, while Arthur mentioned their bucket lists. Rosweiss noted that they needed extensive training to even hope to leave a mark on the Apocalypse dragon. Suddenly, Ophis, the infinite dragon god, appeared, causing the Gremry peerage to gasp in surprise. Some remained frozen in place, while others instinctively backed away. The devil hunters flinched at her sudden entrance, still unaccustomed to such unexpected appearances. Biko reminded Ophis that they were busy, but she expressed her determination to best Great Red and reclaim her silence, insisting that it would all be worth it. With a playful gesture, she pretended to shoot at the enormous dragon before vanishing, leaving the devils gasping for breath. Rias questioned whether that had truly been Ophis, and Kuroka confirmed it. Aquino asked if she was the reason for their journey through the dimensional gap. YN affirmed that it was part of his quest, along with his personal dream. When Asia inquired about that dream, YN revealed his ambition to evolve from a heavenly dragon to a true dragon god, aiming to become the first true white dragon god emperor. He mused that it was a more appealing dream than any of theirs. The vanishing dragon glanced at his rival, expecting a response, but the weakest dragon emperor could only raise his arm before collapsing from exhaustion. YN laughed, teasing that the dream was too much for him to handle. Biko then asked what their next steps were now that they had fulfilled their goal. YN suggested they join the security detail, hoping that Sona would not reduce their pay due to Asia's rescue. Rias assured him that the pay would remain unchanged since it was beyond their control. Arthur expressed their longing to continue with the security job, but Azazel, the leader of the Grigori, descended from the sky, declaring that it would not be necessary. He explained that Asia's disappearance had been caused by the Chaos Brigade's interference, but the other factions had repelled their forces, ensuring Asia's safety. Lu Fei realized that their job was complete, and Rias confirmed that she and Sona would wire the payment to their account. Surprised by the speed of the resolution, Yan rallied his team to head home. Arthur promptly opened a rift, and as they stepped through, Asia rushed forward to embrace Yan, Biko, and Arthur in a group hug, despite her small stature. She thanked them for saving her, expressing her love. The gentleman smiled and returned her affection before she joined the girls for another group hug. Afterward, they regrouped just in time for Arthur to open a rift, leading them back home. Back at the DMC house, Fenrir was enjoying the leftover food when he sensed something in the living room. He trotted over just as a rift opened, barking excitedly as everyone emerged, some looking happy while others appeared exhausted. Lu Fei greeted Fenrir, who raised his paw in a playful wave, prompting laughter from the group. The ladies headed to the living room while the gentlemen went to the kitchen for drinks. As they settled into the soft couches, the ladies sighed in relief. Kuroka asked Rosweiss if security jobs were always this chaotic. Rosweiss explained that sometimes nothing happened, and the job went smoothly, but unexpected attacks could occur at any moment. Lu Fei expressed frustration at the Cows Brigade, wishing they could have saved Asia from being thrown into the dimensional gap. Pura noted that it was fortunate they had split up, or Asia might have been lost forever. As the gentlemen returned with drinks and snacks, Yan took a seat between Kuroka and Pura. Arthur joined Lu Fei, who eagerly devoured the snacks, while Biko sat with Rosweiss, who was more measured in her eating. Yan suggested they watch a movie since they had completed their tasks earlier than expected. The group enthusiastically agreed, and Yan selected Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. They settled in, ready to enjoy the film together. Many years had passed since the White Dragon Emperor declared his ambition, leading to a series of remarkable adventures for the Devil May Cry team. Their journey was filled with unexpected challenges and triumphs, showcasing their resilience and determination. One notable event was their business trip to Kyoto, intended to establish a partnership with the Yukai. However, it quickly turned into a rescue mission when a group known as the Hero Faction kidnapped the Yukai leader, Yasaka. The faction aimed to use her to open a gate to summon Great Red, intending to slay it. After 2 intense confrontations, the Devil Hunters managed to force the Hero Faction into retreat and successfully rescued Yasaka. During this trip, Yasaka developed an interest in Biko, which blossomed into a relationship. Not only did Biko gain a girlfriend, but he also became a father figure to Yasaka's daughter Kuna. Later, the Devil Hunters joined forces with the Devil Faction to confront the old Satan Faction, ultimately ending their reign of terror. While most of the faction's members fell easily, one adversary proved to be a formidable challenge, Rizvam Lucifer. His immense power initially put the Devil Hunters on the defensive, and his sacred gear canceller rendered many abilities useless. However, Yan, utilizing the Imperio Juggernaut drive fueled by his immense demonic power, managed to defeat Lucifer's son with a powerful attack. The battles continued with an assault from a dragon army led by Kromkroch, an evil dragon rumored to possess power akin to that of a heavenly dragon. In response to this threat, angels, fallen angels, devils, Yukai, and Devil Hunters united to face the draconic onslaught. Yan found himself in a challenging solo fight against Kromkroch, where he had to employ all his transformations before ultimately overwhelming the evil dragon with his newest form, the Sparda dragon god. Following these intense battles, the Devil Hunters participated in a tournament organized by Azazel, designed to unite all factions and temper their longing for conflict. The prize for winning was a single wish granted by the combined mystical powers of all factions. Motivated to clear their debts and prevent future ones, the team excelled in the preliminaries and faced tough competition in the later rounds. Their efforts paid off, and they emerged victorious, having their wish granted. That evening, a celebration ensued among all participants of the tournament, with no hostilities or grudges in sight. The atmosphere was filled with camaraderie, and when he awoke the next day, he found himself in a broken bed surrounded by Pira, Kuroka, and several other girls, including Rias, Aquino, Rosweiss, Irina, Zenobia, Sona, Serafal, and an adult Ophis. After recovering from their hangovers, Yan took the initiative to ask out the remaining girls, and they agreed to join him, even deciding to live in the Devil May Cry headquarters. Surzex and Azazel agreed to renovate the house to accommodate the new occupants. Overall, everyone achieved their dreams and lived happily with their loved ones. However, one significant issue remained: the coexistence of the White and Red Dragon Emperors, as there was a golden rule among the heavenly dragons that only one could hold the throne. In the dimensional gap, YN and Issei floated in their base forms, thanks to their true dragon god status. The dragon gods had likely blessed Issei with their powers for their own amusement. Both dragon emperors wore attire that reflected their growth. YN donned a formal outfit consisting of a white dress jacket, a black vest over a high-collared blue dress shirt, and black breaths secured by a blue belt. Issei opted for a more casual look, wearing an emerald V-collar shirt beneath a red hooded jacket, paired with black sweatpants and crimson sneakers. As they prepared for their long-awaited confrontation, both combatants assumed their fighting stances. Issei initiated the fight with a charging left hook, but YN deftly evaded and countered with a slash, narrowly missing as Issei crouched away. The Welsh dragon launched a series of jabs, swings, kicks, and fireballs, but YN maintained a confident smirk as he skillfully dodged each attack. Impressed by Issei's speed and precision, YN acknowledged his rival's skills while preparing to counter. He swung Rebellion, knocking Issei's boosted gear-covered hand aside, then switched to Gilgamesh to push Issei back with a powerful jab. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, mimicking each other's attacks as they clashed fists. Unbeknownst to YN, Issei was silently using multiple boosts to gradually gain the upper hand. Sensing a shift in the battle, YN switched to Royal Guard, expertly blocking and absorbing Issei's attacks with impeccable timing. The sound of their clashing metal echoed through the dimensional gap, frustrating the Red Dragon Emperor. Determined to break through YN's defenses, Issei gathered all his boosts into a single powerful strike. However, this decision backfired. As Issei's attack closed in, YN calmly raised his left fist and met his rival's strike with a fist bump, triggering a royal release. The force of the impact sent Issei flying, but YN quickly activated Quicksilver, slowing him down to a crawl. The battle was far from over, and both warriors were prepared to give it their all. He dashed ahead and equipped Pandora, transforming it into a double-barrel shotgun, firing behind him as time resumed its normal flow. The Welsh dragon flew into the pellets, halting midair. YN switched to Yamato and the Dark Slayer style, executing a rising star slash followed by an aerial rave B. Transitioning to Rebellion, he performed another aerial rave, concluding with a helm breaker. Wasting no time, YN unleashed Dance Macabre, delivering a series of stabs and slashes before finishing with a powerful baseball-like slash. Issei was sent flying once more, his body marked with numerous cuts, his jacket in tatters, and his shirt mostly gone. He quickly sprouted his wings, catching himself midair with his head lowered. Looking up, he wiped some blood from his chin, a smile forming on his face. The Welsh dragon began to float forward, his sacred gear gradually building power. A few feet later, he blitzed across the space and activated Balance Breaker. The vanishing dragon equipped Gilgamesh and reared his arm back. When Issei flew close enough, YN swung with real impact. However, Issei sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a left hook. The blow connected, launching the albino hunter across the space. The brunette brawler pursued, unleashing a barrage of punches aimed at the torso and head, each strike growing more powerful than the last. Despite the onslaught, YN maintained a calm expression, contemplating his response before making a decisive move. As the Red Dragon Emperor swung a right jab, a flash of dark red light temporarily blinded him, causing his attack to halt abruptly. When Issei opened his eyes, he saw the vanishing dragon in his devil trigger, holding his fist in his left hand. YN clenched his right fist, charged it fully and swung. The Welsh dragon raised his left arm to block the punch, which sent him flying back a few yards. The two dragons rushed toward each other, engaging in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks. Despite the boost enhancing Issei's attack damage and speed, cracks began to form in his armor. Sensing the need to shift tactics, the Red Dragon Emperor called out for a transformation. The red armor began to shift, enlarging to double its usual size, with the gauntlets becoming 3 times larger and the earlier cracks vanished. The transformation concluded with an announcement from Drake. Both YN and Issei threw right punches at each other's fists, with the vanishing dragon being knocked back a couple of feet. Seizing the opportunity, YN flew around his rival at high speeds, taking advantage of Issei's slow, bulky form. He equipped Pandora, transforming it into a scythe, and charged in. Seeing the incoming attack, the Welsh dragon turned and struck with a left hook. The vanishing dragon spun over the strike, hooking the scythe around Issei's outstretched limb. He spun around, carving into the thick gauntlet, and drop-kicked Issei on the head. This caused the Red Dragon Emperor to spin into YN's doppelganger, who had transformed Pandora into a warhammer, swinging and bashing Issei's back. The brunette brawler flew back toward his rival, who was ready with the warhammer. The Devil Hunter swung again, and he and his doppelganger began a game of tossing Issei around. The Welsh dragon attempted to retaliate with punches, but the vanishing dragon duo skillfully maneuvered around them, continuing their relentless assault. As the battle progressed, more cracks appeared on the red dragon's armor. Thinking quickly, Issei boosted power into his right arm and punched the percussion hammer on the elbow, activating solid impact and punching the air. The explosion propelled him away from the Devil Hunter, right toward the doppelganger. The Welsh dragon reeled his left fist back, charged it with boosts, and threw it while activating another solid impact. The clone attempted to counter but was overpowered and dispelled. Now free, Issei quickly called for another transformation. The bulky form began to gain speed, refusing to let his rival breathe. YN shifted Pandora into PF 594, argument and gave chase while firing missiles at Issei. Sensing the incoming attack, the Red Dragon Emperor shouted for an armor release. The bulky armor began to shed, the floating pieces acting as flares, diverting the missile's attention. As more pieces were discarded, Issei gained speed, outpacing both the missiles and YN. Eventually, YN could no longer keep up as the shedding stopped, reverting Pandora to a briefcase, leaving the Welsh dragon in the thinnest armor imaginable. Now ready, the brunette dragon blitzed around his rival, attacking at irregular intervals. However, the Devil Hunter struggled to dodge the rapid strikes. With quick thinking, YN floated still, blocking several attacks with Royal Guard while activating Divine Dividing on his back. Hearing the dreaded thuds again, the Red Dragon Emperor halted his attacks and flew around, waiting for YN to make a move. YN transformed Pandora back into a warhammer and swung around. Mid-swing, Divine Dividing activated. The space around Issei distorted, and he was suddenly forcibly teleported in front of his enemy as the hammer collided with his stomach. The abrupt halt of momentum dislocated his arms and legs, sending him flying, the thin armor shattering completely from the strike. Now armorless, the Welsh dragon allowed his healing factor to realign his limbs. Once restored, he halted himself with his devil wings, taking a moment to catch his breath. Issei was puzzled by how Divine Dividing could forcibly teleport someone but pushed the thought aside as he reformed Balance Breaker once more. For the third time, he called for a transformation. Unlike the previous forms, the armor remained the same, but a red aura formed a backpack and 2 cannons over his shoulders. Once the transformation was complete, Drake announced it for the third time. The Red Dragon Emperor began boosting himself, the shoulder cannons glowing and charging an attack. The vanishing dragon acted quickly, dismissing his devil trigger, activating Balance Breaker, and flew toward his stationary rival. He reached Issei, such to rebellion, and sliced the cannons in half. YN evaded just in time as an explosion engulfed Issei's form, stripping away all armor from his upper body, leaving him bloodied and exposed. Seeing the state of his rival, YN remarked on Issei's appearance. Issei scowled, instantly reformed his armor, and charged at the White Dragon Emperor. In response, YN sheathed his blade and clashed fists with his rival once more. Both exchanged punches and kicks simultaneously, yet neither made any significant progress. The battle intensified as Wine began incorporating wing slashes into his attacks, cracking and slicing at the red armor of his opponent. The Welsh dragon attempted to retaliate but found himself pushed back, unable to reach Yn. In a swift motion, the brunette dragon built up a small orb of energy in his left fist. Just as he prepared to strike, he received a left hook to the helmet, shattering the right eyepiece. Seizing the opportunity, Issei spun around and swung a left backhand, leaving the orb floating as Yn leaped back and punched it, igniting a dragon shot. Thinking quickly, the albino hunter raised his right arm, creating an azure kite-shaped shield nearly 3 times larger than the gem. As he braced himself, he activated an ability. The moment the beam made contact, the shield rippled and halted the attack momentarily. In the next instant, the beam was redirected back at the Red Dragon Emperor, who had no time to react before being consumed by his own attack. Yn instantly drew Rebellion, summoned Yamato, and charged in. As the beam dissipated, Issei was caught off guard by a flurry of merciless slashes. He endured several strikes before dodging away to produce 2 rough energy blades. The 2 Dragon Emperors charged at each other, clashing blades with wild speed. As they chipped away at each other's armor, the Welsh dragon began shifting to defensive tactics, relying on his intermediate knowledge of swordplay. Feeling cornered, the brunette dragon decided to go beyond his balance breaker. He knocked both of his opponent's arms aside and kicked the White Knight away. Simultaneously, a cardinal aura ignited from his blood-stained armor. Without wasting a moment, Issei unleashed his ultimate ability, Cardinal Crimson Full Drive. Instantly, the aura transformed into light, enveloping the Red Dragon Emperor. In response, the White Dragon Emperor dismissed Yamato and brought Rebellion up to his face with both hands, calmly activating his own ability, Corrupt, Dark Conqueror. A demonic red aura erupted from the white armor and wings, with demonic markings slithering from the center gem and traveling along his body. They settled on his arms, legs, and chest, while a layer of midnight black outlined the edges of the armor and wings. The demonic blade was shrouded in a shifting scarlet and obsidian aura. As the demonic aura dissipated, the cardinal aura flickered away, revealing a pure crimson draconic armor that was slightly thicker than normal, adorned with energy wings of raspberry light. For a brief moment, neither combatant moved, assessing each other. Then, they vanished, and a vicious shockwave erupted from their previous positions. Blades clashed with fists in a relentless exchange, each trying to damage the other. The albino hunter used Stinger to skewer the brunette dragon, but the red one twisted away and kneed the white one in the chest. He almost followed up with a double hammer fist when he had to lean away from a tail aimed for his head. This left him open for a wide slash that cleaved through some of his armor. The White Dragon Emperor resumed his assault with precision and speed, while the Red Dragon Emperor attempted to back away and restore his armor. Failing to create a gap, Issei retracted his wings back into his armor and prepared to strike, with Draig urging him on. The Cardinal Dragon escaped the onslaught in the blink of an eye. Unfazed, the monochrome dragon gave chase, gradually increasing his speed until he caught up, continuing their clash. To an outsider, it appeared as if nothing but shock waves filled the air, accompanied by tremors throughout the space. After several exchanges, the 2 dragons backed off, creating a significant distance between them. They charged at one another to unleash their most powerful attacks. Yn flew at high speeds, performing a stinger, while Issei prepared a solid impact booster. The attacks collided, locking them in a stalemate, neither able to overpower the other for a moment. Suddenly, the brunette dragon began to push the sword back, knocking it aside and punching the albino away, cracking most of his chest plate. Acting quickly, Issei extended his wings again and activated Fong Bishop Blaster, causing 2 cannons to emerge from his wings as they charged up an attack. After a brief moment, he declared his attack, unleashing the Crimson Blaster. 2 massive beams of red light surged toward Yn. Reacting swiftly, he sheathed Rebellion and crossed his arms, activating 2 shields and Reflect to brace himself. When the attack connected, something felt off. Instead of redirecting the lasers back to their source, they continuously struck the barriers, pushing him back slowly. Instinctively, he unleashed Mega Flare, bombarding the cardinal dragon with black and blue homing bolts. However, as the bolts neared their target, the shields began to crack at an alarming rate. In a synchronized moment, the homing bolt struck Issei just as the lasers pierced through, igniting explosions that engulfed them both. Emerging from the smoke, the albino hunter found most of his armor gone, save for his right gauntlet and left greave. Suching tactics, he left a doppelganger in full armor to engage his rival while he flew to a safe distance. Once far enough away, Wyan exchanged rebellion for Ascalon, reformed his balance breaker, and held the sword with both hands. The white armor glowed with a bright and soothing golden hue. This light spread across his body, carving lines on his arms, legs, and chest, which disappeared, leaving golden crosses in their place. The dragon-slaying blade now radiated a constant yellow light. Once the transformation was complete, the holy dragon charged at his distracted opponent. Halfway through closing the gap, Wyan fired Mega Flare and flew in circles. Issei had just finished dispatching the doppelganger when he sensed the incoming danger. Reacting instinctively, he activated Star's sonic booster to evade the gold and blue projectiles. However, no matter how much he boosted his speed, the cardinal dragon could not shake off the homing attacks. Distracted by the golden bolts, Issei failed to notice Wyan soaring at him at full speed. Seizing the opportunity, Wyan executed a massive cleave across his rival's chest, sending him crashing into his earlier attack, which bombarded the cardinal dragon and enveloped him in an explosion. Wasting no time, the vanishing dragon reared back his blade and threw a golden energy slash toward the smoke cloud. Unfortunately, a red energy beam pierced through the cloud and the golden attack, narrowly missing the white dragon emperor as he shifted away. As the smoke cleared, the breathing form of the dragon of domination was revealed, ready for the next phase of their fierce confrontation. Several holes marred the armor, but they were slowly being filled, and he was missing his right wing. The left wing had transformed into cannon form and was emitting smoke. Issei reformed his right wing and took to the skies, launching energy ball at his opponent. Wyan effortlessly sliced through the spheres as he advanced. The cardinal dragon activated the Star sonic booster to evade the dragon-slaying blade, but the holy dragon was determined not to let that happen. Albion unleashed the half-dimension technique. Energy wings on his back emitted rays that compressed the fabric of space around him. Since the infinite space of the dimensional gap was unoccupied, this move acted like a tractor beam, slowly drawing his opponent back. Despite feeling the pull, the Welsh dragon continued to boost and attack, but the vanishing dragon shifted the stolen energy into speed, closing the distance even faster. In a moment of desperation, the brunette dragon charged up more boosts, transformed both arms into rook gauntlets, and prepared dual solid impact boosters. He moved both arms forward while the devil hunter swung his dragon-slaying blade, and their attacks collided. Pain seared through his fists, yet Issei endured and pushed back. Eventually, the dragon of domination blasted his rival away, but not before the dragon of supremacy sliced through the gauntlets. Ignoring the intense pain on his bare arms, the cardinal dragon opened his chest plate, revealing a small cannon within. He began boosting and charging the cannon for an attack. Recognizing the impending strike, the holy dragon made his move. The snow-white armor shifted into a dark silver form adorned with amethyst gems, and the crosses reformed into golden circuits connecting to the center gem. Wyan raised Ascalon above his head as a chaotic stream of silver and gold energy erupted from the blade. The energy grew wilder as he began dividing his opponent's energy. Moments later, they unleashed their attacks. The energy beam and the sword slash clashed, resulting in a stalemate. However, despite being in a more powerful state and having trained his abilities to the fullest, Issei found himself outmatched. The silver and gold energy slash cut through the crimson beam and struck the cardinal dragon before he could react. He let out a scream of agony as an explosion engulfed him, leaving a cloud of silver-like dust in space. When the dust settled, the results were devastating. His armor lay in ruins, leaving his body exposed. Most of his clothing had been destroyed, and his breaths had essentially transformed into a second pair of boxers. Some of his skin had been burned away down to the muscle, but it was slowly regenerating. Issei was paralyzed by the excruciating pain, gasping for air to ease the burns. The sight delighted Yn, prompting him to perform a Sparda tradition. He flew into his rival's view, allowing Issei to take in the sight, and sheathed Ascalon on his back. Then he raised both fists into the air and began to dance, moving his hips side to side. To add to the spectacle, his helmet dissipated, revealing a smirking face with violet eyes. The Welsh dragon could do nothing but watch in silent fury while he healed himself as quickly as possible. After what felt like the longest 10 minutes of his life, Issei's body fully healed, and he reformed Cardinal Crimson Promotion. Realizing that his current armor was insufficient, he began a new chant to activate a new form. Observing this, Yn manifested rebellion in his right hand, grasped Ascalon in his left, and began chanting as well. The pure white dragon dwelling within him was called to rise from its supremacy. A pure white aura enveloped his left arm, left leg, left wing, and Ascalon, while the shadow of Albion appeared behind him. The jet-black Dark Knight within Issei was summoned to claim the throne of freedom, surrounding his right limbs and rebellion with a jet-black aura, as the silhouette of Sparda stood behind him. The blessing of infinity resting within was invoked to unlock true potential and pave the road to power. The chest plate emitted a silver aura, and a violet infinite symbol appeared on the center gem. He brought both swords together toward his chest, merging the three auras. The mystical and purifying holy light surged forth as they declared their intent to transcend the limits and reign over all existence. They proclaimed that all would kneel before their unified and unrivaled existence. Upon this declaration, the vanishing dragon was engulfed in a spiral of black, silver, and white light, while the Welsh dragon was encased in a crimson spiral. Moments later, the lights faded to reveal their new forms. Issei's new form was more detailed, a mix of crimson and black, with a second pair of dragon wings sprouting from his back. This transformation, aided by Ophis, was known as the Diabolos dragon god. Yn's form diverged from his rivals. While his left limbs and wing returned to their white and blue hues, his right limbs and wing became obsidian black with dark ruby gems and feathers. His chest plate retained its silver and purple colors, and 12 demon wings resembling a devil trigger adorned his back. Without a helmet, he sported both demon and dragon horns, with striking red and blue eyes. With Ophis' blessing, he synchronized his demonic power, Albion's power, and Ascalon's holy and dragon-slaying power to create the Sparda dragon god. The swords underwent a transformation as well. Rebellion and Ascalon fused to create a new symbol of holy, demonic, and draconic unity, resting in Yn's right hand. Completing the final touches, the devil hunter ejected his demon wings, transforming them into dividing wyvern fairies. 12 small white wyverns hovered around him, growling and roaring at their foe. Once again, the heavenly dragon gods stood still, studying each other as their auras gently radiated from their armor. Though subtle, the entire dimensional gap began to tremble from their presence. Then, Yn made the first move by forming a peace sign with his left hand. A moment later, he and his wyverns vanished without a sound. Underneath his helmet, Issei's eyes widened in shock, unable to sense where his rival had disappeared. His search was interrupted by a sudden flare of pain from his back. Turning around, he found 2 wyverns clawing and biting at his upper wings. He swiveled to swat them away, only to be swarmed by more wyverns. The dragon god of domination flew away to evade the onslaught, but some wyverns managed to reach him, attacking his legs and rear. The remaining 6 kept their distance, transforming into cannons and bombarding him with shots of Trinity aura. The Welsh dragon growled in frustration as he reached behind him to grab the wyverns from his wings. Issei threw the wyverns toward the cannons, but they skillfully dodged his attack. Using his tail, he grabbed 2 of them from behind and tossed them aside. He then caught the last 2 with his legs, holding them in front of him as makeshift shields. The wyvern cannons, seeing this, held their fire. Above the battlefield, the dragon god of supremacy floated, observing his rival with anticipation. Eager for a surprise attack, he dove like a comet, slashing at Issei's back and severing all 4 of his wings. In retaliation, Wyvern kicked Issei away, sending him crashing into the 6 wyverns, who immediately attacked, biting at his armor. Frustrated with the persistent nuisances, Issei generated a green aura around his body, boosting his power to incredible levels. The wyverns, sensing the threat, intensified their attacks, attempting to divide his power to prevent him from unleashing his full strength. However, Issei's continuous boosting outpaced their efforts. Once he amassed enough power, he released it in a shockwave that sent all the wyverns flying. This created an opening for Wyvern to swoop in and strike at Issei. Anticipating the move, Issei slid beneath the blade aimed at him. He countered with a bicycle kick to Wyvern's head, but his leg was caught by Wyvern's tail. The vanishing dragon threw Issei over himself and slashed with his left wing. Unbeknownst to him, the Welsh dragon had prepared a counterattack. Positioned in front, he moved his right arm forward, opening his fist to unleash a small orb that intercepted the attack. The 2 forces collided, resulting in an explosion that pushed them both back. Undeterred, the Devil Hunter charged forward as his wing healed almost instantaneously. Issei followed suit, his gauntlet and wings restored. Once again, the 2 heavenly dragon gods clashed, their longsword meeting aura-covered gauntlets in a fierce exchange. Amidst the chaos, Issei activated a timer on his right gauntlet, which began to tick down, hidden beneath the thick aura coating. For a brief moment, the action went unnoticed. However, when Light caught Issei's gauntlet, intending to pull him in for a strike, he glimpsed the timer. Acting swiftly, the true dragon god of supremacy summoned another doppelganger, accompanied by 12 wyverns, to distract the true dragon god of domination while he began a chant. The chant commanded a massive magic circle to appear behind him, parallel to the Devil Hunter. From it emerged a colossal white dragon, primarily mechanical, adorned with spikes, horns, and 4 wings. With a mighty roar, Albion Gwyber prepared for battle. Simultaneously, Issei's timer reached 0. A sphere of light appeared above him, expanding until it took the shape of a massive dragon. As the light faded, a red dragon covered in armor-like scales emerged, roaring with vigor and readiness for combat. Without hesitation, the 2 massive dragons clashed, attacking each other mercilessly as they had in the past. While the red dragon god emperor was preoccupied with the doppelganger, the white dragon god emperor prepared his next move. His original 12 wyverns returned, circling him as a golden orb formed above. Pouring immense power into this move, a small amount of energy leaked from it, but not enough to weaken him. Sensing the overwhelming power, both Issei and Drake turned their attention to the orb hovering above Yn. They fought off their opponents and rushed to stop the impending attack. However, space distorted around them as Albion and the doppelganger divided the area, keeping them engaged in battle. Despite their best efforts, the Crimson Duo was unable to reach Yn in time as he unleashed his attack. With a powerful command, Yn released Terra Flare. The orb erupted into a continuous blast of purple, blue, and red energy, radiating with Trinity brilliance. The Crimson Duo quickly formed an emerald sphere shield to protect themselves, continuously boosting to reinforce it. As the doppelganger faded, Albion positioned himself behind Yn and began bombarding Issei with aura bullets and breath attacks, while the wyverns transformed into cannons, firing aura shots. The omnidirectional blast surged through the dimensional gap, gradually slowing and fading. However, some strands broke through the dimensional wall, entering various worlds. In one instance, a reincarnated boy who had an unusual obsession vanished, causing a chain reaction that erased all versions of him, including his descendants. Returning to the battle, the Crimson Duo struggled to maintain their shield against the relentless onslaught. With the combined firepower of 13 dragons and the destructive nature of Terra Flare, the outcome was inevitable. The shield shattered, exposing the red dragons to a flood of attacks. This barrage continued for several seconds before the white dragons ceased fire, signaled by a blinding flash of light. As the light faded, the results became evident. The summoned drag was gone, much to Albion's delight. However, Concern arose over the absence of the red dragon god emperor. All 14 white dragons scanned the surroundings for their elusive adversary. One wyvern spotted a movement at 3 o'clock and alerted the others to intercept. What approached was not Issei himself, but an attack he had launched, Infinity Blaster. For beams of red and black aura surged toward the vanishing dragon, but the wyverns moved in to intercept, with 3 targeting each beam. They managed to halt the attack using Reflect, but could not redirect it back at Issei. Instead, the white wyverns were slowly pushed back. Seizing the opportunity, YN and Albion flew toward the origin of the beams, unleashing megaflare and aura bullets at their stationary foe. Issei ceased fire and dashed forward, creating an energy bubble shield to protect himself from the incoming projectiles. The beams reached the wyverns, and as their shields broke, an explosion erupted, annihilating them all. The Welsh dragon reached the albino duo and executed a spin kick, sending the large dragon away before engaging in combat with his human-sized rival. As the battle reached its climax, both heavenly dragon gods fought fiercely, fully committed to ending their rival's life. As the battle raged on, the brunette dragon skillfully evaded a powerful swipe from his opponent, maneuvering behind him. He seized the Devil Hunter's right wing and tail, spinning around to hurl him away. Gathering energy in his right hand, he prepared to unleash a dragon shot. However, his aim faltered when Albion swooped in, capturing Issei in his jaws. The massive dragon shook his head violently, increasing the pressure and cracking the red and black armor. Dazed, the red dragon god of domination conjured a red energy sphere in his left hand and launched it at the white dragon's eye. The impact caused Albion to flinch just enough for Issei to break free. Determined not to let his prey escape, Albion swung his right wings at the human-sized dragon god. Issei crossed his arms to block the attack, but the combined force of the wings and the divide sliced through his armor and into his skin, sending him flying. Albion pursued, spinning like a drill and charging forward to skewer Issei with his horn. After his armor regenerated, Issei quickly formed a small but dense barrier to stop the attack. When the two forces collided, he gritted his teeth against the overwhelming pressure, pouring more energy into the barrier to withstand the assault. However, Issei's focus on Albion left him vulnerable to another enemy approaching from behind. The human vanishing dragon struck with a series of rapid stabs, hitting Issei's unprotected back. The first stab broke his concentration, allowing Albion to shatter the barrier and pierce him, trapping Issei between 2 relentless attacks. The human Welsh dragon attempted to counter, but the pain from the continuous strikes overwhelmed him, leaving him unable to formulate a plan. Eventually, the relentless assault shifted as Albion stopped spinning and delivered a powerful uppercut, followed by the human white dragon god emperor. Issei halted midair and fired a quick dragon shot, but the vanishing dragon countered with a swift side kick to his head, shattering his helmet and sending him stumbling back. The brunette dragon charged in with a right hook, but the Devil Hunter activated Quicksilver, slowing time to dodge and slice through Issei's gauntlet, knocking him back. A second attempt with a left hook met the same fate. Frustrated and exhausted, the dragon god of domination charged for a grapple, arms raised. The dragon god of supremacy responded by slashing downward, stabbing Issei in the abdomen and leaving the sword embedded. This halted Issei, who teetered back in pain and fatigue, his armor slowly disintegrating. As he struggled, Wyan floated nearby, observing and waiting for the next move. Feeling ready to submit, Issei's pride and spirit screamed against embracing defeat without one final attack. He raised his head high, roaring in defiance as he and Wyan locked hands, each desperate to overpower the other. While Issei boosted his strength, Wyan divided his opponent's energy to gain an advantage. Moments later, the Welsh dragon exhausted his stamina and ceased boosting. The vanishing dragon halted his dividing, transferring the stolen energy to his forehead before delivering a stunning headbutt. Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved his blade and activated Quicksilver, ruthlessly slashing away the remaining armor to expose Issei's upper body. With determination, Wyan moved his right hand into Issei's chest, grasping his heart. Issei gasped in excruciating pain, blood spilling from his mouth as he felt the fatal blow. His breathing became labored as he reflected on his fate. Despite the dire situation, Wayne acknowledged the thrill of the fight, expressing gratitude for the challenge. Issei, in his final moments, made a heartfelt request for Wayne to always be there for his wife and child. Wayne assured him that he and his allies would protect them and alleviate their loneliness. As Issei pleaded for release from his unbearable pain, Wayne prepared to finish the battle. At the command of Albion, violet poison surged from Thang's hand, enveloping Issei in a purple hue. Despite his earlier request for a swift end, Issei screamed in unimaginable agony as his body and soul began to fade from existence. After a moment of silence, Wayne lowered his hand and raised his head high, roaring in victory as the shadows of Sparda and Albion joined him in celebration. However, the celebration was short-lived as Wayne was overtaken by a fit of dry heaving coughs. Quickly, he summoned a water bottle and drank it empty, sighing in relief as he dismissed his armor, returning to his base form and separating his blades. Acknowledging his overzealous celebration, he decided to return home to share the moment with his loved ones. Upon arriving at the 5-story Devil May Cry home, he felt grateful that the bills were automatically paid, sparing him and his team from financial stress. As he entered, he heard soft footsteps approaching. Anticipating the arrival, he squatted down in preparation. From the hallway rushed a toddler with striking black and white hair, her features complemented by a pair of fluffy cat ears. This was Eve Tuju Sparda, the daughter of Wayne and Kuroka. With joy, Wayne welcomed his daughter home, lifting her into the air and spinning her around before embracing her. She returned the hug, purring contentedly. Just then, another pair of footsteps approached, and soon, Kuroka joined them, wrapping her arms around both of them in a warm family embrace. They shared a brief, loving kiss, prompting Eve to coo with delight. Kuroka welcomed her partner home, and he expressed his happiness to be back. She then playfully questioned Eve about running away from her magic training, to which Eve replied that she simply wanted to greet her father. Kuroka understood, unable to blame her daughter for her eagerness. The training session resumed as Kuroka carried their daughter away, leaving behind a moment of warmth. Soon after, another pair entered the scene. An adult woman with red hair tied in a bun and striking emerald eyes wore a black sports bra and blue yoga briefs. Beside her was an 11-year-old boy with red hair, a distinctive white streak over one eye, and azure eyes. This boy was John Nico Sparda, the son of Wayne and Pyrrha. Upon entering, Pyrrha welcomed her husband home, and Wayne responded with affection, acknowledging her presence. They embraced briefly, a gesture that caused John to look away, feeling a mix of embarrassment and discomfort. After their embrace, Wayne approached John, affectionately ruffling his hair and inquiring about his training progress. John proudly shared that he had mastered his semblance and was close to completing his weapon. Encouraged by his father, he was reminded to rest and prepare for their upcoming father-son training session. Once they had all cleaned up, Wayne decided to check on the energy signatures emanating from the basement. He descended to the training room, where he found an intense sparring match underway. Zenobia was wielding an upgraded Durandal, while Arthur was dual-wielding Caliban and Excalibur reforged, the legendary blade composed of 7 fused fragments. On the sidelines, Irina held their twin babies, a girl with white hair and gold eyes named Amber, and a boy with blue hair and blue eyes named Aqua. The sparring match aimed to help Zenobia regain her strength after a PRD of inactivity, as well as to finally claim a victory over Arthur, a feat that had eluded her for over 2,000 duels. As the two combatants exchanged blows, Wayne approached Irina and the babies, who eagerly reached out for their father. He settled down, gently bouncing them on his thighs while Irina leaned her head against his shoulder. Together, they watched the sparring match reach its CLMX. Arthur executed a decisive move, knocking Durandal from Zenovia's grasp and sending her to the ground with a swift kick. He then leaped onto her, crossing his blades over her neck. After a moment of mutual acknowledgement, Zenobia surrendered, and Arthur helped her to her feet. Their attention was drawn by the sound of applause, and they turned to see Irina, who had surprisingly placed the babies on Y.'s lap. Energized by the moment, Zenobia rushed to embrace her husband, and the twins were returned to Irina's arms. The three shared a warm hug, but Zenovia's expression shifted as she realized the implications of Y.'s return. She quickly left the basement in search of Asia, needing to offer her support. Meanwhile, the two men and the babies watched in silence. Arthur then greeted Y, inquiring about his recent battle, to which Y responded that it had been the most entertaining fight he had experienced since Krumkroch. Arthur offered to prepare a room for Asia and her child, and Y requested to hold the twins before they ascended back to the main floor. Once they reached ground level, they parted ways, with Y heading to the twins' room to tuck them in. After ensuring they were settled, he made his way to the rooftop gardens for some fresh air. There, he poured himself a glass of orange juice and enjoyed the view of the city while feeling the gentle breeze. As he stood at the railing, two familiar figures approached from behind, leaning against him and resting their heads on his shoulder. It was Rias and Aquino, both 6 months P.Argentinti and dressed in loose white dresses. They welcomed him home, and he responded warmly, inquiring about their well-being. Aquino expressed her disappointment at not being able to use her powers for a while Rias shared her enjoyment of catching up on anime and manga after stepping back from her responsibilities. Wyan was relieved to hear that arrangements had been made to ensure a safe DLVRY for them. After finishing his juice, he offered to SRT them downstairs. Once they reached the ground level, the ladies separated to return to their rooms, accompanied by maids. Wyan followed suit, heading to his own room for a quick power nap. Coincidentally, he found Rosweiss asleep in his bed. After a few hours, and after sharing some affectionate moments with the Valkyrie, Wyan arrived at the dining room. It was filled with his team, the Gremory peerage, the Citri peerage, and other invited guests. Asia and her child were dining in their guest room. As Wyan took his seat, he reflected on the gathering of people around him. Gasper had gained confidence and asked Kaneko out on a date, which she surprisingly accepted. After a few outings, they officially became a couple. While Kaneko was surrounded by well-wishers, the gentleman of Devil May Cry had a serious conversation with Gasper, ensuring he promised to never break Kaneko's heart, with consequences if he did. The atmosphere was filled with camaraderie and warmth, a testament to the bonds forged through their shared experiences. Trying to overcome his heartbreak, Saji found comfort in the company of Momo, Tsubasa, Kuriko, Tomo, and Rhea. Spending time with them helped him realize their feelings for the prison dragon. Ready to move on, he accepted their confessions and embraced life together. The Citri queen, no longer willing to wait, approached Kiba Yudo and asked him to be in a relationship. When the blonde knight accepted, Tsubaki's demeanor changed dramatically as she hopped around joyfully, a big smile lighting up her face. It was endearing to see the strict former vice president so giddy. Others in their circle preferred to focus on different pursuits, like Lu Fei and Arthur. Lu Fei immersed herself in magic research, while Arthur took on the role of a butler for Devil May Cry. The vanishing dragon closed his eyes and smiled at the fond memories of his friends. This moment of nostalgia was interrupted when a pair of arms wrapped around his neck, and a body pressed against his right side. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ophis in her adult form, hugging him with a small smile. He returned the embrace warmly. Ophis expressed her happiness at his return, glad that he had come back alive. He reassured her that he would always return for his lovers and friends, and she found comfort in his words, thanking him for showing her the joys of life. His compliment made her cheeks blush faintly, and she playfully remarked about his habit of complimenting her before excusing herself to take her seat. As Ophis detached herself, another warmth enveloped him from his left. He turned to see Ravel Phoenix, her free-flowing hair cascading around her as she lovingly embraced him. He reciprocated the gesture, petting her soft golden hair. Ravel greeted him and expressed how much she had missed him. She shared that she had been doing well but was taking a break from recruiting for her peerage, as she had struggled to find promising candidates. He encouraged her not to rush, suggesting that she might find someone when she least expected it. She hoped for that outcome and then excitedly mentioned her hunger before heading to her seat. As most of the guests settled down, the dining room entrance opened, and Sona Sitri walked in, looking slightly exhausted. He greeted her with a hug, which she returned. She mentioned that her day had been a bit rough, but if she could handle her lively peers, she could manage the chaos at her school. Her peerage shot her disapproving looks at her comment, but none dared to argue, as they had indeed been a rowdy bunch during their high school days. After they disentangled from each other, they made their way to their seats. Just as Sona was about to sit down, she was enveloped in the arms of Serafal, who expressed how much she had missed her. Surprisingly, Sona returned the gesture with a smile, appreciating the love from her sister even more after their near-death experiences. The Sitri sisters broke their hug and took their seats next to each other, eagerly catching up. A few minutes later, the kitchen doors opened, and 2 lines of butlers entered, each carrying covered silver trays. They set the trays down in front of the patrons and removed the lids, unveiling appealing gourmet food ready to be enjoyed. Moments later, everyone began to eat, and the hall filled with the sounds of clattering silverware and lively chatter. As he savored his meal, he looked around at the peace everyone was enjoying, a peace that had been hard won. He knew that one day, this tranquility might be disrupted by unforeseen challenges. However, he and his friends would fight fiercely to protect what mattered most. For him, it would simply be another job request, as every battle would only serve to strengthen him. The Sparda Dragon Emperor had reached its conclusion. After 7 long years, this story had come to an end. While there were some plot holes and mistakes, he was grateful to everyone who had read it to the finish. Though some might wonder why he was ending the story when there was still a season 4, he felt this was the right moment to conclude the tale. He expressed his apologies for the sudden shift and hoped for understanding. He announced that he would be stepping away from writing stories for the time being, although he might update his idea book if inspiration struck. With heartfelt wishes for a great day and a Merry Christmas to all, he thanked everyone for reading Sparda Dragon Emperor. In a world where most characters were indifferent to Issei, he found himself navigating through a landscape filled with challenges and unexpected encounters. Issei, often overlooked and underestimated, struggled to prove his worth. Despite his efforts, he felt the weight of isolation, as those around him seemed to prioritize their own ambitions over any connection with him. As he ventured through various situations, Issei encountered allies who were more focused on their own goals than on forming a bond with him. This lack of attention only fueled his determination to rise above the expectations placed upon him. He trained harder, pushing himself to the limits, hoping that one day he would earn the respect he craved. Throughout his journey, Issei faced numerous trials that tested his strength and resolve. Each challenge brought him closer to understanding his own potential, even if it meant standing alone. He learned that true strength came not just from physical prowess but also from resilience and the ability to keep moving forward, regardless of the obstacles in his path. As Issei continued to strive for recognition, he began to realize that the journey itself was just as important as the destination. With each step, he grew stronger and more determined, ready to face whatever lay ahead, even if it meant doing so without the support he had hoped for. In this indifferent universe, Issei's story was one of perseverance, self-discovery, and the relentless pursuit of his dreams.